Easy now.
What's up, man?
Hey, Blood, man, the man that never sleeps.
I sleep, I can assure you of that. I can assure
What,
you.
what time would you fall asleep? But I'm just trying to think if you're ahead of me by, what did we say, 8.5 or 9 hours.
Yeah. Well,
Then you're not...
it's 10:30 here now, thereabouts.
Okay, right. Yeah. It's 12:06 over here. So, yeah, you're 10.5 hours. Hang on a minute. Hang on. If it's 12 o'clock midday in the UK, and it's 10:30 at night in Australia. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, where I am in Australia, it's 10:30, so it's 10.5 hours.
You're 10.5 hours ahead of me.
Yeah.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah. But it makes perfect sense. And what I say is that if there's 15 degrees per whatever fucking time zone, then you should be 10.5 times 15. So 10.5 times 15 is 175 east of GMT for you to be in the right time zone. Does that make sense? But you're not. You're about 145 east. And that's why I'm keeping saying is that the declination from the east of Australia all the way east has been exaggerated by 35 degrees or 30 degrees, because as soon as if New Zealand at the top is 26 degrees out and the bottom is 18 degrees out, the more east you go to New Zealand, the bigger the declination gets. And the problem is why the declination is so huge is because we all use the north reference point, but actually the south geomagnetic pole is south of Australia, which is between Australia and Ross Island. That's where the geo pretty much stationary magnetic pole is. If that helps in any way for our reasoning and stuff. I'm a flat earther just like you, but I have enclosed the whole model and I've reduced the area. So, and the
I've got a question for you. Right?
Always.
Not about the model or anything like that. It's probably, well, this is the question, right? So you and I both think that we live in a different realm to what has been presented to us. That's why we're here. That's why we think about these things. So we both think we're in a different realm. Who and how many do you think actually knows what it is, and how they are hiding it from the mere rest of us?
So I think there's a lot of things where people won't need to test that method again or something. I would say the people in the know, most probably the highest people in the defense of the world would know. Because the right allies, the North allies and the South allies, they all come together, exchange the information, and play the poker face to see if the other person's going to reveal what they've revealed. But if no one says anything, then the South and the North. So I think where we are today, I think that the people in the know would be the highest people in defense, not in politics, not in government. Those people there are trying to do their best and also make a buck out of it as well. So the people that are in the know don't tell too many people. If I kill someone, I ain't going to tell anybody. But the minute I tell somebody, I've opened up the probability to 1,000, you know?
Yes.
So I don't think there's that many people. The other interesting thing is, and I only say it, I ain't gonna try and go out of my way to get backup proof, because that's how I got my answers. And the thing is that there are companies called Honeywell which make the instruments for the aviation industry. I'm talking about the whole aviation industry. They tend to use one contractor who gets their parts from such and such and such and such. So when you start grouping the aviation industry into categories, you start to realize things like, yes, we've got these space agencies across the world that have made satellites, have done this and they've done that, but they never launched their own fucking tech. Now, they can call themselves a space agency, they can look at stuff in the skies and everything, but they can't physically. So I'm led to believe that a lot of launches are more done by the relevant people, and also they don't get authorization from the Aviation Federation of the world, then they would be naturally assumed as a UFO and shot down or whatever like that. So things like that. But to launch a satellite, I don't think the actual manufacturers are launching it. They're getting the likes of SpaceX, NASA, the people that are in the know to launch their satellite. Naturally, the people that are in the know have already figured out how they could make the reality back to the space agencies and give them the information that they were hoping to see. A bit like Contact. The movie Contact is a great example where they didn't even leave Earth in the first place. But the whole illusion was brought forward to them. Even the movie, I think it's called Challenger or Voyager. It was possibly along the lines of the Stanley Kubrick movie. And it was called, it was to do with some astronauts that they went through the whole process and everything was as per, but they never left the ground. And these guys were shunted off to some underground base, and one of the guys escaped. And it was kind of from there. It was like a need to know basis. We're doing this for the health of mankind and blah, 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 blah. Sorry if that's a long-winded answer. I don't think many people are in the know. And the less people you tell, the less people you have to kill.
Okay, and so this has obviously been going on for generations, all right? Before space agencies, before the military as we know it today. Okay, so it started off in a very basic format. So then you have to continue the lie. Okay, then. So what then is the process, right, of selecting those that will continue the lie? And how do you ensure then that the lie isn't revealed? Is this through blackmail? Like you select a person, you get the goods on them through threats of their family.
You don't get to that. I think what we've done is we let the public decide. X Factor, all these shows on TV, when people vote. What I think they've done is they've let the media create our future. Let the media create what's happening and let them go along with it. Because at the end of the day, in the court of law, when someone says, "Did you lie to the public?" we said, "No, we didn't correct the public. And the public were very keen to go off on their own tangent. So we let them be. We let the storytellers set our future for us." And
yeah. I get that. But so the storytellers, tell the story. They fill our heads with all these ideas, all these stories, all these pictures, all this fantasy. But you still have to have people in the know that have to be selected to continue the mission, for want of a better word.
If you've got the latest article that's saying we can no longer explore anything else, we've explored everything, we'll shut the book. So in 20 to 50 years' time, we'll be talking about things on the Earth, and the space and all that stuff is just going to be for the nerds, We found another planet, we found this, we found that. But they're all saying things like we believe we found everything we can find now. We've spent another 40 billion on the James Webb Telescope, and I think that who knows. The thing is, you ain't going to reveal to the public what is. You're going to reveal to the public what they want to hear, and I think we'll just get to a point where it's going to be old news, and we're just going to be getting on without. We're going to be distracted by our own politics on the Earth. The weather's going to change. Other shit's going to happen. Sorry if it's a long-winded answer. I think we're basically. We're gonna blaze over it. We're gonna blaze over it, and it's just gonna be a lie that we don't consider a lie, but we've told it so many times that it just became the truth.
Yeah.
We didn't know any different. We didn't go to space. But I was going to say something to you about 6 hours ago, and that was the old photos going back to Flat Earth British. Is and other people like John Levi. If you haven't watched John Levi, he's fucking amazing. He is a practical person like me and you. John, JONLEVI. The guy is shit hot, mate. He's shit hot, and he'll show you things that you never really thought. Anyway, but the likes of those groups of people will show you a picture of the Wright brothers taken to flight in 1903 or whatever it was. And everybody in the environment of the video and the pictures are looking elsewhere, like this ain't nothing new. Yeah? All the old pictures have all been smudged out in the skies. So in the skies, you could have had blimps, you could have had fucking flying, you could have had anything. But
Right.
it seems quite apparent that it was just the norm in the 1900s of this type of aviation, this type of technology. And I would say that, our history might be actually a lot fucking shorter than you think. We might have come out of a natural thing that happens every so few years or whatever like that, and we've just come out of it 200-300 years ago. Interestingly enough, there's no exploration till 1400 or maybe 1411, 1413. Which it coincides roughly with Muhammad's emergence 1413 years ago or 1400 years ago. So I think with the Muhammad emergence is actually the opposite. He was around 600 years ago. He was a professor, and he's a professor because he could prophesize. Yeah, he could, an astronomer. These guys were astronomers and stuff like that. They weren't stupid fucking worshiping rocks and shit like that. Do you know what I'm saying? So we turned the science into a story, and then the story has been suitable for the theo type of people, the God, the beliefs, and then you've got the real mathematics, sciences, practical, physical version of it, which is the origin. So I think every fucking Enid Blyton, Walt Disney, mate. I think fucking Walt Disney fucking knew a shit lot more. Even Walt Disney or the Disney or something like that. They didn't want nothing to do with Hollywood. I think Disney fucking, even the 101 and 102 of Dalmatians is bang on where I am, because if you convert 90 degrees into, I'm trying to think, because Fahrenheit and Celsius doesn't work. There was something else like, I don't know, 40 fucking Celsius, like 105 Fahrenheit. Yeah, things like that. Our body temperature. Why didn't we all have Celsius? Why do we all have Fahrenheit? We've got all these different thingies, and it's what the name of what I am is Lost in Translation. My first video is going to be called Lost in Translation. Whereas we've inherited, we've demolished, we've taken over, we took their writings, we tried to decipher what they were doing, and we got it slightly wrong. But we got it right. I think our past got it right, and our recent history past re-emerged in one way, or they finally fucking measured the fucking Earth properly, 1800s. But they haven't. I don't think anyone's fucking measured the Earth. No. I don't think they have, and they use observation.
They've only mapped, as far as what I can gather, mapped. Measuring, obviously they've measured distances and things like this on land. They have estimated, right? At first, they have estimated whether that's using celestial navigation, time and travel, and average speeds, this sort of stuff, to work out approximate distance to start off with. And now, these distances may have got a little bit more accurate, but measuring, well, I call it more mapping, working out the topography that we live on. That has definitely been all measured to I would say a high degree of accuracy realm,
Yeah,
too.
I,
It's
yeah.
it's surprising when you look at the topographical maps, um, and the detail that's in those, which has taken obviously many years to gather and put together, but it is quite amazing. But yeah, measuring the actual Earth itself. No, I think they've tried to do more of a jigsaw puzzle. They've measured certain lands, islands, this sort of thing, and then just tried to piece it together. And represent it to us in a format that we know now today, being the globe. Which I think that's one of the biggest things, I suppose.
I thought I was
With
talking there, but I was on mute.
yeah, yeah, you're on mute. I think that's one of the biggest problems with the flat Earth argument, the mapping, I suppose, or yeah, like a
I'll
map,
give you
a
one.
map. Mm.
I'll give you
Well,
one.
now you're breaking up. You're breaking up a bit, mate.
If you've got a ball,
No, you're breaking up.
what
Flap your flap your wings. You're
shape?
breaking up. Realm, can you hear me? You're breaking up. You're gonna have to start again. I'm not getting any of that.
Yeah, you
No, no,
talk.
nothing.
Can you hear
No,
me?
you're breaking up, buddy. Unfortunately, you might have to pop out and come back in. Maybe that might fix it.
Hear me now?
Yeah, yes, I can. Yep, I can. Yep, I could.
Being about close to zero.
Nah, you're in and out again. Damn it. Ugh. Mm. You there, Realm? You back?
Mate. Mine. Oh. I've got some good reception now if you can hear me.
Evening. Someone awake?
Mate.
What's the latest?
Say again, mate.
What's the latest, Rome? How are you?
In weather in fucking UK just went fucking weird. Just went fucking blustery winds and fucking the network's gone down in places and yeah, a bit crazy, man. A bit crazy. Apart from that, fucking it's the weekend, man. Fuck yeah.
Awesome. Same.
I like
Fucking
your name, White.
cool, man.
It's
It's just pressure. And what's levity?
Gravity.
Good question.
Gravity.
It's just pressure and levity.
That's all it is. That's all you need to worry
Yeah,
about.
what?
All your questions answered.
Yeah, but what? I'm interested. What does levity mean? Levitate?
Oh yeah.
Leviathan?
Yeah. Yeah. Levitate.
Cool, man. Yeah. I started off my journey. About 5 years ago. I'm in a band, and we were talking about like Back to the Future, his hoverboard, and I was thinking, fucking, I started my whole journey of all this, because I had no interest in any of this whatsoever before. Never spoke about it, and I was thinking, how can I make a hoverboard? And fucking the journey was really interesting. That in theory you could do it, in practical you could probably do it as well, but you still have to do the experiment to see if it'll work. And that was basically taking a large area of land and digging it up and then putting in like putting like a plastic bowl, massive plastic bowl, into the land, and then putting the soil over it, so that the plastic would act as a barrier, and then you make the soil negative, and then you make the bottom of your hoverboard negative as well. And basically, in theory, you should be able to levitate because you've charged the soil, which is isolated from the earth. Clay soil is really positive or really negative. So things like that, you've already got a lot of the work there for you. And I think there's a lot of silicon in clay as well, silicon. So yeah, levitation, and the other guy, Brood Bursky or so, I don't fucking know. And he had a levitating platform, and he used the wings of a certain type of beetle. Either the wings or the idea itself of their wings, or how they were shaped, to make him levitate and travel at like fucking 60 miles an hour in one direction or something. Ever hear about him? German guy?
I did. I don't know how much truth there is to it, but I have heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, so Banzerwood, we were talking about yeah, cool, man. I was chatting
You're breaking up again, Ralph.
to Banzerwood about maps earlier. You know, you know the best map
I tell you what, Realm, you've got to buy yourself your own
the
personal little Saddaloon and have it hovering above you
best
all the
idea that I
time.
think they came up with was the... Sorry, mate, am I breaking up again? Sorry.
Damn.
That was bad.
Yeah, he's been like that for the last 5 minutes, unfortunately.
Like you said, it sounds like the weather's turned.
Something's turned. Something's
Yeah,
turned.
blowing all those balloons out of alignment.
You'd think like in a place like the UK, the mobile reception would be excellent everywhere. Being such a small place.
That's not the case. No, not all. You have to be near a mast, in line with the mast. Otherwise, if you're below it or if you're above it and it can't get a line of sight, you know, most sat navs are using the phone nowadays. So if you don't have a local signal, you could easily say 10% of UK is not covered network wise.
I'm just surprised with the size of UK that they and the population, they haven't got it 100% covered. And you seem to be in areas all the time that are only slightly covered.
Yeah. Also, things that, as we know, our satellite TV is affected by rain, overcast conditions, but rain especially because it seems to interfere with the frequencies going in a straight line. They seem to sort of like, you know, slow down, interfere. So yeah, and the satellite dishes are most signals you get are in polar. You either get a vertical signal or a horizontal signal, which means that you can get two bits of information, separate information, in the same ray of beam or the same, whatever you want to fucking call it, wave. Yeah, I mean, our satellites in the sky, they are geostationary, which means they're stationary to the Earth, and they are just floating. They're just floating fucking relays. So if we want to get long distance transmission, we can do that. But we've got sub cables to do everything else. I'm talking to you live right now through the ground. There's no way that we're doing it through the air, you know?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's all done through cable from continent to continent. Definitely.
Australia were the first to have the sub cable. Do you know that?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. No.
The first submarine cables, telecommunications, was early to mid 1800s, and the first was between Australia and Asia. Then naturally, when they linked those cables, I think they must have sourced one between Europe and or Africa and the Americas, something. I'm pretty sure that would be the case. And then when they had that connected, then when they done their first international America to England broadcast in 1935 or 46, it could have been even later than that. The first international broadcast they did must have been like a return feed, you know, like if you're using the sub cable as the communication and then you're really relaying it back via satellite, giving you that delay, then in ways you're doing one thing legitimately and you're doing it in another way. So the audience is under the assumption that the whole thing's going on via satellite. But they must have gone by satellite, causing the delays. But we've got experiments of, I think it's called the Echo satellite, which was a massive aluminium foil, hydrogen inflated or helium, one of the two. And this thing was massive, and they managed to float this thing high enough to make it the first satellite. And it became Telstar, which was the funny thing is Telstar took about 8 to 22 attempts to actually get the final product. And when we got the final product, because there was no mistakes, everything checked out, we had it up and running for a few good, 6 months or something. Then from there comes the GPS technology, the satellite phones. All of a sudden, LoRaN went to eLoRaN. They sent out 91 million, even if I said a million or 92,000, they sent out a shit lot of beacons to the sea. So if you are lost, you can get to a local beacon and it can pick up. If you can get within 50 meters of that local beacon, you can communicate with it if you get lost at sea. So anyway, they put out a shitload of these beacons all around the world. So they which was saying that you can send a signal from a beacon in the middle of fucking nowhere, Point Nemo, 2,500 kilometers from anything, and you can send a low enough frequency. The LoRaN was what we used before, and then it became eLoRaN. So it was, we use long range, super long range now. There's a lot of ground, low pulse frequencies that we aren't allowed to use as civilians, but the military have their own band. That's why even something as simple as a walkie-talkie in the UK cannot be the same frequency as a walkie-talkie in India. It's that crazy because you have to stay in your bandwidths. So the only person you can really communicate with are your local people. Right. So you've got amateur ham operators that can get 5,000-7,000 kilometers away on a good day, clear day, low moisture, dry, and a good bit of sunshine, because the sunshine helps with the statics in our atmosphere and our ground. If you go and hoover an artificial lawn on a hot day and the sun is shining, that heat there alone of the brushes of the hoover will cause enough static because they are doing it naturally. But if there's no cloud, it's cold, you won't get any static. So that heat formation causes static, and the sun. We've got we use light bulbs. Do you know that solar panels are actually diodes, and diodes is the opposite of a light bulb. It doesn't. A diode is like a light bulb. The diode sends the energy to the light bulb. But then if you reverse that, a diode can absorb the energy and save it in a battery.
Yeah.
It's almost like the diode is the intermediator. You can do it both ways.
So if you're saying that during the day the signal goes further, say 5,000 kilometers, I think was a figure that you threw out there. I remember as a kid building crystal radios, right, and going outside and hooking them up to the water pipes and stuff like that. And the only time I could get the BBC radio from, now I'm going to presume it was from England at the time. Now I could be incorrect with that assumption right there. Was at night. Couldn't get it during the day at all. There was nothing during the day. It was always the best signal at night.
Yeah, I would agree with that definitely. And I think maybe the operators are only getting from UK to Japan. They're not getting in Australia. But interesting. It's really interesting that you said at night, because I've been thinking about this a little bit. Interesting thing is that there's this stuff called red mercury. It might be called vermicillin in another word. Have you ever heard of red mercury?
No, I have not. No.
So the old TVs and transmitters in Russia were using, and Tartaria, were using red mercury. And if you put red mercury in your TV, it's a transistor or it's a capacitor, I don't fucking know what it was, but they're using it in place of something else. And they were able to get free TV and free radio without, it's like not subscribing to the network. Does that make sense? Because if you are using a certain thing, then something else can detect that you're using the waves. But red mercury was the ability to watch TV without using I don't know. There was something free about it. It's free. It's like perpetual free energy. I don't know.
I'm just reading here, just on Wikipedia. Red mercury is purportedly a substance of uncertain composition used in the creation of nuclear weapons as well as other weapons. Because of the great secrecy surrounding the development and manufacturing of nuclear weapons, if there ever is such things, there is no proof that red mercury actually exists. This is actually on Wikipedia. So,
yeah, I would, in my personal
Grain of salt.
my personal experience is use Wikipedia for what is general, but cite 10 more examples, or 5 at least, of the same subject in other independent articles and stuff like that. So red mercury can be seen on good channels like Paul Cook. I think he might have done something about red mercury. Flat Earth British, you get these ideas by watching their stuff. Local to where I live is a place called The Grove. And it used to be called La Grava. It could be called The Grave. And the last Donald Trump visit it was a G5, a G6, a G8, a G16 summit. About 2 years ago, they were around the corner from where I live. And they all got together. And they seem to use these locations that have historical meaning. And the Grove are definitely... So anyway, when you walk around the grounds, you find these clay sort of discs in a formation of, like a pylon has got them insulating type of things that look like fucking layered waffles.
Yeah, they're like ceramic insulators.
Now, what they were doing in the 1930s is they were able to radiate energy using radium. So they were actually advertising it in newspapers and stuff in the 1930s that people should fucking bath with it, they should fucking drink it, or things like that. Don't quote me. But it was something that we don't use anymore. And John Levi was saying things like, look at these fireplaces, man. The fireplaces in the buildings of yesteryear, the buildings that we live in the UK now. My house has got fireplaces. Those houses there, the fireplaces, the old traditional ones used to have 2 bits of metal, like spears or something like that, poking out the ground, either side of like at the front of the fireplace, there'd be 2 bits of metal. like 2 posts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, radium was their fireplace, and maybe this thing here was more of a charge, and it just charged this gas that possibly just radiated. They didn't really have. They'd moved on from the wood fireplaces and stuff. They'd figured out. They'd found this radium shit, and it was harmless. But I think it started causing harm, and they quickly pulled it away. Into in places you can find that stuff. It's like you can find the right channels. Paul Cook and John Levi, Flat Earth British, will show you that old shit that they had battery cars in 1800s, you know, early 1800s. So,
Oh yeah, I know that. I know they had battery
know what I
cars
mean?
all the way back in before gasoline cars. Yeah.
Oh, mate, there's this lady called Flat Fact. If you haven't heard of her, you will fucking love her. Australian. She sounds like Queen of the Trolls, but she sounds like you want to listen to what she's got to say. Flat Fact. I will recommend it highly. It was recommended by John Levi, and she'll tell you stuff that you're like, fuck me, I never thought about that. She was talking about this Arch de Triomphe that you can see. They've got these all over the world. The main one would be Paris. There's ones in Barcelona, Spain, and all that. And I've got one in my fucking town centre. But they've turned it into a building. And I'm like, no fucking way. Because it faces southwest. Or because in the UK, you would have to face southwest to see the sun rise in the east on the when it passes the equator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she'll show you shit like this. She'll show you the horse and carriage, the horses that you see on top of these fucking arches. One is points southwest, one is points southeast, and one is points south. No, I mean west, southwest, and northwest. You know what I mean? So you can look through these from one side of it, and you'll see the sun set in the middle, the left or the right, depending where you are in the world. That's how you align the arch. Marble arch in fucking London, arch, all these arches, marble arch, Moorgate, Aldgate, all these things were arches, but they were the arches to the city, the original city of London. But Marble Arch, and there's another arch, they were moved, funnily, but the original position of the Marble Arch was actually positioned west with 3 passages. You see it in Indian, Hinduism buildings. Prahid Mohan guy on YouTube. It's like all these things, man. Flat Fact, I fucking would recommend fucking watching her stuff, man. She'll blow you away. And the point was, she'll show you photos which are etched on glass. Yeah, perfect. These things were not etched; they were X-rayed on. They were, you know, phosphorus, silver phosphorus. It fucking leaves a permanent print on a material. 1750s, you've got photos of fucking Australia. Yeah, you know, the giant. You're talking about the giant cameras where you can make things appear to be, or you can magnify using a massive fucking. Their old cameras were square, weren't they? Would they have been square? Could they have the precision to make round discs? You know, precision-wise lenses. The first ocular stuff was like 1400s. Dutch guys were making lenses. Those lenses there, they were able to project an image, a drawing that someone had drawn. You put the light behind it. You could get it on a clear material, possibly. You put the light behind it. It etches, it projects onto the wall using a lens. You could reverse it. It was like reverse lens tracing, you know, a portrait. So what you do is you make the portrait that you're using, you turn it back to front, upside down, whatever you want to call it. You project it through a lens onto the wall, you trace it, and there you have the Sistine Chapel, you have Michelangelo, you have Da Vinci, you have all that. They were, you know what I mean? It would have taken fucking years to draw something, come down the ladder, look at it, and think, I can't even fucking see it. They would have traced the outline, and then they would have fucking, you know, for the local details, they would have projected it a bit closer to get those finer details. That's how I would trace a world map. That's how I would trace a Barbie or a fucking cartoon character onto a piece of paper. You get your iPad, tablet, your fucking You make sure it doesn't move by putting 2 fingers on the screen so that it doesn't let anything else move it. You stick your paper down. I've made most of my maps using a technique like that, and helping me, get the right curvature on Africa to make it look more familiar to the eyes. They were doing all this shit, man. Sorry.
No, I'm just on a channel now. 16th century rockets is something I'm looking at the moment, which quite interesting.
There's one thing. It said through the keyhole or behind the keyhole. The looking glass, looking through the looking glass, something like that. And there's an actual book on it, and then you'll find videos on it narrating the book and putting their spin on it. But it's so fucking, even a person. It was so fucking obvious. They would have a person sitting in one room, then they could reflect the image of the person's face, like through periscope type of ideas. Then it would come back on itself behind the person who's doing the drawing, and the light and the image would portray onto their big pieces of paper on their easel. So they were able to get this precision. Mona Lisa, that precision there was just through optical lensing and light propagation.
Yeah. Crazy. Hey, Godric.
I think they used Australia to start a new colony. All the bad people weren't killed. I don't think that God didn't want that. They didn't kill him. They showed him a fucking head of a fucking guy who died naturally in the fucking morgue, cut it off, make it up, and they sent these people on boats away. A lot of them ended up in South America, the very south of America, where the hairy people were in abundance, and the Welsh people, the parents were sent there, and the children sent to New South Wales. The parents interbred with the, but even just taking children would be even a safer bet. Today in Afghanistan, people. Now, this is only stuff you see on fucking, I can't verify it, but you watch videos and you read articles. And the people in Afghanistan today are selling off their kidneys. They're selling off their fucking kids because they've got fuck all. They've got fuck all. And in Afghanistan for the last 20 years, they've rationed fucking bread, milk, food, and all that shit. It ain't the fucking luxury of the fucking Emirates, mate. It's the exact fucking opposite.
Yeah, no.
So this shit's been going on for a fucking long time. In Africa, if you ain't got the money, you fucking die, mate. You either that or you go move in the squatter camps, and you fucking the same shit's other places all around the world. We see it. It's fucking there, man. It's fucking there.
Yeah, you take your life in your own hands living in some of these places, don't you? Truly.
Yeah, man. It's so fucking interesting. Like Australia was the origin of the new breed. They were taught in a different way. They were the new breed. The Germans probably had something to do with it. The concentration camps, when I'll be writing, I'm just taking a guess here. I'm just saying. I'm not saying, whatever. But, a big concentration of the Jews ended up in Poland. Yeah. Most of our famous people of Hollywood of the 80s were all Polish Jews. Michael Douglas, Charlie Sheen, Emilio Estevez. All these guys came from the Poland Jewish community where they were forced into Poland, and Poland took them in. And England sided with Poland, even today, through that sort of, you help them out. England wanted to help out. And Australia is where all the negative went. All the negative went. If you said something against heliocentrism or the belief at the time, they put you in a mental asylum, yeah? So all these old fucking buildings that John Levi, British, they'll show you this shit, man. Another guy called Jared Boosters, American guy, an amazing narrator. He'll fucking show you the mountains of America. He'll show you, he's amazing, mate. It's like these are the choice channels that you get rid of the bullshit. Martin Leaker, it's 2 hours of listening to him fucking, I tell you about my mate. But he's got some great stuff. But Paul Cook is doing the practical of Flat Earth British. He's going out there, he's recording, he's drilling, he's got drones, and he's using people's money. But Australia,
Flat thumbs.
huh?
Flat thumb.
Yeah. But he's awesome, man. You know, he's the one that fucking talks about these other channels that he finds, and you go to those channels and you think, fucking hell, this guy's awesome. You know, when they talk about the what's the top of a building called where the bell used to be, the belfry. You know, and people going and using airships and getting off of their belfry to walk down the stairs to go into the big house. So air travel, whatever. They might have found a good gas that wasn't flammable, most likely helium, and they exhausted the helium resource. They had to put a stop to it because no one was benefiting from it because they had helium on tap. I don't know. But Australia seems to be the Australian Dutch, the old Dutch, ended up in South Africa and Australia, and the Dutch seem to be ahead of everyone in technology, and have always been. I feel they've always been the first to come out with something. The Polish, the Serbians, the Latvians, the Teslas, Edward Leedskalnin, they all came from that sort of region of the world. And that, yeah, so the Australia, pretty much.
No, you're gone again. You're gone again.
Do their thing, mate. You know,
Just go back to the first bit.
I want to stop talking now.
No, you were cutting out anyway, Realms. So you got to flap your wings again, my friend.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. There's truth to everything, even the Batman symbol looking like Da Vinci's wings for the flying machine. It's Da Vinci. Da Vinci gave us so much, we just can't see it.
You remind me of a younger version of Pete Shea, but actually so much more listenable.
No, he's fixed on what he believes, and it's a religion. The Irish people are very religious. Very religious. You know, what we got told, this is it. And they Northern Ireland is separate to Ireland because they are protesters. They are the Protestants. The Protestants of the world are the ones that went to America. Yeah? They set up the first Protestants, the Mormon. You know, those people there, they didn't like what was happening in Europe. The Protestants are the Afrikaners of South Africa, the Boer people, the local white people that moved over there because they was protesters. They come down there, and their language is still slightly spoken in a place called Frisia. And Friesland and Frisian cows is a popular breed of cow, milk, dairy. And most of our dairy in the UK we get a lot of stuff from the Dutch. Gas, dairy, you know, it's so Protestants move in. America was frozen up until 1400s. Most of the northern hemisphere and most of the southern hemisphere were probably frozen, or east and west were frozen. No, the north and south. And 20 degrees north of the equator and south, where the sun was there, and those are the dark ages because everything else was dark. So America was partially frozen over, and as the sun crept, tropics were expanding from zero outwards. Everything started melting, thus become the mud floods because it just turns to sludge. Then you get the melted ice cream on the cone. You know, the melted ice just falls off the mountain, sludge, defrostation, and when the blizzards came and the sun took over, the blizzards and everything frozen over, the ground expands because it becomes saturated, and through the thawing, and then eventually all those layers of thawing and freezing, you get to your maximum frozen stage, and everything is waterlogged, frozen, 100 meters down to the surface, minus 20 temperatures, sort of temperatures you get in Finland or Siberia, you know. Something changed, and that all falls out. All the buildings are covered in sludge, and then when it thawed out again, we already knew how to get to America. We could get there by walking because everything had frozen over. We just walked over the Atlantic, the Bering Strait, all those. When the continental plates are really shallow, you can imagine that you could easily freeze the first meter of a lake. So, what, you know what I'm saying? Like things like that, 2 meters of a lake, you could walk for fucking miles across. You would be able to walk from Celtica, which was Western Europe, which where the Irish, they had the West Europe, the Irish, the Celtic, they owned the Western Europe. They could walk from France, Germany, all the way to Greenland via Iceland, and they could get to America that way. If there was water in the Atlantic, but a lot less because most of it was frozen over.
Fuck, you'd have sore feet.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, they didn't even have boots. Like, no fucking redback boots.
Like I like listening to the theory, I say, but I just can't imagine actually all these waters so frozen.
You remember you was talking about Waterworld, yeah?
Yeah.
We were talking about the apes in the trees, and then some of the apes came down. They breathed a different type of gas closer to the ground. Really close to the ground is carbon dioxide. Then you get oxygen. Then you get nitrogen. When you fuse the nitrogen and oxygen, you're going to get nitrous oxide, NOS. So people, is that the stuff that makes you go fucking fuck me? If you're living in an environment like that, aren't you going to be lightheaded?
Well, I don't know if you got to be all the time living in the tops of trees. I think you'll go up and down and up and down and up and down. Like, how big are these trees? Like, how big are these trees where you're going to get lightheaded?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that as you come down from the tree tops, and you've carved your way down the tree so that you can go down and get away from the predators really quickly. You know, you saw the dinosaurs down there, or whatever you saw, fucking lions. But naturally, you now start to noticing there was less and less predators. And then you come down and you start fucking exploring on the ground. But also at a time where there was just water everywhere, or in the majority areas, just the right combination. Water everywhere, and you're in a fucking a swamp or whatever, you know. You got alligators, you got piranhas, you got all sorts of shit. You imagine if the water was so high that all the piranhas from fucking you know, the likes of Louisiana and the Amazon. Imagine if they fucking got into the fucking mainstream. The entire, you need to contain this shit. And imagine that you had this problem, but these things are much bigger. The food source. You know that if you give someone enough fucking McDonald's per day, they will grow exponentially, yeah, to a size, but their skeleton won't grow. But you can do something in the gas that the person breathes for the rest of their life, their diet. You can make them massive, making sure their container they live in is the right pressure. If you put a marshmallow in a vacuum chamber, it'll expand. Because when you take the air out, so less air means more expansion and everything blowing up. You know, so at one point, I wouldn't say a cycle would cover the entire Earth in one hit. It would just be more like a BMW badge. It would kind of just the white bits of the BMW badge.
Yeah, the marshmallow example in a vacuum. All that's happening there is that the air in the marshmallow is trying to
It's
equalize.
expanding.
Well, no, the air itself ain't expanding. No.
Yeah.
It's just It's just being pressed against the marshmallow itself, right, until
If
it can
you
reach an equilibrium, which presses against the marshmallow, which then will in turn make it look like it is expanding, right? Now, but if you put something in a vacuum that has no air in it, absolutely no air, like you put a rock in a vacuum, all right, and pull that vacuum, the rock ain't going to expand. It's the air within the vacuum that is causing the reaction.
but if you put that rock in a solution of hydrochloric nitrates, and there's another one as well, and you allow it to stop breaking down the rock in a vacuum, it will accelerate. You would be able to break down that rock in a very, very small amount of time. As simple as taking a cement mix and you use mortar cleaner in a fucking super concentrated version, and you put your cement in the solution, it'll just turn it back into its original form. And then you
Right.
use another solution to separate the polymers from the sand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the cement is glue. If you, I tried this and I fucked my patio up, but I did it for the sake of a patio I was going to throw away anyway. If you use neat cement powder and you set it, you will find when it's fully dried, you have to allow it to fully dry. You will find that you can't fucking even knock the shit out of this. So our rocks and all these things, a lot of them, it's pretty much like cement that's neat and it's mixed with water, and then the water's evaporated out. Some water remains. Possibly that weight of water involves a lot of oxygen that's in there, but naturally, as soon as you use a gas or something to break down this rock or the stone, you possibly can't do it with things like quartz. Crystal stones are ones that you can shine light through, and the ones that you can't shine light through are the ones that are probably easier to break down, because trying to break down quartz and crystal, they've got a much harder bond. Their bonds are a lot more minute, which means that there's a lot more hand holding together. Sorry, mate. I'm sorry. I don't get opportunity to talk like this, so I do apologise for just fucking going off on one.
You're right. You're right.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. So with giants, the talk of giants or small people, it tells the time of two different times in a very short amount of period time. You see giants existing in old photos in Japan. You know, why did we have to eliminate what was going on in Japan at the time? Their maps were conflicting against the Western maps. What they were doing was really going against the world, the Western worldview. The Easterners, they didn't agree. The Tartarians were part of that. The Yellow people, the Yellow River, the Yellowstone in America, Yosemite. It's like if you take the water away near the Bering Strait and all that, then you can almost have a connection between Asia and America being one land. Yeah, man, so much to fucking unload to someone
Okay,
else, you
so
know.
if there were giants or gnomes, right, back then, right, why hasn't this stuff been uncovered?
I
Like,
think
because apparently, right, we had dinosaurs. Right, apparently we had dinosaurs and we have dinosaur bones. Apparently, even though they're only plaster of Paris, but apparently we have dinosaur bones, right? Why don't we have giant bones or gnome
yeah,
bones?
I reckon the dinosaur bones are the origin of the human in a more living form. The land dwellers, you know, the ones in the air being the primates. You got primary, secondary, and tertiary. Primary is primates, tertiary is Tartarian. You know, the order of it. And I think words like they taught you, like primary, tertiary, secondary, these words that are carried through the Industrial Revolution, the revolutions of everything we've done. A revolution is to revolute, is to a revolution is something that comes back on itself. It's almost like the word French Revolution is like it's happened once before. It's telling you it's something that happened once before. The recurring. Hey, what's recurring? It's almost like we're just Groundhog fucking Day, man.
Well, I don't
Circular.
know. I have dug millions of holes and trenches in my life. Millions. All right. I might be exaggerating that by a million, but I've dug millions of them, right? And never once have I come across a dinosaur bone, a giant bone, or a gnome bone. Never once. Now, why am I the unlucky one? Because you would think the chance of probability that I would have come across at least one with the amount of holes that I've dug. But it's apparently you have to be a special kind of archaeologist to find a dinosaur bone.
See,
No,
Australia.
you were digging all the wrong sort of holes. You were using a shovel, weren't you?
Oh, sometimes excavator, sometimes.
Yeah, see, nah, you got to use one of those fancy archaeologist trowels. Got to have a
Oh, the
trowel
little
going.
ones. Oh, the little ones
And a
with the
brush.
and a paintbrush. Yeah. Ah,
Yep.
damn. I knew I went wrong. Yeah.
Australia seems very evident that it was excavated, just like it was excavated because it was rich in opal, diamonds, a lot of stuff. They cleaned it and they pretty much flattened that out. And those resources were sent all around the world. The red brick of our old town halls in Durban, South Africa, red brick all around the world, northern England and old parts of England all use red brick, the old-fashioned stuff. So I think possibly the reason why you can't find anything is possibly because they already excavated it. Hudson Bay in America was said to have been made out of copper, and the whole thing was actually land before, and they just mined the fuck out of it because it was, and that's where the copper age started. So, Australia, you got Ghana and South Africa or Africa for the gold. There's diamonds, all the stuff here. You naturally would have excavated, but you would have had to be a much bigger form of a human being because for your tool to be that much bigger. For our bucket wheel excavator that we use that scrapes the sides of quarries and shit like that, imagine that on two or three times your animals were pulling the shit, your plows, even a heavy enough bit of fucking wood or fucking steel for copper or whatever, you can drag that on the wall and scrape the fuck out of, like them big tractor pulleys that they do in America, them races they do, when the weight goes to the back.
Yeah. So maybe the giants and the gnomes migrated, right? But look, out of all these holes that I've dug, I haven't come across a plow or a really, really, really big shovel that they may have once used. Like, where are these artifacts to give us some sort of clue that these people were once amongst us?
They scraped you clean, mate. They scraped you clean at the Easter Island. I guess when they're scraping it clean, those people had to fucking disperse out. Did they go eastwards to Easter Island and find new land, Polynesia? Those links there where there's less water, they had to migrate eastwards. This all could have happened in 200, less than 500 years. And they scraped you clean, and all the resources, like I said, were sent all around the world. All those treasures. And also people living in Australia would have fucking pilferaged all those things. You only need something for the government to fucking do something wrong. The tabloid gets a hold of it. Some fucking coloured person got shot by police.
How was all the shit in Australia shipped around the world? Was it via airships?
You could have done that. You could have easily navigated the world and mapped the world using airships. It would have taken a lot less time. And then the result is like, the next generation fucking does their, the youth of today, they fucked it up, they got it wrong. So airships, yeah. If we had electrical power, we could have had boats with electrical power, you know, and the speed and the horsepower that you would get out of electricity will be a lot more. Anything solar power, they fucking knew all this stuff centuries ago, thousands of years ago. You know, and if they were to tell you that the cycle was something like 500 years, you know, if they were to tell you something's going to happen in the next 50 years, the fucking world would just fucking demolish within a year, man. You know, you can only look at fucking the pandemic, you know, that's just happened, and there seems to be one every.
Happened 100 years ago. Same thing happened 100 years ago.
But is it
And
101?
look what happened. Look what happened after that. 100 years of
Yeah.
fucking a very different world, and then a war, 2 wars. You imagine the depression that people would have felt during those wars, thinking that the whole world's gone to shit. And then there's a fucking another 60 years of fucking glory. Like, fuck, it's going to happen again. This shit will turn around.
There are financial cycles or financial years, and they normally goes like gaps of 4 and 5, and they had an anomaly of about a gap of 7 between 1896 and 1903, causing the biggest financial meltdown ever. It was something they hadn't forecasted for, because, you know, we as humans are forecasting 100 years ahead.
It's all forecast for. All of it. All orchestrated. But it is in cycles, I'll give you that, without a doubt. It all happens in cycles. Even Halley's Comet. That one you can bank on.
Mm-hmm. What is it? Every 77 or every
70.
80?
Yeah, 70 something.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm pretty sure I saw it as a really, really little tacker. So I might get to see it again.
Wasn't it that long ago? It wasn't that long ago that we saw it, I thought.
Halley's Comet?
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
No,
Yeah,
I saw
1986. 1986.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Boys.
But even that's quite interesting, because if we lived our time, no, we don't. But if we were to say to ourselves, how can we set an agreeable version of time? And we all agreed on the sun. We used to use the moon before, and we changed to the sun, a progression of 3,000 years ago till current, you know, till more recent. So, Halley's Comet being a 76-year interval. But I guess they just use the sun, but still something that is more consistent. But I guess it's passed through the sun. The sky, is it exactly the same every single 76 years, or is it just slightly off? And if it's slightly off, then it means it could easily do another 36,000 revolutions to come back to the same spot. The moon does that. The sun does that. The moon only stays on like 10 degrees north, which is the magnetic equator, funny enough. So possibly why the moon is locked to us is because it's locked to the physical magnetic equator 10 degrees north. Yeah, man. I think we are magnetically aligned, and that will tell us our true shape. Well, the true shape is magnetically aligned, and the maps that we're using today are solar aligned, and solar is very close to celestial by 4 minutes. But it's the closest they can get. So basically, our time is basically based on that 2 minutes behind and 2 minutes in front, and we have to do micro changes throughout the year of atom seconds and stuff like that to make sure that we're in line with the atomic version of time. You know, and that's how. If you have an atomic, then you can't say that. Oh, you can argue with that because it's going to be doing the same sort of waves, frequencies, whatever, do consistently. And the moon is as consistent as that, but they don't use the moon because the moon's not reliable enough. You know, it's not bright enough to see shit in the far distance. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can't see a boat at night. It's not reliable enough, but that is our true timekeeper, I believe, and that's a 25-hour day. Yeah, if you were to study the moon's distances from us and periods and put the two together and make an equation, you'll come out with 25 or close to. It's the difference: are you using solar time, which is civil time, or are you using sidereal time? Sidereal, the reel of a side, the side of a reel, sidereal time. And yeah, so if we were to get a flat Earth map and then figure out where the magnetic line is, you've got many famous locations on Earth. It's called the ancient equator, and the ancient equator, I believe, is our magnetic equator that we use today. And so days before, the equator wasn't at 0 latitude, it was further south, because the Helena Islands, which Halley used for his observations, there's not just one, there's about 2 or 3 in the same longitude. So there's 2 or 3 below the one that we think we can find on maps. But if you go into it further, in more detail on maps and zoom in more, you will find there's 2 or 3 Helena Islands, which means they were doing equatorial observations, not at 0 latitude. But it's not saying that it was a straight line. It's more like you could easily keep the same eye of Sahara, for example, as the fixed axis, because that would be roughly 10 degrees north, and then it's tilting so that the sun precession is a clockwise movement at Africa or anti-clockwise in Australia. And this all just comes from geocentric hybrid with flat Earth. When there's a point from the south of Alaska, which is just before it gets to the Bering Strait, that bit of just about there, the coast. It's 10,000 kilometers from 3 particular points, famous points. One being Marahara in something like that in India, another one being Calima or Machu Picchu, sort of areas, Peru, the Trinket, Chile.
Remember that from Indiana Jones? When he
Yeah.
pulls his heart out with his hand, he reaches into his chest and he
Oh,
rips his heart out.
Kalima, yes. Indiana Jones is.
Kalima.
Yeah, I think there's truth to Indiana Jones, like the sun coming through the hole in the dark room, Raiders of the Lost Ark and all that shit. It's all relevant. It's just we're looking at it from a fantasy point of view, but the fantasy is real. Science fiction is real, and you know what I mean? It's the opposite, whatever.
Right
And
in your
Indiana
face.
Jones with the sunlight coming through into the room, and the beam going down the floor as it's rising, and it hits the crystal, and boom, something happens to the fucking crystal skull or whatever, and unlocks the fucking key. Now the cathedrals, it's theorized that cathedrals, the long hallways of the cathedrals were exactly the same thing, and the panes of glass might have been different colors or those colors, and they knew that if it was in the red section on this line that was on the ground, looked a bit like a line that you've got on an airplane hangar, that pulls the wire, something like that. It's a dial on the floor. So when the sun gets to a certain tropic, if it doesn't go past that, they're like, whew, we made it. And there's a great year, right? And they already knew that the sun, they were measuring it. If they knew that the sun was constantly the tropics expanding, which they are, if you look up, don't use Wiki. Wiki will fuck around with words. They'll tell you north is south and south is north. You don't know which they're talking about. You know what I mean? So if you don't understand the context of something literal, you can't rely on it. You have to know what the context is. So Wikipedia is a play on words, but you look independently, you'll see the tropics are expanding. UK is getting hotter now. When the sun the sun rises not by light but by heat. It's about 10 degrees after it's risen, 10 to 15 degrees after it's risen is when you start to get the actual heat. And when you play golf like me, I play with 2-degree heads, 5-degree heads. It's fucking low. It's almost fucking vertical. It's so the point is, in ways that we think we measure something far away compared to measuring something, it's hard, it's arbitrary. Fuck man, fuck.
Hey, Were you here yesterday when Whitsett was talking about science fiction, proposing his idea of the North Pole? Were you here then?
No, I missed it.
He's saying that the North Pole basically has a impenetrable magnetic field, right, like a toroidal field,
Okay.
right in the center. And apart from logistically not being able to get there for maybe the sake of it being protected, we physically cannot penetrate this magnetic field, even if we wanted to go there. So this is the new one.
Yeah, and that's the areas I say are hidden at the poles, because I can geometry, geologically, whatever, prove that there's hidden lands of the north and the south, and if there's a force field, then it does make sense in many ways. There's movies like with Tom Cruise, there was a force field. You remember that? He goes to the edge of the area that they're monitoring, and he realizes there's a force field there. I think it's very very relevant, definitely, but in two ways, because a flat Earth map can be made with south centered. I would say it's more logical because that's where the attraction is. It's not the north, it's the south. And I think one of you was saying that the accuracies in the south are pretty accurate compared to the measurements they've got in the north. And it's almost like the south is more stationary than the north, but you're looking at very small movements. I mean, the geomagnetic north would probably move something like 1,000th, or even more than that, less than that, like a 10,000th of what the magnetic pole moves. So we've made maps. The celestials are moving by 1 degree westwards, but our maps aren't adjusting to it. So we come up with declination to make up for the adjustment. And that's simply what declination is. It's basically the celestials move westwards by 4 minutes every day, and over a year it jumps like a degree, and then something like that. It just jumps. It jumps. So our maps are based on our stars, but our stars are moving little by little by little. And if you look at the lapse of the celestials, 1 year intervals, you will see that it actually moves in a second direction at the same time, but at a much smaller rate. So you would only see the movements year by year in one direction, which is southwest, and then actually not southwest, but if something's moving westwards, and every day by 4 minutes more, which is 1 degree every 72 years, and then every year you can see the difference more clearly, and it's moving southwards. So I would say the equivalence would be it's moving in a more southwest direction in the mother cycle compared to the cycle that we see on a yearly basis, which was like the junior cycle, if that makes sense, the master and the slave, that sort of thing there. So there is two axes going on with the stars. Sorry, fucking, I'm done again, talking too much.
No, you're right, man. You're right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I just wanted to say goodbye and thank you. It's a life. It's not a lifesaver, but it's. I don't feel like I'm alone anymore if I can just talk and I know that people want to listen. It's 5 years worth of research of someone that never spoke out, and I'm coming into this room after 5 years not talking to anyone.
You should start to do little videos, very short, concise videos on your channel and upload them. Like,
I've got a channel, and I can do for my time, and I'm working with an editor at the moment to see what he can produce, because he said that for 60 quid I can get unlimited revisions. If his quality is awesome, then I can naturally get this out into a concise video that people learn more visually than they do reading context. It's if someone else narrates context or they're looking at the pictures, yeah, it's. But I don't want to be a preacher, you know. But I definitely side with the flat Earth. But I've got mine is two flat Earths facing each other, and an infinity symbol, but flattened. If because our pressure has gone up and it's gone down over time, so naturally, whatever we are in is an infinity symbol from the side that could be more eye-shaped. You know, the if you look at a person's face, even the features of our face are possibly what our creator wanted us to look like. They just got it wrong. They put our heads in our stomachs, possibly because you saw the old pictures like that. You saw pictures of people that were hybrid, human, donkey form looking. You know, is it gesture or is it taking the piss? You know what I mean? It's sort of, it's in front of you, it's plain sight, but you're thinking that, oh, there's monsters in the sea and stuff like that. Those are there to put people off. You know, I don't want to go in the sea. I don't want to be swimming in the sea. I don't want to learn how to swim. Fuck that. You know, and the people of the seas just kind of glued all fucking lands together and said, oh, this is how it is. If you want a sphere, this is the mathematics for it. If you want to tell the people that we're in a fucking donut, or whatever you want to fucking call it, a toroidal field that naturally is shaped the inside of something, you go ahead and do that. What have you got more? Are you going to get more from the people that you tell them that we've got an unlimited future? Or are you going to tell them that this is it, mate? You know, like the movie Saw, you wake up in a room, some person has put you there with 8 different people and they all come from different backgrounds and you've got no idea of time, there's no natural light, and you got to get on, and you see how these things perpetuate when put under pressure. You know, it's these are things that the humankind we can't do this. And whatever we're doing, I don't want to preach anything, because wherever we're doing it for the sake of humanity. You know?
Exactly.
Right, I'm going to go now. So thank you so much for your time, guys.
2 hours round. All right, catch you around, mate.
Hey, wait, before you leave, I wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Always.
Awesome. A lot of the stuff that you're talking about, I've run across in my research, and wondering what might be some of your sources for the ideas that you're talking about to begin with.
The best answer I can give you is that my education in South Africa was a lot more logical thinking and testing of logic. It's different to the education in England. And from there, if I ask a question, I Google it and I find out all the, you know, just Googling and shit like that, using my logic. What is the next question to ask, and how do you ask the question? If you ask a question on Google like hidden lands in the Arctic, or in the north, it won't come up with anything. But if you type in hidden lands in the Arctic, it'll come up with the answers that you're looking for. So for a lot of me has been trial and testing, and also experimental practical methods, using pieces of paper, sticking them together, cutting, reshaping, and using a measure like a ruler to get the distances right. And from there, I meant to say this earlier, Banzawit, if you get a flat Earth map and go to flightaware.com, and I've got all these instructions on my channel on YouTube, and you go to flightaware.com and then you find the flight that you want, and you have to find a special blue button which is in plain sight called View Track Log. You go onto that, and it doesn't give you the abbreviation version that you see on the first screen. You go into a second screen, and you plot the coordinates of these flights at hourly intervals, and you'll start to see where the gaps are. And when you start to see where the gaps are, you start to realize these are the gaps you need to cut out of the map to restore the sizes of the lands and the seas and everything. When you cut those things out, and then you realize that if you put your true geomagnetic original location 10 degrees extra in the north, which is you might not be perfect with what you're doing, and to get it perfect, you have to think about the ancient equator and how that would line on the flat Earth map. You realize, and I've got this, I might have removed a couple of videos on my YouTube because I kind of They were shit. They were shit. They were just pictures of me just drooling over like I'm talking now, just going on about shit. You know, so it wasn't concise. You know, I'm a boring person. But there,
You
it'll
don't
tell you.
seem boring. Could I jump in again and ask you another thing?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I was in here actually just last night, and talking about that. Well, I didn't say this, but I consider myself a titty earther kind of, where there's two circles, maybe of land, as well as the two celestial poles with their own circling stars, right? And it kind of works like thermodynamics with the celestial equator through the middle. And it sounds like you might be kind of describing that, but I wondered if it was similar people that we might have watched. That came. Okay, yeah.
You've got these
two
two.
you've got
two
circle areas. Okay.
In my case, these two circle flat areas, flat. The contour you can't call it flat. It averages out flat. How about that? And they're facing each other, and they're molded on the sides, a bit like a drop
bowl.
of water facing each other at the point.
Two shallow bowls.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, my model is shallow Earth times 2. You got a north shallow Earth and the south shallow Earth, and they're facing each other, like Tesla's UFO.
Tesla's UFO, okay, with the vortex type thing.
Yeah. There's two different pictures of his UFO, but one of them has people in the middle, so that's where the gods are, and the people that control us. Those are the people in the know, etc., etc. Something like that.
Have you ever heard of Jazzlaw? I posted a couple videos last night. Couple by Jazzlaw 111. Have you ever heard of him?
I'll go through the chat later, and I haven't, and I'll go through
I'll
the chat.
DM you. I'll DM. You might want to look at this. I thought you must have maybe looked at his stuff because one of his things was that the time zones don't work out with the the AE map.
I've got all those pictures, and I know why. I know why all this shit don't work out. The 4 missing time zones they talk about in the two islands, the island between Alaska and Asia. I can explain all that, and that's how I figured out that the Pacific was not as wide as I make out. But if you guys DM me at any time you want, I promise you I'll always reply. I love the stuff that I can do individually, cite stuff really quickly because I've done the practice, and I can give you numbers. If you like numbers and you understand recurring numbers well, I can give you formulations of how we're not actually in 2022, but we're more in 2020. We were actually in the year 2222. It's a play on this 1/9 thing, the 1.1 recurring. We were in base 9, or we're in base 10, but we're using base 9 systems. It's that 360, between 360 degrees and 400 degrees. It's pretty much the same thing. It depends what base you're talking about, So it's a transition from something to something. But please DM me. I've got to go now, and I will give you any.
You gotta go? Okay, because I was going to ask one more question. Have you watched Iwar Anand stuff?
No, one more, mate.
Iwar Anand. Have you heard of him? His stuff that people kind of been talking about for the last couple of years. So he looks like Iwar Anand.
Oh, Iwar Anand. Yes, I watch his videos. I highly respect it, and I wanted to make videos like him. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I thought you might have had some of that influence, and I'll send you. I'll send you some videos that I think describe what you're talking about. But it's interesting because you were talking about some of the cycles and giants and the existence of giants, and maybe that some of the stones that we find are bones instead of or kidneys or whatever else, which is an interesting idea as well that UR touches on, and a lot of other channels, but. The fact that who was it? Bandwidth or Bandsaw? Was it you saying that you never found a bone the whole time you ever dug these holes?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so did you find human bones, like regular human bones, a lot?
No, I found kangaroo, dog, cat, any of that. any of those sorts of
But
bones.
but no regular humans, like not
I've got,
not talking about giant humans. Did you find
No,
regular humans?
no, no,
I've
no.
got
I
to go.
worked.
Well then,
Yeah, all right,
I've got
Val.
to go.
All right,
Yeah.
Val. Too easy, buddy. All right, brother.
I've posted a picture in the text of my latest sort of shape. That how it works in a. It's more the magnetics are doing the shaping for us. See you later, guys.
Yeah, all right, bro.
all right,
All
take
right.
care. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we worked on a site once years ago in Melbourne where we actually dug up some human bones, and they traced them back to be Aboriginal bones, which then the whole site had to get shut down for 2 months actually after that, because apparently it was a sacred site, but they never
Hmm.
ended up being Aboriginal bones in the end. So this whole site
What
got
were
shut
they?
down. They were human bones, but they weren't Aboriginal bones. They couldn't trace them back to the Indigenous people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but that's the only time human bones. And it wasn't even bones. It was only just one. I'm pretty sure at the time. And they called the authorities for whatever reason, and they came out and started an investigation. It's quite amusing. But yeah, no,
Well,
I
that's
think
just
it was.
it's an interesting. It was an interesting reaction from you because I know that you're open-minded to a lot of these ideas, and I didn't expect that you would be so convinced that giants didn't exist, because it seems to be a lot of flat Earth people and researchers in general that have come to the seeming conclusion that there's pretty good evidence that there has been giants. But
Yeah,
I
look,
guess what you're
yeah,
saying.
it's not that I'm closed-minded perspective.
No, I'm
It's
not saying
just
that.
it's just that I haven't seen any evidence. Like we've got pictures, right, that show giant sort of people and gnomey sort of people, but I just haven't seen any evidence, like physical evidence as such, like giant bones or giant tooling, this sort of stuff. So I'm still open to the idea. But I need a bit more, I suppose, practical evidence to push me over the
Well, that makes
line.
sense. Yeah, you've
Yeah.
got you're a good resource to make a judgment about that if you haven't ever found them, and you would expect to if you've dug that many holes. So yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying to think of other reasons that's the reason I asked if you dug up regular human bones, because then maybe there was a similar practice to where they would bury their bodies that we would have, and that's why you wouldn't find either. So maybe there's certain cemeteries or certain areas where they would they would bury, and they've already been excavated or protected or whatever. Who knows, right?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
the idea of fossil fuels and the fact that we're supposed to believe that these fossil fuels are coming from dinosaur remains makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, and why that can't be. I mean, that's just one of the things, of course, that when you find that out, you're like, well, of course not. I mean, why would it be in just one area then to begin with, and all these other questions, right?
Was it you perspective, or was it Realm? I think it was you that posted a video for me to look at Southern Hemisphere stars with
from Jasla. I think it was Jasla 111.
No. Sam Fu was the channel.
Oh yeah, that was E1, my
yeah.
friend. That's my friend E1 that I was talking about last time I came on.
Yeah. I actually watched. I'm about probably halfway through it now.
He knows his shit pretty good, huh? Smart dude.
Yeah, exactly. It was very, very interesting. And that trouble about. I've actually been on a few hangouts with Trouble About.
She's in Australia.
She certainly is, and she's right into her photography with the stars and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
She's pretty.
The three of us, Trouble About, E1, and I used to talk for hours and hours and hours. And
Yep.
And their main thing was, well, if the flat earthers are denying that there are southern star trails, then it's hard. What's going on with that? Because just denying that they're there seems like an obvious oversight. just people that have taken the time-lapse photography or studied the
Yeah.
celestial equator and all these other things, you know, and it seems like maybe that's some of the disinformation that got continued or something that maybe was almost intentionally avoided if it's been 5 years and it hasn't been focused on.
Yeah.
As a flat Earth proves, in fact, it's actually something that works in the favor of flat Earth, which is why it was so frustrating to hear Tim Osman or whoever come into a debate and say Southern Star Trails and feel like he won it just by saying that. And a lot of flat earthers reacting to it and saying, you know, as
Yeah,
if
and
he,
I asked
as if it
Jin.
killed.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Jin the other day. I asked. Anyway, I don't want to throw him under the bus. It might have been someone else, but I asked him about,
Sure.
you know, what's the explanation for the Southern Star Trail,
Mm-hmm.
and it was actually disappointing because he said, I haven't been there, so not that he said that they didn't exist. He goes, I haven't been there, so I can't give an opinion. Well, you know, this Southern Star Trail has been in the realm for quite some time. You know, explain the Southern Star Trails on a flat Earth type of thing. It's been one of the globe so-called proofs, you know, for many years, the Southern Star Trails, and I found
Right.
it annoying somewhat that, you know, another person that has been in the, you know, in the debate for 7 or 8 years just hand wave dismiss it. It's just like, I haven't seen it myself, so I don't want to talk about it. It's just, well, you know what? I haven't seen elephants, but I'll talk about elephants. You know, it's
Yeah.
just silly. It's a
It's
silly
such a
stance
major
to take.
part, you know, such a major part of what's going on, if that is the case.
Yeah.
And then there's other theories that, you know, I still consider, like there's another channel called No Fanfare that I'll also send you a link to, that talks about how they could be reflections off the dome, and that would explain why you would see them from the tip of South America, you know, Chile or where, you know, the 3 spots that they always point out is a debunk for the fact that, you know, they claim at least that you can see Sigma Octantis from all these 3 different areas that would be too spread out to actually, you know, see that Southern Star point from all 3 areas if the flat Earth map is, you know, correct. So, but then there's a, you know, explanation for that because they're in different time zones and all that too. And anyway, there's a lot of different theories on how it could be that maybe they're reflections and that there's a you know, a dome effect, but it does seem like that if there was just one pole, that wouldn't make any sense either. You know, everything we do have, like the guy that was just on was pointing out, you know, our face is, you know, we've got 2 eyes and, or, you know, our thermodynamics, our lungs that work just like the, you know, the vortex of thermodynamics, and why wouldn't this, you know, the system be more of a representative of that, which, you know, would intuitively also make sense. And that there might be, like the other one, the video that I posted, Jazzlem111, that suggested there was an infinity loop for the sun to go through, like it was going through its infinity loop to make its movements more accurate with the time zones. And then it would also have, it'd be interesting if that were the case, or could be shown to be the case, because it not only have an infinity path that it goes on, but also the infinity analemma that it leaves as it rises and falls slightly in the sky throughout the year. So it'd be like a double infinity type thing.
Yes, yes. I think, you know, a magnetic field, electrical field.
Did you see where E1 was
Yeah.
explaining that with the shavings on a paper, the dipole, with the way that you see the shavings kind of?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I got. Oh, yeah, that's not quite halfway through, but yeah, no, I did get to that bit, and it does. It looks
Makes a
so
lot of sense,
similar
right?
to the, you know, especially how you see the star trails at the equator. You know, especially it looks very, very similar, and logically you can put the 2 together. You know, it's quite, like I said, I'm a very practical person perspective, and when you see something demonstrated like that, then now my practical mind now kicks in, and I can practically kind of put it together. You know, this field, you know, moving in these patterns and things following and been moved
Yeah.
by these fields in this pattern. It's very easy to picture.
There's
Whereas
things in this discussion that just resonate, right?
exactly. Whereas what we're told, this gravity thing that we're told that keeps everything in place, which is just mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space time. You can't picture that at all, and it doesn't make any practical sense to see how everything can be perfectly in sync with just stuff going everywhere, pulling and pushing up against everything in all different directions, whereas a field itself that has a very particular shape, and when the shape represents, like I said, the star trails at the equator, it's identical, then all of a sudden it's like boom, there's a bit of a
Right.
light bulb moment type of thing. Yeah.
Yep. It's awesome once you feel like you've realized that we're not being told the truth, of course, because a lot of things don't make sense and the contradictions add up, and then you start looking into these other possibilities, and it seems like some of these ones have, just resonate and you just know it. But I kind of felt the same way about a few things that haven't turned out to be true, like the idea of like Martin Kenny, where he was going into the plasma event and stuff like that. And that was the other thing that I wanted to comment on about what Raum was just saying about the end of the world type scenarios that were I didn't get if he was thinking that there was a cycle ending now and that we don't have much time left, or if he was talking about that there's not going to be the ending that we're being kind of like whatever they're making it out to be, like there's some kind of cycle ending coming up. Who knows what the actual truth is, but it's interesting if it is just an act, or if there's some truth to it this time, and how could we ever know, because there is a lot of attention paid to the stars by these people that are in control, and maybe there is something they're looking for that is the big one, as opposed to some of these other ones that they've kind of simulated up till now with the pandemics prior, right?
No, exactly right. I think I does believe in some sort of cycle, 26,000 year cycle. I think that rings a bell. I could be incorrect there, but if it is coming to the end of that cycle, like how do we know when the cycle began? This long cycle, like is the cycle 26,000 years? Well, how can we date that? Is the cycle 5? How do we date this actual cycle when it started again for the new time? Like that sort of thing. Yeah, look, they are interesting proposals, and I listen to them. I'm not necessarily on board with them, but everything seems to be in a cycle. It doesn't matter what it is. Everything seems to have a cycle, whether it's the cycle of the sun and the moon and the stars, or the simple thing of an apple tree growing and fruiting every single year, or the cycle of a person. It doesn't matter what it is. Everything seems to move in a cycle. So the possibility of there being a greater cycle of things, isn't out of the realms of possibility at all. I don't think.
Well, have you seen Iwar Anand stuff? Did you know who I was talking about when I mentioned him?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you would definitely be interested in checking it out. Well, you remember the video that everyone was talking about for a while, no trees on flat Earth, right?
No.
You don't? No forests on
not at
flat
all.
Earth. That's not familiar to you. Okay, I'm going to need to send you. I'll DM you a bunch of links. It was a video that was put out by I think it was a Russian guy that was suggesting that there were there were larger trees, and a lot of the stuff that we have now is remnants of the silicon trees that towered over the earth at one point, and that Devil's Tower is a tree stump and that kind of idea, right? But it got criticized even by a lot of flat earthers because it's a little bit far stretched, because you could have some practical questions like where where are the rest of the branches if you just have a tree stump, and why aren't there more tree stumps if that was the case? And a lot of practical things that, you know, haven't had good answers necessarily, but the one similar to what Realm just, you know, said might be the case with the bodies is they've been, you know, excavated completely, you know, cleaned from our ability to find much of that, you know, going on. Maybe they were harvesting the silicon and they actually took all of it and, you know, did a really good job of cleaning it up. Who knows? Or maybe a lot of the rocks we have are remnants of that. But he said, anyway, the reason I bring that video up is it's kind of like that video phenomenon now with his stuff in a way, because it's like, even if you don't agree with some of the speculation that he goes into or some of the assertions he might make in too confident a way, everyone's got to see it just for the discussion, because it's now in the lexicon of flat earth, you know, videos being made. There's a lot more I could tell you about him and some of the drama that went on with FPV Angel, and that doesn't even matter. I'd rather have you watch his stuff first, and then if you want those details later, you know, that would be
then comment. Look, I've definitely seen photos and screenshots of what people say were once upon a time giant trees, like, you know, mountains that have, you know, that are flat on the top, and you know, this is, you know, a tree stump. Now, when I look at them in isolation, before someone mentions that they're a old tree stump or a tree stump that's been cut down, however it's been cut down, I just see like a mountain with a flat top. That's what I see. Now all of a sudden the idea has been put in my mind, you know, this is a tree stump, and yes, you can see it. It's kind of like looking at clouds with your kids when you're laying in the backyard. That's how I view it, you know.
Pareidolia, right?
Yeah, exactly right. You know, you see what you see, they see what they see, and then, you know, they tell you what they see, and they try and point it out, and then all of a sudden you can see, you know, something that's there. It's like the, you know, would have been a month ago, just standing at the front. My wife says to me, "Look at the tree over there. It's munching away." Right? I go, "Munching away? What do you mean, babe?" She said, "Look, it looks like a head that is munching away." Now, at first, I'm just looking at the whole tree, right? And I go, what are you on about? Like, have you taken some mushies that I don't know about? Like, where are you going with this, right? And then all of a sudden, she points out on the side of the tree, and she goes, you know, there's the brow, and there's the nose, and there's the mouth, and that bottom branch is making the bottom, you know, jaw, and it's moving up. And as soon as she points it out, then bang, the image is in my head, and now I can see it. But prior to that notion being put into my head, I was just looking at a tree, right? And that's how I look at some of these other things. It's like, you know, I've seen you know, caves where they're supposed to represent, you know, giant vaginas and stuff like that. Now, at first, when I've seen them, I've just looked at them. Oh, okay, that's just a, you know, a hole in the, you know, side of a
but a second take, you start to see things that are almost undeniable. It seems.
Exactly. Right? Well, hello. And there was another fellow, I can't remember the name of his channel, Mud Fossil University, I think, and he sees dragons and giant fish and stuff all over the place. And anyway, someone sent me one of his links, and I watched it. And anyway, I kind of knew what it was
what's interesting about what you're saying is that you know, again, it's one of these things that, you know, yeah, pareidolia does exist, but at the same time, just because, like, it's like if you've ever heard the theory of you know, something that you thought might be true, and then there was a debunk, then, you know, from there on out, all similar theories might be written off that way, when maybe they shouldn't, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'm not, and this dragon that apparently is embedded in the ground that Mud Fossil apparently found. Before I even watched it, I pulled up the map, and I had a look at the map, and I'm trying to see this giant dinosaur that's embedded in the ground. And it wasn't until I once again watched his video, and he actually had the mouse out and he's going around the head and going body and the tail. You can kind of make something out. I'm not saying it's not true. Like, I don't know. I wasn't there back then. And all these things are quite possible. I just.
But you're more skeptical about this area of claim than other areas. Maybe.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing giant bones, gnome bones, a giant shovel, a giant saw. Some of these things just to give it just a little bit of validity, to the claim.
Well, yeah. Well, the giant doors and a lot of the I mean, if you look at some of the stuff like with these complete, complete like chiseled insides that are way too tall for any man to need back in the day, like in Petra and some of these places that are just like, what's the necessity to make the door that big, And so that kind of lends credence to the idea that there might be, a reason or that they were made for giants instead of men, right? And then there's some of these other things that kind of support the idea that these tree stumps were not at least what they're telling us. And some of the basalt columns that are perfect hexagonal shapes being explained as lava that, cooled rapidly and had that form to it. And there's a lot of, ballers that will say that that's very true. And you can, see the evidence of that. And it's not something you should question. But, a lot of flat earthers may look at that and say, I don't think so. That's too perfect to be lava, which we're supposed to think it's kind of an explosion type thing. And these perfect hexagonal shapes, like a fibrous shape that we would see in plants or trees and some of these other things. Like, I'll send you a video that when you get done watching it, I think it's by a channel called Wise Up. But when you get done watching it, it's hard to deny that there's not some kind of large tree type artifacts that we're looking at. So anyway, I'm not trying to push that narrative, but it's just that Ewar touches on that in a different way. He brings that up in his stuff that kind of complements the idea of that without going to the place that the video everyone criticized a while back was going,
But things having patterns, right, is very, very evident. And what is it? The Fibonacci code? Is it Fibonacci code?
Yeah, Fibonacci sequence.
Sequence, that's the one. Sequence, like everything seems to follow this, right? And what you touched on with the lava and all that sort of stuff can once again fall into this sequence of events quite easily, and it is quite easy, when you see this sequence, which once again is very practical. Because I'm a very practical person. Once again, it's very practical to see this.
Oh yeah, that's one that resonates big time. There's no denying the resonance when you hear, when you start seeing sacred geometry everywhere, and
exactly right.
This is something we were never taught in school. Like, what the hell? Why were we never taught about sacred geometry? That is proof that they're not telling us everything right there. I'm playing with these rocks. I have a rock collection I'm playing with.
Oh, cool. So these columns being formed, perfectly, just via nature itself. To me, that is a very possible thing. Just with this sequence of events, put a sequence of events in place, and these things can happen.
Even with lava, does it make sense? As it would be like almost like a frozen lava explosion?
Most definitely. Just because it's an explosion, right? It doesn't mean that things perfectly cannot be formed from it, right? We just think of lava and explosions of these violent these violent reactions that are going every which way. Okay, but you know, perhaps there is a sequence in that as well. You know,
Yeah, I'm not
the
ruling that out, but it does seem
yeah,
like anyway, that's just one of the points that Ewar does a compelling job with, as well as a lot of his other ideas that, are too far stretched for definitely most ballers. And the production value of it is almost too slick to believe that it's one guy doing it. It's so well done. I mean, there's not a stutter in his speech, not a bad edit in the whole thing.
yeah,
And he goes to places that a lot of other people haven't gone, and it seems like almost that there should be more people talking about it, even though that there are a lot of people that talked about it. But it's just strange because he had a channel that got taken down. He claims it was because of the trolling that was going on. So when you find his videos, they're always posted secondhand by some other channel, but there's a
yeah,
lot of respected flat earthers that respect what the content is, and I think everyone would have to, just for the way it's put together and some of the ideas. Whether you completely agree with him or not is irrelevant.
yeah. But it doesn't matter what the information is, perspective. Doesn't matter what it is. You take it on board and you analyze it and you take from it what you do. Now, whether or not you agree with it or disagree with it is neither here nor there. It's still new information. It's still a new way of thinking about things, and that is what is so enjoyable about speaking to people that have all these different ideas that I don't necessarily get on board with. But I respect the ideas. I listen to the ideas. I give the ideas the time of day. And when people have got new ideas, they want to talk about it, which once again opens up your mind to new ways of thinking about things.
Right.
And the whole just talking to you and Realm a little bit over the last couple of weeks with these magnetic fields and star trails and stuff like that. It's opened a new way of thinking, right? And now I see the possibility very, very clearly that this indeed could be the way that these things are moving and traveling and following a certain path.
Right.
Now,
And I
if I
wanted
have
to
been,
say earlier that what annoyed me about the reaction flat earthers would have about the Southern Star Trails is that the answer you would get, just like you were saying about the repetitive, or maybe Jen was saying that, he hadn't been there. I've been disappointed for a long time in the normal kind of like repeated reaction or answer to what about the Southern Star Trails? And you'd always get the same answer from most flat earthers that were, popular, that don't all the stars go move west or east to west.
yep.
Like that's the only explanation needed, when actually if they're going in circles, that's not necessarily east to west only. Yeah, east to west through the celestial equator. Well, like I said, if they go around 360 degrees separating from each other and circle back around like E1 was talking about, then can you just call that east to west, and can you deny that one's clockwise and the other is counterclockwise? And all these other things that are specific details about what we can observe that shouldn't be debated or just denied at this point in the conversation.
Yeah. And the way he was talking about Orion's belt, like we just see Orion's belt, here as one, or the Milky Way, and he's saying that it actually breaks in two, separates and comes back together.
Well, no, he said Milky Way, yeah, right. Did you hear that part? Was he talking about?
Yeah,
isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting, and I'm going, what? It does what? And
Right.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. So no, I definitely.
And why hasn't that ever been proposed by anybody, if that is the case? And if he was able to see evidence of that, shouldn't that be something we're all talking about by now, right?
Exactly. And my ears definitely pricked when I heard that, because I'd never heard it before. I was going, man, this is.
Well, I don't know if you remember, but I mentioned it when I first mentioned him, and was talking about. Well, I don't think he talks about that idea, but at least that video, but the idea that Quetzalcoatl, the myth of the monster, the being torn apart in the sky, you know, the legend of
Yes.
Quetzalcoatl,
Yes.
which
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were
you did.
describing the monster being torn apart in the sky, which could be a metaphor for that, you know, observation of the Milky Way breaking apart.
Yeah. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, exactly right. But
But he
yeah,
also had a little bit, just real quick, because I have to go soon. But he also, did you get? I don't think he talked about it in that talk either. But E1 seems to think that there was some kind of cycle that they've been paying attention to, and it has something to do with the solar minimum, which he seemed to think was legit. And his observation of the planets in relation to the sun made him think that this is a time actually right when the sun is powering down. And that's kind of like an accepted mainstream science confirmation, as well as, you know, a lot of people I've met in our conversations and the alternative conversation, thinking that, or at least seem to think that that's what we're headed for and what's been going on. You know, the whole global warming thing could be explained, in fact, by the fact that the sun is powering down right now, and you would think that wouldn't make it hotter, but it does in some areas. According to E1, what he was saying is that the magnetic field weakens, and therefore it's hotter in some areas and a lot colder in other areas. And we have seen a lot of changing weather patterns. And maybe he thought that a good explanation for the ghost cities in China that they built is that the area they built them in is terrible right now. But, and you know, 10 years from now, with the way that the sun's moving or the magnetic field is moving, it's going to be prime real estate. With
thriving.
the way that the weather will be. Yeah. So those kind of things. But he was saying that the planets seem to be furthest out in their cycle from the sun. And so maybe during this period, that's something that happens. And he seemed to trace it back, in fact, that's the cycle that the planets go through. And maybe they actually have something to do with powering the sun. And, you know, or their relation to the sun has something to do with the cycle. So, and if that is the case, then that would explain why they might want to scale down if they're talking about, you know, a little mini ice age that we might be headed for, because then you wouldn't have as many people competing for, you know, like if everyone's in famine, and that's what happens, and they go underground, and that kind of scenario is what's really playing out here. You know, then you know, less people would be, you know, less of a threat of people coming to steal your food from you, kind of idea. That's kind of where he went. But his father was in the military and kind of gave him like a heads up at one point, saying at some point you're going to need to protect your mom and all that kind of stuff. And he was in the military as if he had inside knowledge, so he's kind of, you know, hunkered down and gotten ready for that possibility at this point.
Be prepared. Exactly.
But then how much of that is a psyop, and how much of, you know, the cycle changing will actually, you know, affect the weather that much to the point where we have to like move to another area. And that's why I brought up Iwar Anand, because there's a whole thing about the cycles and the great year being misexplained or not explained properly. And his idea is that there's actually a rotation to the sun and the moon, and that there's other quadrants. There's 4 corners of the earth, and we're only in one corner of the earth, and that the sun and moon themselves might actually move in a clockwork fashion. And that's why with the clock, that most famous clock, and where is it? It's the one with a circle within a circle, and it's in it's an astronomical clock. It's the longest working clock. I think it's in Prague. It's you ever seen that, the Prague clock? The really fancy one that has the sun and the moon on it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that the motion of that little circle within the circle moves around in its own circle, and the idea is that maybe our sun and moon have their own cycle and they move on, and that's why we've rediscovered an ancient age where, you know, it was like between ice ages. So as a race of people, we have to move west to, or east to west ourselves and migrate, and then maybe there is an ice circle that thaws out over time, and then, like, you know, 5,000 years from now, the area
Yeah.
we're in now will be thawed out once again, and that might
Yes,
be the cycle.
yes. Yeah, I've
Anyway,
definitely heard of that. Definitely heard of that. Which
that
once
would be
again, which
interesting.
yes, it would be very interesting. Which somewhat would possibly explain these things that we have remnants of,
Right.
and can't explain how they got there or who put them there. That at one stage these were thriving areas, but the cycle, the weather
Mhm.
patterns and whatnot, people had no choice but to move on and find more fertile grounds, more livable grounds, because where they were just became inhabitable over a period of
Right.
time. So yeah.
And maybe why, if some of these areas that were the last to be discovered, like they say about America or wherever, or even the west side of America compared to the east, maybe there was a thawing out that had to happen before they could keep going any further west. I don't know. Those kind of things maybe would be explained as well.
Exactly.
But you've got, I'm almost jealous because you've got now 20 hours of Iwar Anand to indulge in, and I don't get to because I've already seen it all, but I'd watch it all again. That's how good it is.
Yeah.
So I'm going to send you links for sure.
Too easy, mate. Too easy. I look forward to checking it all out.
Oh yeah, you're in. I can't believe that you haven't heard of Will Forrest on Flat Earth. Interesting.
No.
That was the one that a lot of people were talking about. A lot of flat earthers tore it apart. Nathan Oakley did it.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know why the reaction was so strange to that, But also to go along with that idea is that a lot of excavation has gone on, and that Grand Canyon might be an excavation site rather than what the explanation we're given.
Yeah.
The erosion, the erosion from water.
Yeah. I think things just get teared down so quickly and so hostilely because they don't. It doesn't fit in with their paradigm, and if it doesn't fit in with their paradigm, and may break their paradigm, they can't have it. They can't have it at all.
Even for flat earthers, you mean?
Yes, on both sides, most
Yeah,
definitely,
yeah,
most
right?
definitely. Yeah. I was speaking to a guy a few days ago who is, or as he calls it, a domer, right? And I'm not a domer myself. I'm not the glass dome and stuff. I don't. Once again, I don't see any evidence of it, right?
Well, what E1 says about that, real quick, just to let you know, he does think there might be some kind of dome because of rainbows, which has been an idea that's been around for a while. But he's saying that the double rainbows seems to really indicate that that's the case because they always are the same distance apart from each other, and the second rainbow is fainter than the first one, and the colors are reversed. And he could get that same effect by using a dome, a glass, a handmade, or one that he has, like another dome type effect. He could only
Yeah,
get that effect, and because and if it was coming off the inside surface of the dome and the outside surface of the dome, it would explain the reversing of the colors as well as the more faint
yeah,
appearance of the second rainbow. So
yeah,
that's
yeah.
some evidence, plus sundogs, is some evidence that seems like there's some kind
Yeah,
of reflection.
no, yeah. But this whole solid glass dome, I'm not one of those domers. I
Right.
can on the other hand, right? When you've superfluids, helium superfluid, right?
Sure.
Which this thing is light, right? And everything reaches its equilibrium at a certain height. And so now we have all this helium, this superfluid, which is now all bound together, which is permeable and flexible, right? So it can kind of breathe in and out a bit like a lung, it can expand and contract, somewhat. That
Wouldn't you
could,
think we'd get some of like a notice of the breathing part of it, though? Like, that's another
no,
argument people have with the dome. Why wouldn't
yeah,
we see more
yeah.
evidence of it? You know?
I don't think you would actually see it move. It's so minute, almost indetectable, only because of the atmosphere we've got to look through anyway. But I can maybe picture something like that, separating us from the stars, and where
And that would
the
make sense
stars
with
are.
the double circle model. Then it would be kind of like chest breathing,
Exactly,
and
yeah, yeah.
the
But
tits are going in and out.
yeah. Because we do know that there are superfluids and stuff like that, and helium. So once again, it's a practical sort of thing that I can get my head around.
Right.
So when I say I'm not a domer per se, but this would make a dome-like containment over the Earth that is, because I definitely don't think that the Earth that we know or the Earth that we've been shown is all of it either. I think there is more. I think there is definitely more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we
So
talked about last night. Infinite until
exactly,
proven otherwise. In my opinion.
exactly right. So, but a fellow I was talking to a few nights ago, was saying that this dome is glass and all that sort of stuff and whatnot. And I can't get on board. I can't get on board with that. But
Well, you could consider like a thicker substance as a glass of sorts.
Exactly. Right. But he wasn't open to any other idea, because it was breaking his paradigm of the glass dome, firmament, all these sort of things. Everything is placed inside that firmament, which is a very religious stance, I suppose. He's a Bible literalist as well.
Yeah,
Um,
that hinders a lot of people, I find, and they have to stick to that narrative. Yeah.
Exactly, and my answer, to the Bible, when apparently, there's a fellow sitting under a pear tree, God whispers in his ear, "This is the word of God." He writes it down on a bit of parchment paper and passes it on to us. Well, how do I know that's true, mate? How do I know it is the word of God? I'm not saying that the Bible is a bad book at all. I'm not suggesting that the Bible is a bad book, but
But it's no secret it's been translated many times, and
exactly,
the books have been
it's a
left out and all kinds of tampering.
yeah.
That's
It's
admitted
a
to.
game of whispers.
But then it's still somehow
Yeah.
sacrilege to question its validity. I don't get why that
Exactly.
isn't
It's a game of
over.
whispers. And these same people will tell you we can't trust what the government tells us, but yet we're supposed to trust what man has translated for us and passed down through the generations.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's a little bit of a hypocritical train of thought as far as I'm concerned.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
it's an all
agree.
or nothing attitude with that, and then they have to jump on you as if you're questioning God, and the existence of God all of a sudden, or whatever it is. Yeah.
Exactly.
Or you're
Amen.
saying that it's completely made up. No, it's just been translated different ways, and that there could be some areas where they've used it to their advantage, and that's not necessarily meaning that none of it's valid. Don't straw man me.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
I hear you.
I'm not saying there's not a creator or not a God of whatever shape, form, or existence he is, but yeah, you wanna tell me this is the way, the only way, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, nah. Catch it. Jump on the next train, buddy.
And it's almost an insult to think that you could know exactly what God is thinking or wanting or all of that. Isn't he supposed to be beyond our understanding? Isn't that admitted to as well? And then at the same time, they're trying to say exactly what he wants and says. Did.
Yeah. But yeah, send me those links and.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I've got to get off. It's early in the morning here, and I haven't even gone to sleep yet. So.
Do you not recognize me, Banso?
Oh, Mr. Buttons in the house.
You have a brain damage or something? I was
There
here.
you go.
Good night, guys.
Sorry. Good night, Perspective. Catch you later, mate. Good chat.
All right, later, bro.
What's up, Mr. Button?
Nothing, really.
What do you bring for me today?
Nothing. I am
Nothing?
not debating.
You're not
Yeah.
debating. Well, I suppose there's nothing to debate when we live on a planar surface. It's all been
Yeah,
settled.
try and rope me in.
I
Try
haven't
and
roped you
trick
in at
me.
all. Well, can you prove to me otherwise that it's anything else other than a planar surface?
Couldn't you hide it better?
No, I couldn't at all. Not at all.
How many times do I have to debate you for you to be satisfied?
Oh, well, I don't know. And to be satisfied, well, you got to win at least one, and you're yet to do that.
Oh my god. Look,
You're yet to do that.
it's
Right? But
mutual, bro.
and if you like, I'll give you another shot at the title. Right? If you like,
It's mutual. Prove to me that the earth is flat.
I can. Planar surveying, horizontal
Not in your
lines.
shed, by the way.
Right. Okay. Plumb bobs and water.
In your
Right.
shed.
Yeah. Hey, what's wrong with my shed? What's wrong with my shed?
That it's very local.
Of course. It's very local. It's my shed.
Yeah,
Why should it
you
work?
want something.
Why should it work any differently anywhere else? Because if I go, across the road to my neighbour's shed, right, it'll work exactly the same way. Or if I go down the road to the neighbour down the road and go into his shed, right, it'll work exactly the same way. So it's just not my shed; it's everyone's shed.
By local, I mean like your near vicinity should be like a very, very huge expanse of land.
Well, I tell you what, if I go to the next state, to a shed in the next state, it'll work exactly the same way.
How about this? Observing a ship going underneath the horizon with a giant ocean, right? You've got this giant ocean, and the ship
Yeah.
goes underneath that, right? There you go.
Have,
That's large
I
enough.
don't know. I don't know. Do you have an image of such bodies of water that have curvature of them obstructing a ship that we could examine right now?
Well, I sent one ages ago. I don't know if it
Oh,
was here on the other server.
not to me, you haven't, or not to this server that I've seen.
I'm sure you've seen it. Well, you wanna watch it again?
Well, maybe. I'm sure it could be quite easily debunked. Quite easily. But
Debunked.
give it,
Yeah,
give
you're
it,
not
give
sure
it,
though how.
give it your best shot. Give it your best shot.
What do you mean? You're the one trying to debunk it.
I'm not debunking it. I'll debunk it after I've seen it. I don't have one to show you. I don't have a picture of Earth curvature getting in the way of a ship. I don't have one. I haven't been able to find one yet. But if you've got one, I'd like to see it. I'd love
By
to
the
see
way,
it.
you were successful. I told you I don't want to debate, and you got me debating. Nice one. And I'm holding a vape in my hand. What is this? Like muscle memory with you?
There we go. So you're ready. You're all right. You're ready. You got your vape. Right. You're ready to have a shot at the title. Happy days.
It's amazing that I hear during our VC discussion the lighter turning on 5 times.
Me, mine.
Yeah, you always turn on the lighter 5 times, so that tells me how much you're smoking.
No, I actually play. I actually play with it a lot, Monsipo, as well. So.
Interesting.
Uh,
Okay. All right, let me try and send you it.
Okay then, I'm waiting with bated breath. I am waiting for this picture that apparently a ship is getting blocked by curvy water. Apparently.
All right.
All right. You ready to?
It's not gonna
Like,
work on you. I know you're just gonna try and. I don't know. You're gonna say something like perspective. This is what they've said, by the way.
oh, look, there's a bit of refraction there. There's a bit of miraging there.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
it's all. Look, I
Would
look
you
at
care to give me a diagram?
look at all those distorted lines for starters on the ship. They're all over the place. So,
Yeah. Would you care to give me a diagram? By the way, the ship looks like a ship. I don't know what you're talking about. Distorted lines.
well, you can see it. Like, firstly, when it goes, it's about 1, 2, 3,
Are you talking
4,
about like
5. Like it's the
like
third,
when
the
you
second.
have heat, like heat waves?
Heat waves, right? Yes, to those sort of distorted lines. All right, so
Yeah.
you
How
can
would that
call.
give you this illusion? You
Oh,
can't just mention these phenomena and then say, okay, there you go.
okay then. Are we looking through atmosphere when we're looking at this ship?
Of course.
Of course. All right. Now, the more atmosphere that we look through, so I don't know how far away this ship is. Right, let's just say it's, I don't know, 5 miles. Say it's 5 miles away. So we've got 5 miles of atmosphere that we're looking through. Would you agree there? Right? Yep.
I mean, we don't have the number, but all
Okay.
right,
Okay. Well then,
let's make
okay.
it
So
up.
we don't. Okay then. So now we're just hypothesizing what's happening because we've got no numbers, we've got no data to work with. All right. So we're looking through atmosphere. So we've got refraction, we've got miraging, we've got
You can't
diffraction.
mention things and then not make a connection. How are we seeing this phenomenon? Can you actually explain it? Perhaps like draw a diagram showing me the path of the light rays, something like that. You know?
So you want an orthographic view of how we're seeing things in a first person view.
Like an actual explanation, not just
No,
mentioning stuff.
I'm asking, is that what you want? You want a
Yeah,
diagram in third person view instead of what we're seeing in first person view?
yeah.
Because
It
we
would
don't.
really help your case if I
Well,
could visually see what you're talking about, not just
we don't.
mentioning.
We don't see in third person, do we? For starters, we don't see in third person, right? We see in first person. For number one. Now,
What?
are you under the impression that light travels forever?
Wait, did I send this in the right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's here. I'm looking.
Okay.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. Are you under the impression that light travels forever?
So you're asking if something would stop it
I'm asking you. Are you under the impression that light travels forever?
without refracting?
No. Does it travel forever? I haven't mentioned
Sure.
refraction. I haven't mentioned refraction at all.
Yeah, I guess so. If it's not
Really?
being absorbed by an electron or whatever.
Okay. And so we know that when light is in a medium, it slows down. Would you agree with that?
It appears to slow down, yeah.
Well, it does slow down in a medium that can be measured, right? It slows down. You'd agree with that, yeah?
I watched a video about it where light itself doesn't slow down, but yeah, the average speed at the end of the material does have a lower speed.
So light
Anyways, let's
slows
not get
down.
into that.
Well,
Sure.
light
Yeah.
slows down, okay? So if light slows down in a medium, right, it has to come to an end. Has to, logically, right? The more of
What do you
that
mean?
medium, well, the more of that medium that light travels through, the more it is slowing down. Okay, it doesn't hit a medium. Just say you can have a constant medium, right? It's constant all the way through, no variation whatsoever, right? And that light is passing through it. Okay, that resistance that light is hitting compounds, right? And the more it compounds, then the light further and further slows down to a point where it has gone through that much resistance, it eventually comes to 0 speed. It no longer travels any further. Okay?
Light
Now,
coming at 0
yes,
speed.
yes. 100% it gets to 0.0 where it no longer travels. It runs out of energy, right? Because it can't go through a medium at one speed and then come out the other side and then regain energy, because things on their own can't create energy. Energy has to be put into something, right? So it can't create its own energy. So once it's losing energy, it can no longer regain that energy, right? So the more resistance it is going through, the more it's going to slow down, eventually till it comes to a dead
Light
stop.
doesn't have
And
mass, by the way.
it doesn't make any difference. It is still slowing down. So something
But
is
what's
happening.
interesting is it might, when it enters a medium, apparently it might turn into a polariton, a different particle. That
Okay.
was, I can send you a video about that. That was by.
You can send me a video, right? But it doesn't change the fact that the light is in a medium and the light is slowing down. And the more of that medium it goes through, the more it has to slow down, right? So we're only registering speeds over very short distances to make our calculations and get our average speed of reflected
Just go
light,
get me a
that is,
diagram.
right?
Just do
Well,
that.
I don't need a diagram. Like, you know yourself that the speed of light is measured over a very short distance, and it's actually the reflected speed of light. It's not the one-way speed of light. It's actually reflected. So it's a two-way a two-way path that is then the medium of that is then taken into account. So there's the speed right there. So this light is slowing down. So now if this, right, depending, all right, it's going to be more susceptible, right, to interaction with that medium. All right, it's going to have less energy to punch its way through that medium. Okay, then. So if it's got less energy to punch its way through the medium, now these little photons are going to be doing all these crazy different things, going this way, they're going that way, and every which way, but straight towards you, right? Thus creating many different effects, of refraction, of miraging, and even the effects of apparent boats disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, that logically follows, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm
100%.
convinced.
100% it follows.
I agree. The shape of the ship and everything in its details, that remains, comprehensible. I can see it, but for some reason the bottom part completely disappears the further away it goes. You know what's the complete most simple explanation, which can actually make sense without
Well,
mentioning a bunch of phenomena,
okay,
without linking
what is yours? What is your
curvature
most,
of the
uh,
freaking ocean.
no,
It's really that
no,
simple,
no.
and it links and it corroborates with everything else we see in nature.
You know what's most fascinating about that little GIF that you posted, right? That apparently, right, is disappearing from top up, right? Because naturally, the thickest part of the atmosphere is going to be closest to the water, to the ground, but in this case, water. Right, so that's where the most distortion, the most refraction, the most miraging is going to be taking place. So the little wing on top and the top, because it's obviously sailing further and further away, right? So the angular resolution of that boat, for starters, is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But these parts of the boat, the wing, the top floors, they're actually in a lesser gradient, okay, less dense of a gradient, so they are less susceptible, right, to these conditions, so you're able to see them. But as it gets further and further away, right, and the angular resolution of that boat gets smaller and smaller and smaller, then all of a sudden more and more of the boat, right, is in this area, this denser area that's playing absolute havoc on your eyes and giving him the appearance that it is disappearing bottom up.
Go home. You're already home. Go home. Write a diagram.
A
I mean,
diagram
draw a
isn't going
diagram.
to help you. A
Write
diagram's
a
not going to help
explanation.
you
You
at
know,
all.
make an explanation that could make sense to a high school, not high school, someone very young. You know, something that's simple, easy to understand, where you actually link these things like mirage and whatever to the idea very clearly and coherently, not
I
just
think I was.
jumping leap of logic kind of thing.
Oh, look, this is very coherent to my kids. They understand it perfectly. I don't know why you can't, Mr. Button. My kids understand it very, very clearly.
Give me a
Very
diagram
clearly.
and do a proper explanation.
They don't need a diagram. They understand it, right? They're with it. They're all over it. They can get it. Why can't you? Why do you need little diagrams in third person perspective to be able to demonstrate how the light rays may be bending, right, in an arc
And that's
or
how it works.
compressing
If you can't see
or
something, it's because the light isn't reaching your eyes.
okay, so you think because you see a pencil in a glass of water, or you can shoot a laser through a fish tank or a glass of water or whatever, that's how all the light from is behaving at any one particular time. Because these lasers that you're pointing through fish tanks is a very directed line, and you take that proposal and you equate it to what all light is doing at any one time, and that's a leap of faith. That's a leap of faith to do that.
I didn't understand what you said. Are you saying that I'm assuming light travels in a straight line at all given times?
You are assuming that light either A, travels in a straight line, or B, has the ever slightest curve as it's been refracted through a medium.
No, it can be curved, but I'm saying if it doesn't reach my eyes, doesn't matter how it came to my eyes, then I will not see the object that emitted that light.
What do you mean? What do you mean the object that is emitting the light? So you think
Turn off lights in the room.
that the way we see that ship is the light is hitting that ship, and now the light is bouncing off that ship and into my eyeball, and that's how I see the ship.
Pretty much everything.
No,
That's how you see everything. Turn off the lights in the room. You're not gonna see.
No,
anything.
that's only because things aren't illuminated. No way. Just because you have a light on, right, just because you have a light on doesn't mean that the light is bouncing off an object and into my eye, and then that object, right, is calibrated into all those little photons and sending that image into my eye.
That's how you see.
No.
You literally see using light.
That's a leap of faith. That's a leap of faith.
Okay, how do you see stuff if not through light?
What do you
You
mean?
can even see this at night when the sun is gone. Look, it's darker.
Exactly. It's darker, yes. Like so if you go into a room and you turn the light off, can you see?
You can't see.
No. Why not?
Because there's an absence of photons reaching your eyes.
Well, there's an absence of light.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Well, no, you're saying the photons are all bouncing into my eye as little images type of thing.
Light, that's photons. I'm saying that's not reaching your eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why you can't see.
No.
The room is dark.
So you're trying to suggest that the light bounces off my guitar, right? And now that light is bouncing all the way into my eyeball.
Yeah.
Nah.
The word
not at all.
reflect.
Show me this.
Show
Show me a picture of light bouncing off my guitar into my eyeball. I want to see this. I want
What
to
do you
see it.
mean? If you
I want
can
to see
see your guitar, then it's because there's light in the room. And if you
No,
can't see it, it's because there's no light in the room.
no, I want to see a picture of photons bouncing off a guitar into my eyeball.
Picture of photons. Do you mean a diagram?
No, a picture. I want to see a picture of the photons bouncing off the guitar into my eye. Actually, video
Do you want
would
a
be
picture
even
of a
better.
photon?
Video would be even better, actually.
Do you want a video of a photon traveling?
Bouncing off my guitar into my eyeball. Exactly.
I don't even own your guitar, by the way, to make a video with it.
Anyone's guitar. I'll take anyone's guitar. It doesn't have to be mine. Anyone's.
You have to choose guitar, by the way. You could have been a chair.
It could have been anything. But I want to see, right, some sort of evidence that shows these photons bouncing off this object and into my eyeball.
Look, whatever. If you wanna
Whatever.
see things with your ears.
Whatever. So you're just going to hand wave to dismiss it. Like, as
Yeah, because
whatever.
I need the toilet. I need the
Well,
freaking toilet. So let me
all
just
right.
end this.
Okay. I'll be waiting.
What, you want me to come back to the debate?
100%. You look. You're nowhere near the title yet. You're nowhere near it. So
You're nowhere near it, sir.
Oh, man, I own it. I own the title at the moment, right? You got to take it off me. You're far from being able to take it off me.
Anyways, I'll be back. See you.
All right, man. Hey, Jeremy. What's up, man?
What up, Anton?
How is it, man? How is it?
My God, dude, I ate so much butter yesterday. I think I went into a food coma.
Oh, really?
I had steaks. I did some steak and rice, and for the steaks, I used a stick of butter to cook them.
Nice.
And I ate half the steaks. So that was a half a stick of butter I ate right there. Then in the rice, when the rice is done, I put a stick of butter in that.
Yeah.
So it melts, and then you got it in a steam cooker, and it melts, and it makes the rice all buttery. So I ate about half the rice. So I ate about a stick of butter for dinner last night.
A butter coma.
I still don't feel right.
Paying for, but I bet you it was good at the time, so that's all that matters.
Oh my God, that's probably why I'm hurting so bad, because it was so good I couldn't stop eating it. Like I knew I was like I should probably not eat anymore, but it was so good I couldn't stop because of all the butter.
You heard this Mr. Button guy wants a diagram, Jeremy, of how light travels. Right? He wants a diagram of it in third person.
From us?
Yeah, from us.
Well, how you got to get an actual position. You don't have a diagram.
Exactly.
You got a diagram of what? First thing you do, all you need to do is get an actual position on something, and once you got that, you'll see if it's higher or lower or dead on.
Mm-hmm.
No way around this. Anytime they talk about this light shit, actual position from the observer standpoint, and they'll be like, just drive there in a boat or GPS or da. You need to know where it is from where I'm looking at it. Nothing's going to tell you that, but definitely not GPS and definitely not a boat ride over there or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Lale said drive a boat. I'm like, how do we get an actual position on the thing we're looking at? He's like, drive a boat over there, dog. Fucking guy.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Been pretty quiet here tonight. Everyone must be over in Gems giving them hell for leather.
I am bored.
Fucking guys. Guys over there, man. Between the Globers and then our own people, like you got the likes of Heat and Johnny B and Dallas Dave. feel bad for Chemo because Chemo be trying to bring it to him over there, but he can't because you got fucking nutcases jumping in the middle of your shit and just ruining it. Like I used to feel bad when I used to do it to Chemo. I knew Chemo would be trying to like record a show or whatever, and I would always jump in, and then later I'd feel bad because then I wouldn't hear from Chemo again for
Yeah,
like the rest of the day, and I'd be like, "Oh fuck, man, did I ruin his thing? Like, was he trying to do his
yeah,
thing?"
yeah. We had it was pretty crazy last night when they came in and whatnot. People just can't let another person talk, Jeremy. It's crazy.
You know, they get this thing where they can't stop talking. Like I don't know, some kind of spastic reaction
Mm.
where you like you can't stop talking. So
And
I don't know. A lot of
and
people
no
have
one
that too.
and no one will yield. No one will yield. Like someone's talking anyway, you jump over the top of them and then you just got two voices just all speaking at the same time, and not one of them will yield. And it's like, fuck, like seriously, what is this? This bloody showing how big your balls are. Just step back. You'll get a space. You'll get a space to talk. Right? You don't have to destroy conversation all the time with dominance.
Yeah, people act like we ain't been doing this for years. Like, dude, we're gonna be here tomorrow and the next day and the next day. You're gonna have plenty of time to get all your words out.
Exactly right. And then you got to bloody well look after them like they're bloody school kids, and it's fucking frustrating at times.
But yeah.
And sometimes it takes the enjoyment out of just listening to it. You know what I mean? When you're thinking yourself, "Fuck, man, I got to reprimand these people and bring them into line." It's just like I just want to sit back and just listen to what's going on.
Yeah, man. It's tough, man. It's tough. I don't know who like wants to be a mod. It's not even enjoyable. I don't want to have to yell at grown adults because they don't know how to
No,
act.
not at all. Not at all. But, you kind of given the responsibility, so you try and live up to it somewhat, but at times it's just like it's falling on deaf ears when you have to say the same thing constantly. It is a bit better here, because I suppose there's fewer people here, but you still do get the dominant regular characters coming here and trying to control the flow.
It's a tough job, man. It's tough. Somebody's got to do it.
That's why we get paid the big bucks, Jeremy. We get paid the big bucks.
Jesus. I want to set up a debate with 4 people, two from each side that has that thing where they can't stop talking and have a debate, and then whoever stops talking first loses.
Losers.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't even matter what you said. If you just stop, whoever stops talking, whatever team stops talking first loses.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Ah, shit.
Fanso, can I please go?
Go. You can go. Come back another day when you want a shot at the title. All right.
Class dismissed.
Yeah.
Hey, it's mutual, you know? I
It
wasn't convinced
yes.
by your explanation of that video.
doesn't matter whether or not you were convinced or not. At the end of the day, you're still nowhere near the title. Right? I'm the heavyweight champion of the world.
Yeah.
Mr. Button.
Sure.
Right.
Right, see you.
All right, buddy. Take it
Bye.
easy.
Mm.
Yeah, it's weird how sometimes I'll wake up and there'll be 20 people in here. Other times there'll be nobody.
Mm.
Mm.
What time is it
And
there? 7 o'clock or 9 o'clock?
10.
10.
I just got out. My wife let me sleep in. I was fucking, like I said, I was disgusting last night. Fucking full stick of butter ass motherfucker. My house smells so good though, because I do them on a frying pan,
Mm.
and you know, you get a little smoke in the air, and it smells so good. My wife's like, "You're burning down the house." I'm like, "This is like a Glade plug-in for the week right here."
Yeah. Yeah. What'd you put in with the butter? A bit of garlic, bit of chili, bit of smoked paprika, anything like that, or
We
just
just
as?
we just got some seasoning, some Montreal steak seasoning, and sprinkle on it.
Oh, yep.
Between that and the butter, it's straight.
Nice.
Nice and juicy on the inside, and then nice and like crisp on the outside. Get the little crust on it.
Mm-hmm. What sort of steak? You have a ribeye or a T-bone, or would you have? A bit of rump, porterhouse?
They were substitutions though. We only ordered some little cheap ones, and they substituted us with some banging ones.
Nice.
Yeah, the Walmart pickup's fucking awesome because we'll get like we'll get like diapers or K-cups, and they'll just send like, they won't have the ones we ordered, so they'll send the name brand ones, and then they'll send like 10 or 20. One time we got like 40 extra K-cups, and they're fucking expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, like last week we got the steaks and what else? I don't know. My wife does the grocery shit. The guy comes up to me. He's like, "Well, I go pick him up." He's like, "Are the substitutions good?" I'm like, "I hope so." You guys it all depends on who your shopper is. Like, you get a shopper to pick your stuff, and they bring it out to the car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
So
whole click and collect way of shopping is becoming huge here. I noticed the supermarkets here have got, it's like they're building like little drive-through undercover areas like McDonald's,
yep,
and
we got all
and
that.
they're just starting to do those here now, and
Because
it's
who the
really
fuck wants to spend an hour in a grocery market every week, right?
no, not at all.
I don't. Yeah.
No, and then you get sucked in by all the product placement and all, and you chocolate bars off the shelves and pulling this off and pulling that off and whatnot. Yeah, it's a nightmare, absolute nightmare.
Yeah, that's how they get you. The product placement, right? You go in there for something. I can't tell you how many times I've went to Walmart for like bread and milk and
Yeah.
walked out spending like $80. I'm like, damn, they got me.
Yeah. Yeah. And anytime it's got a special tag on it, like marked down, reduced, it always makes you look twice. Oh, gee, damn. Okay, well, that's cheap. Okay, then, yep, I'll get one of those. Get one of those. Then you get home, you go, I didn't really need that, but they got me. They got me.
Yeah, but plus they hook you up with the stuff, with the substitution. So, I mean, between not getting hammered with the product placement and the substitutions, you make out like a bandit.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a late start on the phone, clicking this ain't good today. I did it yesterday. I made some of the phones I made over $2 on because I got an early start.
Yep.
Like 6 a.m. I was tapping them. There was tons of ads. I was doing fucking great.
Does it depend on the time of day that you do it, or it's just the amount of ads that you click onto?
Yeah, it's the ads, and sometimes there's different amounts of ads. Like they'll
Mhm.
run dry. They'll run dry later on. But they come back though. I don't know. It's all luck. Like I've done good at 4 p.m. and I've done good at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. So I don't know.
Mhm. How many phones you got going now?
Oh, I don't know. 14 or so. 15.
Yeah.
Best investment I made in a while. Best investment. Because now I have the ability to, like, when I'm home with the kids or whatever, like I have the ability to like just make like $10 without leaving the house. You know what I'm saying? That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Plus my dresser goes passively. My dresser's like $1. Make like $1 or $2, between $1 and $2 a day, just off the phones that are just going like pretty much automatic on my dresser.
And plus, you can be home with your kids. You're looking after them, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, like sometimes I'll set the phones up on the. Oh, I just dropped the phone. All right, leave it. Fine, it's fine. Sometimes I'll set the like if the kids ain't here, I'll set them up on my bed downstairs.
Mhm.
But if the kids are here, I'll just set them up on the kitchen table or something, and just do it right up there. And I'll be watching the kids tap my phones. Do a little wake and bake. That might help a little bit with the tummy. Oh, I feel like fucking mush right now.
Have a
That's what.
tablespoon of bicarb in your gut. That'll help you.
Do what?
A tablespoon of bicarb. Get a tablespoon of
Tablespoon
that.
of what?
It's a bicarbonated powder. You know.
Like
So
drink
I'm
a
talking
Pepsi?
about. No. The powder that you use to make cakes rise and stuff. Bicarb. The
Oh,
powder.
I don't know. We don't have none of that.
No, don't you?
No.
Yeah. You need to get some to counteract the butter that you're going through.
This used to happen to me all the time, though. I used to go to this place, and it was a Chinese buffet, all you can eat. Right? And at 2:30 p.m., they would put the crab legs out, crack them with the cracker and everything. Legit. They were legit. And you'd get the cup of butter with them.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I left that place, I'd be sick to my fucking stomach. Because I would end up eating like fucking, like 4 giant plates of crab legs, and I'd end up having like, multiple cups of butter.
Yeah.
Fucking delicious, though. I wish that place was still open.
I was watching. Might have been one of my boys sent me the video. One of those all-you-can-eat places, and there was a fellow there that you go there on a regular basis and eat him out of house and home, and he literally got banned because he ate too much when he was there. They literally banned him.
Oh, yeah, some of those all-you-can-eat places are like you can't lose money. Like some dudes will go in there and just fucking crush it, and like they're losing money on you. You know, like multiple people do that. So I know if I get high and going to one of those places, like that's what I used to do. I would get high and go into the crab leg spot
Mm-hmm.
and just fucking kill it. They were definitely losing money on me, no question. Like my boy's eating like normal Chinese food. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? We got crab legs.
Yeah.
He's eating like General Tso's chicken and shit. I'm like, bro, we could have got that shit delivered to the house for fucking half the price. That's going to be our main downfall is overindulgence. Right? People do it with everything: food, gambling, drinking, drugs, money.
Mm-hmm.
Money's going to be the one though. Overindulgence of money is our downfall because now you don't give a fuck what happens, right? They're like a crackhead. The crackhead doesn't care. He just wants to get cracked. The guy
Mm-hmm.
that's overindulging in money, he don't give a fuck. He just wants to get money. Don't matter who he hurts, who gets harmed, whatever. It's irrelevant. He needs the money.
Well, it's so easy to get money too now, right? Whether it's through a bank or these smaller lending institutions, you go down to your local, appliance place. All this money on tap. Take away today but pay tomorrow. Easy to apply for, easy to get. So not only do you have your house mortgage, you got loan repayments on your fridge, freezer, washing machine, cars, everything, clothes, you name it. They do it for everything. Buy today, pay tomorrow, and it's so easy to get. And the amount of advertising that they do to reel people into this debt is absolutely incredible, absolutely incredible. And then all of a sudden, people are just drowning in debt. They can't keep afloat. Can't
Oh,
keep afloat.
the rich people need you in this debt because for two reasons. One of them is that's how they get money, right? They loan out money and then they get interest on it. So that's the
Yep.
one way they get money. The other
Yep.
way is they own all these businesses and shit that they need you working at. So if you're not in a massive amount of debt, you're not going to be going in 40 hours a week to this bullshit job that you don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? So they get you in debt. Now you're hurting for money. So now you got to go to their bullshit job and work at their place.
Yeah.
They get you.
Every which way. Yeah.
Yeah,
Drag you in.
They get you coming and going. Yeah. Telling you, man, money's got to go, bro. Money's got to go. We're not going to, as long as there's money, we're always going to have the kings and the queens and the rulers and the people, the elites. Like, you're not going to get rid of the elites unless you get rid of money because they're always going to be there. If we get rid of these elites and we keep money, more elites will pop up. There's always going to be that guy that's overindulging on money.
Oh, yeah. There's always going to be one that wants more or wants it all.
Yeah, there's never going to be crack and not be a crackhead. Right? We're not going to keep cracking like the crackheads are going to go away. Like, it don't even make sense.
Not even a possibility. Not even a possibility.
So it's like you're not going to keep the money and get rid of the elites.
Yeah, no, exactly right. If it won't happen, but pretty soon they're going to have control of everything. With the one world currency, everything's going to be digital. That's when we're going to see real changes in poverty and living conditions with this one world digital currency that they're moving towards. Total and ultimate control. And people are signing up for it. People love it. People love the convenience now of not having money, not having to worry about going down to the bank and getting money or being paid by money. Everything's just all electronic.
Well, we want everything. Yeah, we want everything automatic, right? Nobody wants
Yeah,
to do anything these days. So
that's right. That's right.
we're getting
And
soft, weak, lazy, everything.
yeah. And all this electronic money, like my mum, who's just, their mum and dad have just turned 84 and 85. And I was speaking to her last week, and they have just now signed up for the phone pay. They've got the credit cards on their phone, and they love it. They love it. They just tap their phone here, tap their phone there, tap their phone everywhere. Everywhere they've got to go, they just tap their little phone. All right, and I told him, hey, slow down with tapping your phone. You're spending my inheritance. You're getting a bit willy nilly with my inheritance, guys.
Right.
Yeah. But they're even sucking the old people into it quite easily too. It's not just the younger generation. The older generation are coming around. Took the older generation a little bit a little bit longer. But they're coming around too. But and with this with all this tap and go, whether it's tap and go with a credit card or it's tap and go with a phone, right? It's very easy to lose track of the value of money, right? Because you've got nothing in your hand tangible. You just got your little phone. It's just like tap, 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 wherever
Yeah,
you
that's
go.
how they want it. If you have the
Yeah,
money in your hand, and you're putting the bills down, then you could feel it. But when
that's
it's like
right.
being in the casino. You ever been in a casino? And you
Yeah,
got
yeah,
those
yeah,
tips. You're like, what
yeah.
is these tips? I don't know what these tips are. This
That's
isn't even
right.
really money.
That's right. Throw them in. Away we go.
Yeah, you're throwing chips around like they're fucking, candies.
Exactly right. So you lose that that tangibility, that attachment to what money is, and not that money itself has any value, right? It was just a bit of paper, but even like just being a bit of paper, which is just basically a bond anyway. It still had some sort of tangibility. It had some sort of worth. It had some sort of value, because if you didn't have it, you had nothing. But whereas now, and you had to keep track of it too. Whatever money was in your wallet, that's all the money that you had, generally, right?
Yeah.
And you could see
Now
it
now you
slowly.
don't even have to keep track because it's all linked to
No.
your bank account, and it's like, well, I have all my money on me right now, basically.
Exactly right. And you lose track very, very quickly. And then all of a sudden, now you have to shop. You got to sell your TV. You got to sell your jewelry, so you get a little bit more money, so you can have a bit more electronic money, so you can go tap, tap, tap away again. uh,
No, this whole thing's designed. They're playing a game, and it's called Get Their Money, right? And they're trying to get as much of our money as they possibly can.
oh, yeah.
So they own the businesses, and they own they own the places selling us the stuff. So they're like, we got to charge as much as possible and pay them as little as possible without them rioting in the streets.
Yep. Oh, they get their hands on it any which way but loose. Like even when you die, they get your money. We have what we call a death tax here. So you get your estate, and the kids get the estate and whatever superannuation, whatever money's in the bank and all that sort of stuff. You generally pull it all into one pool, and you divide it up between all the kids or all the relatives,
Yeah,
or
that
however.
death tax thing, that
Yeah,
ain't gonna be around for much. Well, it'll be around, but they ain't gonna be getting much money off it soon, because with crypto now, like I can just hand my family my money and nobody knows. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like nobody know. I just hand them the money and nobody knows.
Yeah, but
And it's
don't
not
you think they also too can control the crypto, Jeremy? I was reading an
some of
article
it.
yesterday where this thing that's happening over in Canada at the moment with all the truckers, and they're getting heaps of money donated to them via now cryptocurrency, and the Canadian government shut down, I think it was 26 sites linked to these different cryptocurrencies that weren't, and they just shut them down. So if they can do it to some of them, they can do it to all of them. I think. I don't think actually crypto is as clean and easily as moved around as what we maybe led to believe myself.
The turning it into cash part is tough. Like, that's not clean and easy. However, just passing it around is super easy. Like, no one ever knows. They can't stop it. They would have to shut down the internet or something crazy. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, if they wanted to shut down the internet or something, they could stop it. But if you have the internet up at this point, you can't stop me sending you Bitcoin or whatever, and no one knows who it came from or who it went to.
Do you buy much with crypto? So, like, if you wanted to do your shopping at Walmart, for argument's sake, can you jump online and go, I want to get me nappies, I want to get me, 16 sticks of butter and me steak and all that sort of stuff? Can you pay for that with your crypto, or do you have to turn your crypto into cash and then pay for it via that way?
Yeah, I turn my shit into cash. I mean, you could probably go to certain websites and buy a Walmart gift card with crypto.
Yeah.
I started the phone thing. I started getting Target gift cards.
And are you paying some sort of conversion for that, some sort of transaction for
No,
that's
their payment method.
Right. So
like instead of paying in like dollars or PayPal or Bitcoin or whatever, they just pay in gift cards. I don't know. Maybe they get a deal or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but you want to buy a $10 Target gift card with crypto. It's only costing you $10 of cryptocurrency, or do you have to pay $10.01 of crypto to get that $10?
I think sometimes you get them cheaper. You actually get them cheaper than $10 because people are selling them like I do this thing that pays me out in gift cards, right? So I can go to this website and sell the gift cards for cash, but people aren't buying them at face value. They're like, "Yo, what do you we got a full $5 Target gift card. I'll give you $4.30 or something." I don't know the exact number, but yeah. So they're paying even less.
Okay.
I mean, you could buy them at full price, yeah. But
yeah. Well, why
I think Amazon even sells them at higher price. It all depends on where you go.
Yeah.
You go to Amazon and buy a $300 gift card for $305, or you can go to the other place and buy it for $290.
Yeah, so it's all about shopping around, getting the best deal, isn't it? With everything.
Yeah, I mean, you get a good deal if you want. You can get money off of anything pretty much if you just go that gift card route. Because I mean, people are even selling like MasterCard gift cards for like they'll sell a $1 gift card for like 90 cents or something, 95 cents. Like I said, I don't know what the exact rate is.
I like the old barter system. I barter all the time, Jeremy. All the time I barter.
That's the best way to do it. Yeah.
Someone wants some work done. Short of having to buy materials, right? But if it's just labour and expertise, right, and they've got the materials and vice versa, just bartering your skills and your knowledge. That's the way to go. You help someone put up a shed, or do their plumbing or electrical work or whatever. In return, they come over and help landscape your home, or put up a bird bath or whatever the case may be. That's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it by far.
Oh, no question. Yeah, you got tons of chickens, and the guy next door to you has a stocked pond and lambs or something. So you're like, well, the guy's like, I like eggs every day, and you're like, well, I like to have fish and lamb once in a while. Yep. So boom, you're like, I'll give you fucking 6 eggs a day, and I want a rack of lamb and a fucking salmon. I don't know, whatever,
Yeah. There's always ways to work it out, and so every party is happy.
I had a dream aliens were attacking last night, and I was stuck in some fucked up spot, not near my people, not near my stuff, or nothing. I was about to make a run for it, but they were like flying around in spaceships and shit outside. I was like, "Yo, I ain't gonna make it."
Yeah.
I was stabbing people and shit through doors. It was crazy, man. It's not crazy. That's what. Don't eat a stick of butter and then go to bed. I'm telling you right now, you'd be on some fucked up shit.
Aliens will be attacking you.
Aliens were coming for me, bro, and a stick of butter. That should be having had my fucking body going, my mind going crazy last night or something. I don't know.
What are you doing, Smeargo? Snorting something?
No, playing Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Pokemon
Damn.
Crystal Clear.
Oh, okay. Okay. You're here a bit, aren't you, Mr. Smear?
I beat it. I beat everything. Absolutely everything. No beating on bread.
What do your friends think about you being here? What are you, 13 or 15? What do your friends think about you being a flat earther?
I'm not even a flat earther.
Oh, of course you are. You just haven't
I'm
realised it
not.
yet. Well, you're
I'm
here every
not.
day. You're here every day.
Out of boredom.
But what are your friends doing?
Fucking around.
Friends are
Yes.
over, dude. Kids don't have friends anymore these days.
No.
Yeah, friends thing was back in the 80s or something. They don't do that no more.
I got the point.
Sad, man. It's the state of affairs the world has come to.
Dodge.
It is. Most definitely. I don't know. I used to my kids used to hate it actually. I used to limit their internet time, Jeremy. You know,
I used to do that too. Yeah.
they could have, especially when they were younger, right? They could have an hour, and that was either on the computer, on the internet, or playing video games. It was an hour a day maximum, right?
Wow, that's hardcore.
Yeah, yeah. It was my castle. I was the king, right? An
That's
hour.
right.
Yeah, an
Yeah, I can
hour.
remember days. I can remember days when I was a kid, and I would spend like 12 hours on a video game. But it was like rainy, snowy days and shit. Because there'd be other days where I wouldn't even touch the thing, and I'd be outside, throwing eggs at cop cars or whatever.
Yeah. It's actually funny now. Now my kids are old and they're adults. They actually see, what, because it was like, get outside, go get a life, go play with your friends, go get dirty,
Yeah, I still gotta limit my kids' game time. Otherwise, they'll stay up all night playing games and won't get up for school the next day.
Exactly. And they see it now, and my eldest daughter, who has 3 boys of her own, she's taken on the same mentality, especially with the oldest Connor, who's 5. He's into his iPad and all that sort of stuff, but similar sort of thing. It's limited to an hour a day, and the rest of the time, he's either has to be outside, or he's got to read a book, or he's got to play with his toys, play with spiders, snails, whatever the case may be. But you're not getting on that iPod again until tomorrow. And at first, there was a bit of pushback. There's a little bit of pushback.
Oh yeah.
A bit of pushback. But now he knows. Now he knows. And he actually goes to his mum when he's playing it, just to ask how much longer, because he's like partway through a game or something, and he doesn't want to start the next level and kind of be stuck, in between it. And he's actually tried to barter. He's tried to barter with my daughter. It's just like, okay, if I finish early today, can I add that time on tomorrow? Sort of thing.
Yeah.
He's smart. He's smart.
Absolutely. I taught the kid how to negotiate.
Yeah.
What's up, Samir?
I said he's a mad lad.
He's a what?
I didn't get that.
Mad lad.
Matted?
Mad lad.
Mad lad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's mad, all right. He's out of control, Connor. He comes round, Jeremy, and he loves going into the garage with. I get him to use power tools, drills and saws, and he's only 5. I've got earmuffs for him. I've got him a little tool belt, this sort of stuff. And he comes, he'll come over and he comes inside and doesn't even say anything now. Doesn't even say a word, and he's grabbing me by the hand and dragging me down to the garage, because he wants to get that tool belt on.
My kid loves going in the shed. I got all the tools out there, but I can remember being a little kid, and I would go to my great aunt's house, and my uncle would have his tools set up all in the basement. It was beautiful. It was amazing. It was picturesque. He would have the outline of every tool on the pegboard, all neat in a row and clean, and it was amazing. Looking back, I didn't realize when I was younger the perfection of it, but like now looking back, I'm like, wow, that was. What's up, sir?
Who joined? I'll check. Oh, it's Witcher.
Oh, what up? What's it?
Hey, what's it? How you going, man?
Pretty good. What up?
Pretty good. Just hanging, mate. Just chilling.
Me too.
I tell you what, your little magnetic toroidal field last night caused a bit of controversy.
That's funny.
We're in a bit.
It was funny. After you left, mate, they were they were pulling it apart this way and that way. Or trying to anyway, trying to.
Yeah, I find it fascinating personally. You know, I figured other people would be interested in that.
It was fascinating, mate. It was fascinating to get a different perspective on possibly how things can be working, and I find it surprising how people are so quickly to dismiss things without even trying to logically carry it
Closed-minded.
through.
They're closed-minded.
Closed-minded. Exactly right. They're closed-minded because of who it's coming from. And it's, Witsit or a flat earther or whatever. But if it comes from the flat side, they are so closed-minded, especially when it doesn't correlate with a normal paradigm and the normal theories. It can't possibly be so.
All right. Well, that's what makes it so frustrating, bro. Because like, it's hard to reach any middle ground. You know, if anything I say is automatically wrong because I'm a flat earther, then you can't have a conversation. There's no reason.
Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, you may as well just bow out graciously and wait till there's people around that are more open-minded and ready to listen to it.
Right, like for example, I think atheism is crazy, you know, like I don't understand it. But like if someone's atheist and they have like a really good point about magnetism, I'm not gonna like not listen to their point about magnetism. You know, it's just like I watch The Principle, I read different stuff where the person thinks the Earth's a globe. It's like I wouldn't learn anything if I only read flat earthers. You know, it's like you take what is good and you leave what you disagree with. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't taint the person bringing it to you as a whole. It's ridiculous.
Not
You're
at
not
all.
going to agree with everyone.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, you're not gonna agree with everyone on every point, and the Globers think you have to do that. It's called the all or nothing fallacy,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly right.
And to be fair to them, like we were all kind of brainwashed that way. Like we went to school and that's what they taught us basically, right? Like it wasn't really about, I wonder if that's the truth. It's just, this is what you're allowed to believe. Now remember it. So it's kind of like how we were raised. I don't blame people too much. Certainly if they're new to this conversation, because it's just like instinctive. Just like they say, trust the science, trust the science, trust the science. but there are scientists that disagree with the mainstream science about what's going on right now, you know? So like, I don't know. Hopefully I'm making my point. Like you can never really know what the truth is without examining it. And it's never as simple as we all have to think the same thing. We wouldn't have electricity if that was the case. Like we literally wouldn't have electricity if everyone just refused to not think exactly the same.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, how many times have you been told, well, this guy, you use a citation or something, and they'll say, well, he goes on in that thing to say that Earth's a globe. They do
Exactly.
that all the time. I'd be like, well, it's not even worth talking to you then.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Like, are you so like yesterday that was happening when I was like, yeah, I mean, Harvard admits that you can't explain the magnetic field on a globe, and it's for a lot of reasons. Like, there's a lot of problems with it, and they're like, oh, so you're saying Harvard said the Earth's flat? What?
Exactly. What they say.
Crazy.
They only
Them
say the
does
Earth's
that a
flat
lot.
if they're wearing a duck suit.
Do I?
Wearing a duck suit, yeah, that was fucking stupid.
Yeah, it was a bit.
We have a lovely phrase in the UK. It's called "done up like a kipper."
Yeah, that whole thing is still baffling to me, to be honest. Crazy
Well, the
enough,
whole
I have
magnet
people
thing.
reaching out to me all the time to be on like shows like reality show about flat earthers, and I'm like, not today. I know damn well what you're doing. I'll agree if I get final editing rights, which means they have to
Yeah,
show it to you before. Yeah, but like they'll never agree to that, right?
you
So
already know they're going to do you dirty, yeah.
yeah, I've been on 2 national news programs on accident about the Earth, and one of them Dave Weiss set up. I didn't even realize what it was, but I ended up being on like their news. And when he's asking me the questions, I made it a point to where you're not gonna be able to chop this up. You know, I'm like explaining the second law or magnetism in depth or physical measurements, etc. Like whatever I'm saying, you may disagree that the Earth's flat, but you're not gonna leave thinking this guy's just a complete idiot. So what they were forced to do is literally just put like a 10-second segment together. They had to exclude 99% of the interview and just put on there where he asked me, what does your family think about it? And I'm like, yeah, some of my family thinks I'm crazy or thinks it's crazy. So they took that one part, put it in there, and left the 99% out.
Yeah, it's not even
Total
worth talking to them, yeah, because they're going to do
Well, the thing
whatever
is,
if you... Go ahead, Josh.
sorry, Jeremy, go on. We had a bit of lag. Go.
No, I was just going to say it's not even worth talking to them because no matter what, they're not going to they're not going to make you look good. The only chance is that you could look bad. So yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Well, the other reality of the situation is, when you look at a news segment, you get maybe between 15 and 90 seconds. So, you if you want to get a message out, it's got to be really concise.
Which is what I was trying to do. Like I was answering the questions very concisely, just like substantive, so like he couldn't like use any of the actual conversation. I had to learn the hard way because everyone would say this and I'm like, screw that. Like if you say the right things, they can't chop you up, but that's not true. Like if you talk to someone for 45 minutes, there will be a 15-second interval where you're dazed off or looking away, or they, what I'm saying, like you stutter for a second. Anything they can get, they'll just take that. Like the other time I was on national news was the Portugal national news when I was at the SpaceX rocket launch, and like I mean I didn't plan that. They just found us and came and interviewed me. So I told them, like why I didn't think what they were saying is true. I was like, I don't think that the medium they claim they're going to can exist as is defined because of the second law of thermodynamics, etc. And like they chopped everything out and just didn't let me talk other than saying, yeah, we come here and document this, more than multiple times. But they did show the flat Earth logo in the back. But anyway, so like my point is like I've had to learn there's no way, and it's for obvious reasons. they can't, the news wouldn't let them put it on there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wouldn't be allowed on there if it was a fair interview.
Well, you know, whatever you think about it, I mean, the way that the media views it's an edge, wacky kind of view. You know, regardless of what you think of that, that's the way they view it. So that's the way they're going to present your argument.
Yeah, sure. Well, like, if I thought that, because I think when people act like everyone is like a shape-shifting reptile or in power, like, I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. I think it's crazy, but if I was going to interview them to show that they're crazy, I would just let everyone hear their arguments, right? Like, I understand what you're saying, but it's like, it's not honest journalism, right? It's like,
No,
yeah, you can disagree with someone and think that they're crazy, but it doesn't mean you have to misrepresent them, right? I don't know.
yeah, no, I kind of, you know, disagree with your view, but agree with that point on the media. I think that is wrong. I think, you know, the trouble is now it's all about clickbait. It's all about, you know, none of it's actually about the quality of the content. It's just about, can we get people to watch? So the way they sensationalize shit, I find very objectionable.
Yeah, and like, so like, someone just reached out to Kai as well and asked her if she wanted to be on a flat Earth reality show. And we go look at the company, and it's like Something Global Productions, and I'm like, you know that they're gonna just try to make you look dumb. I'm like, there's no way around it. It's like Bob and Jaron fell for it. Nathan Thompson fell for it on like a level that's just insane. Like with Bob and Jaron, they were lying to them. They were telling them they wanted to do an actual representation and all this stuff. But like with the Nathan thing, it was glaringly obvious he was being set up. But with this, they know that we're censored, and so we're really desperate to get just like a fair shake. Like, for me, flat Earth is nothing more than I want everyone to hear the real information and then do whatever they want to do. Like, that's literally it. They know that we're really eager to get a platform where it's like we're not being censored. So they use that against us because from their perspective, it's just entertainment to show the absurdity of a flat earther. That's the only entertainment value they see, you know?
Yeah, true that.
Well, it's like, you know, if you watch sort of like the summer solstice, sort of pagan get-togethers, it's always all the wackier aspects you see rather than the actual ritual itself, which is kind of cool. Even though most of us sort of practice the winter solstice, not the summer. The summer's kind of more for LARPers. But yeah, no, I kind of have a bit of a sympathy for that position.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
at least
throughout history. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say at least Jaren got tricked like reasonably. You know, that's reasonable to fall for that. But like the Nate thing, that's like not even. That's not. How do you go through with that? I don't know. I don't get it.
Right, but they actually told Jaren they were going to give him all the unedited videos and everything. They just blatantly lied to Jaren on numerous levels. You know, the Nathan thing is like, you got there, they told you to put a duck suit on and started stacking toilet paper. If you don't immediately know, I mean.
Yeah.
I think you've got to be pretty fucking naive if you think that any media company is going to give you raw footage, because that's their intellectual property and that's what has the value. Yeah, I think that's hellishly naive, because they just know none of them would do that.
Well, I actually agree. Like Jaren would agree with you now, but it's just more so the principle that they were like blatantly lying. So fighters had to learn the hard way that like, it's just a business, and they're just gonna blatantly lie to you. It's kind of like the show Punk'd. It's like they need you to think that you're their friend, like that way they can catch you in a vulnerable position. That way they can get the most entertaining, product. So it's like, it's very shiesty thing, but the industry itself, any industry like that, any type of like reality TV show industry is shiesty by definition. I mean, because they have to get you to be entertaining.
But the thing is what most people don't realize is an awful lot of it's scripted. Even shit like Big Brother, whilst it may not be directly from a particular script, so much of the stuff is engaged to happen in the way they want it to. I mean, Endemol, who's the company that came up with Big Brother, they're based out of the Netherlands in Helmond. I used to do work. I was contracting in the BBC for about a year and a half back in the mid-90s. And, I have a lot of respect for the way they did the news. I don't have a huge amount of respect for how they do the news now. They've kind of followed the rest of that chain. There are still bits of the BBC that maintain that level, and most of it's actually the radio, not the TV. Which again, I think is a shame. I mean, the whole thing is you want to at least have one or two organisations that are supposed to be there to try and deliver good content, good news. And I actually think the whole fucking downfall of the process is whatever dickhead came up with the idea of 24-hour news.
The BBC is crazy, bro. It's like a crazy experiment to force people to listen to government propaganda.
No one's forced
I
to
don't
listen
live
to
there.
BBC.
I don't live there, so you definitely probably know more than I do. But just like the idea that you are basically the same as your taxes that you pay for your government cable channel is kind of crazy.
Well, no, it's what's called a covenant organisation. So the way it was formed was for information to the people, and it was very separate for the government. And you can just look back at the history of the number of the times the BBC has fucked over the hand that pays it, if you want to put it that way. But it's not the fact that the government pays it; it's the fact that the government has to give them money based on the covenant of the TV license. I stopped having a TV license about 20 years ago because I don't watch live TV broadcast. And mainly I did it as a protest because I objected to the way that the media was changing.
Gotcha. So it's not like literally required?
No. So it comes under what's called the Communications Act. So the Communications Act, I think 1969, which basically says if you're watching live broadcast, it's not just the BBC, it's any live broadcast. So it could be BBC, it could be Sky, it could be ITV, Channel 4, whatever it is. If you're watching their live broadcast, then you have to pay for a TV license. What they did is in 2016, I think it was, they then added BBC iPlayer. So if you're watching content from BBC iPlayer, that was considered to be the same as watching live broadcast. So you have to have a TV license to do that. What they do is they do an IP tracker on that to then, try and identify. But the thing is, if you're outside the UK or you use a VPN, they're fucked and they can't trace you anyway. I don't, because for me it's a matter of principle. It's not a matter of access.
Right. Still though, sad that you have to do all that. Like, the media across the board has just evolved, right? Like, because I'm doing this free speech case where I'm like positive I'm going to literally change the law for national parks. But anyway, so when I'm looking it all up, it's just crazy to watch the levels that we've devolved. Like back in the day, New York Times was sued or was in court against the United States because they were trying to release the Pentagon Papers, which was information about the Vietnam War.
Shit.
And so they were like, no, you can't do that. That's too precious of information, blah, 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 blah. And the Supreme Court ruled they still do have the right to release it, even though it's sensitive information. And if you fast forward to now, like you would never be allowed to release classified information during a time of war. They would never let you do that in America now. They don't let you release declassified or classified information, period, now. So like it's I don't trust the New York Times or anything, but it's like at least back in the day there was the illusion of separation of the press and the government. And the reason is simple. The whole idea of the press is to critique the government freely. Like that's why the First Amendment was made in America, and they talked about it in the convention of the Constitutional Convention. They're like, well, the monarch and the parliament got really carried away with licensing schemes, and they wouldn't let anyone print anything unless they approved it. Therefore, people could not adequately critique the government for any of their corruption. This is unacceptable. We need to create a system where the government has no say on the press, and that's not the case now. Like, so it's sad because the reason why is very simple to understand. If someone is a dictator and you have to be approved by them to say anything, then you could never, ever expose them. Right? So it's stupid. And that's still how it is to this day. Like the government has to give me permission to go and to speak of my grievances about the unlawful mandates. The government has to say that they approve me talking about that, or I can't talk about it. I mean, that is crazy. Then that means that the country's dead, and it will only evolve into totalitarianism. There is no other way. If there's no freedom of press to hold it accountable, then the country dies. That's why the idea of like a government-backed news station is really counterintuitive to me. But that is the area that is common, right? For hundreds of years, that's kind of been going on. The government really controls the news over there.
That's why the BBC has its license under covenant, so they can't do that. So they can't say, we're going to threaten to take away your money, because they actually can't. So there's no actual reliance between on the BBC to conform. Now, obviously, that's the as it should be side of it, rather than the as it is side of it, because everyone has a certain amount of bias. I mean, the weird thing is if you politically, the BBC leans more towards sort of Liberal and Labour, which are kind of central and central left parties, than it does towards the Conservatives, who have been generally the more in power party over my lifetime. So yeah, but even then, it depends on which programming you're doing and who the producers are and everything else. So it's not just they are, or because again, the way the BBC works is it's a very free organization for how people develop programming. So you basically, if it's news, it comes under the news section of the BBC, and there is someone that will run that news section. But then you'll have the individual producers, which have a lot of autonomy. They get their slot, and then they can fill it. And you can say that on review that slot could get cancelled or changed, but there has to be really fucking good reasons, because they're unionized up the arse. So, if people start fucking about like that, then all of a sudden unions will get involved, and what the fuck's going on? And then it becomes even more political and public, because the unions will scream from the rooftops about it. So there are some checks and balances in our system. Again, I don't think it's very good anymore, which is why I don't subscribe to it. But it should be.
Right. Well, there are checks and balances in America's system as well. The problem, I'm assuming, there is probably the same as it is here, which is that they're just underutilized. So, they're there. Yeah, they're there, but people don't know they're there. People don't understand them, much less do people use them. Because for me to change this law on national parks, which basically reads, any like forms of conduct reasonably likely to attract a crowd or onlookers, right? Like that's what it's the First Amendment. Any expression of views or grievances are likely to attract onlookers. It just basically says the First Amendment. So I'm going to go challenge that. But in order to do that, I had to disregard the rule. I had to go speak anyway, and I had to be arrested. And I've had to be basically, for lack of a better word, abused for the last half a year, just to be able to go to court and challenge it. Now, in theory, you can file a civil lawsuit questioning the constitutionality of it, but no one does that. No one knows that. And so that happened in 2010, and nothing's happened since then. So it's like, how many people are going to do what I did and go get arrested just to change?
No, I mean, I said to you at the time, I gave you props on the fact that it takes guts to stand up and do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think I was probably the only person in Gems that actually said that to you, while everyone else was taking the piss out of you for it.
Yeah, well, the time is just going to show you to be right? Because I'm not just saying this. I'm literally going to change the law because it literally needs to be. It's in a position that the Supreme Court has said that it needs to be changed. So they made them change it. They changed it, but then they said, fortunately for us, the person bringing this suit didn't challenge free speech areas, so we don't have to address that right now. Well, now they're going to have to, and the Supreme Court is never going to say an individual has to go to a free speech zone, because they don't want to be the court that ruled that. So it's going to change. So for me, I don't really care what people think. I don't really say anything about it. Like if I sent you my constitutional challenge I'm writing right now, you would be like, damn. Like I'm not trying to brag or anything. I'm just saying, like, it is crazy and it will change. They will lose. As soon as I send in one piece of paper, I would be surprised if they don't immediately dismiss the criminal charges and hope I just go away. This is because if they do hear me in court, and I almost want them to take me to trial, because if they do hear me in court, it's on the record. And if it changes, it has to change for everyone. It has to change across the board for the whole country. So, like,
it depends if it's classed as a case of precedence, doesn't it?
it does. That's right. Well, the precedent is that any prior restraint licensing scheme applied to individual expression, it's almost always unconstitutional on its face. And so the original rule said that you can't talk even in free speech areas without a permit, even as an individual. They made them change that. They were like, the only logic is if there's 25 or more people, you would need to know up front. You would need notice so you could prepare for safety reasons. But when it comes to individuals, that logic doesn't hold any weight, right? So they're like, that doesn't make sense. My point of that is the government will pass the rules where they're blatantly unconstitutional, and they force someone to come challenge them, and they only slowly update them as the challenges win. It's really crazy. So like in the courts, the Supreme Courts actually aren't terrible in America. Like, they've dropped the ball a lot recently, but they're still not terrible. They have a reputation, and they have to adhere to the Constitution. So like, the precedent is all in my favor. This is they basically say national parks are an exception, but then the Supreme Court also ruled on that, saying, well, that argument boils down to saying that national parks are not public forum, and that does not hold weight. You would have to specifically delineate what is and what isn't, with reasoning behind it and historical value of that area to support that it wasn't used for open discussion, etc. So the precedent right now is that they have to change their rules to adequately allot the areas that are public forums and not public forums, if that makes sense. So what they do right now, and I traveled all around the United States and national parks, and this is what they do. They put an area in the middle of the woods where no one is, and they call it a free speech zone. It's a joke. So basically, your only option is to go talk to yourself in the woods, or to leave, or to be arrested.
So I'm guessing what you're doing is you're challenging that on whether that is a reasonable solution, or whether it's fair and reasonable under law to restrict you to a specific zone when the entire area of the park should be enabled for free speech.
Well, actually, I like to be kind of honest about it. I understand that you couldn't have someone running around with a microphone, like as many people as wanted to, everywhere in a national park, doing whatever they wanted to. Because I understand that, right? Like, there are some places that are like, you're supposed to come and enjoy the nature there, right? So I don't necessarily think that the whole park should be. I think that they should delineate, well, this is the geyser that's really special, and this is a tranquil area, so this is a non-public forum. But right now what they've done is it backwards, and they've assumed the whole national park non-public forum, except for whatever little star a superintendent puts. What that means is the superintendent's discretion is what allows freedom of speech. That is insane, bro. That doesn't make any sense, because just like the Supreme Court said that a forum status does not change solely based off how the government describes it. It is based on its historical value, meaning if people used to debate there, like, so in front of Mount Rushmore founding fathers, obviously should be public forum. Like, if you're talking about Yellowstone, that's a little different, but that's 2 million acres. So there's no way you can not let anyone talk in an entire 2 million acres. You would have to delineate it. I got arrested at Yellowstone because I was in the area where all the people are, the stores and the gas stations. That's publicly accessible. That's public forum. They said, no, it's not. That's outside of the area. So this is
then you're getting on to the fact of, is that an area that's rented to or leased to those businesses, which then constitutes as private property with implied right of access?
No, they're all government
public space.
All government
I
buildings.
don't know if they're government-owned shops. I've never been to Yellowstone, and I'm jealous because I've always wanted to go there.
They're all
before
government.
It blows up and takes out the entire west coast.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's really big. It's really, really big. So it's like takes a while to drive through it. It's like 62 miles or something.
Hey, there's a lot of good eating on me for a bear.
But yeah, so like the gas station I was arrested at is called the Mammoth Comfort Station. I was actually pulled over down the street, but that's a government. The government built a gas station for people that go there, right? The government built restaurants for people that go there. Everything there is public, publicly funded. Now the argument is like if you go straight to what's it called? Oh, Old Yellow, or no, like Old Faithful, right? Inside, like that's
Nothing
a very
Old Yellow was taken out the back and shot.
yeah. It's Old Faithful or whatever. It's like a geyser. Like I understand that you would put a sign there saying this area is not designated for demonstrations, because this is an infamous place that people come to look at the nature or whatever. Like I don't necessarily agree with it. I think people should be able to talk wherever, but they should be reasonable about it.
Do you respect it more as a request rather than a commandment?
Yeah, I would actually. Like whenever, like I'm very.
I think that's good argumentation, which is that respectful discourse is I have certain rights and I certainly want to be able to exercise them in to my desire, but I also respect the fact that I need to be reasonable in how I exercise my rights, to be fair to other people around me. Now, is it fair for you to put me somewhere where to force me to a location which is in the middle of nowhere where effectively I'm talking to me in the trees? Or is it reasonable for me able to do that, to make that presentation in a public space like a car park, for instance, where we know that people are going to be around and they can actually listen, and I actually get an audience if they choose to stop and listen. But it also means I'm not interfering with them when they're actually going to admire the actual monument itself or going to enjoy that space and that nature.
That's right. They should write the rules where it's like, and the Supreme Court actually made them update it, where they added like, you can't harass park visitors, et cetera, et cetera. But the weird part is like what that did to me. It forced me to be rebellious. It forced me to completely disregard the officer because like I couldn't comply. Now the law does say that like a United States citizen does not have to adhere to a prior restraint licensing scheme, just meaning you have to get a permit to speak if it's unconstitutional on its face. So like the law says I don't have to follow that rule. That's what the law says. So not only can they not charge
Sorry,
me,
I've got to rock and roll because I've got 4 o'clock, but I'll try and catch you. I'll probably be back on in about an hour and a half. So,
cool, bro. Be easy, bro.
Yeah, be careful, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, just so you guys know, the flat earthers going to change the law. I'm not even joking.
That's dope. That's dope.
It's like numerous things. It's not narrowly tailored to serve a significant government interest. It allows for unbridled discretion, meaning it's just up to the discretion of the officer. It's overly broad. And then it delineates free speech areas, which is unconstitutional, and even the Supreme Court agrees. So, like, it's really crazy, bro. It's like, because people are going to get triggered. At Yellowstone, I was saying, the air's not going to kill you. You don't let your child breathe. This is one of the most beautiful places in the world. Just feel free to enjoy it. The government doesn't get to tell you that you can't breathe. And whenever that case goes to court as applied, meaning with the individual things that happened in the case, that's going to be on court record. If it changes the law, it will forever be publicly available that the law or the case that made the Supreme Court throw a federal regulation out because of free speech areas was about the individual speaking out against the mandates. So it's like it has epic potential here. And then you have also flat earth wise at Rushmore, I was talking about the earth, and so they'll have to put what it was about in the court record. So like it's not only going to change the law, like it's going to get that message out there. Just like when you go look at the first place in Rushmore, this dude got arrested because he was handing out tracts, Bible tracts, right? Well, now every time you read that case, if you go look it up, it says what he was doing. It says he was handing out gospel tracts about the Bible. So like, because it's a fundamental aspect of the case. So like this is crazy on numerous levels, and I've been like 12, 15-hour shifts, like just doing so much work, and the more I learn, the more they're screwed. So it's very interesting. It's going to get really exciting. My court date's on the 7th, and yeah, just stay tuned. I think it's going to be crazy because they're going to have to change the rules for all national parks. And what they'll do is they'll issue an interim rule that's much more relaxed until they can come up with a different way to try to get as much power as they can again by writing it a different way. They don't really fix it. They're not like, oh man, this was against the First Amendment, let me fix it. They're like, oh damn, we got caught. Let me change the least I can to still be invasive on the First Amendment. Like that's literally what they do. So it's really crazy, man. It's like it's pretty interesting. It's pretty exciting. I've been talking to people that are, have been just beating the courts up for years or decades. And Randy Kelton, the guy who got all the mask mandates for 20 states repealed by literally filing criminal complaints against the governor of Texas. And out of 29 people, he's the only one that did it, and he got 20 different mask mandates repealed. It's the same thing. He's telling me that I may change the law, right?
All
So
it
it's
takes
not
is
like
one person. Yeah, all it takes is one person to make something happen, and the shit happens.
That's right, and no one knows that they have as much power as they do to file this stuff. So that's why it never happens. Like no one does it. Very interesting.
Interesting.
Once I send this in, I'm gonna make it publicly available so you guys can read it. And I promise, bro, you're gonna be like, "Damn, did Austin write that?" You're gonna think that I plagiarized it or something. I'm guessing. It's really crazy. Once you read it, you really can't deny it. So, and this is just using their own precedent. This is just using the Supreme Court against themselves. I don't even agree with everything that they've said. Doesn't matter though. I think you should be able to say whatever you want to, and unless you're like literally causing violence to someone, you should be able to do whatever you want.
Absolutely. I mean, don't they have? Aren't you on like tours when you're going through these parks and shit? You're on little tours. Like, what's to stop you from talking to Kai about flat Earth? And just maybe a little bit louder of a tone than you might normally talk, but still reasonable to where other people can hear you. And you know what I mean? Just make it seem like you guys are having a conversation, but really the whole group can like hear what you say. Or no, is that?
No. The rule says any conduct reasonably likely to attract onlookers, which means it's just up to the cop. And
So
that
if I'm
means
like,
that
yo,
he can censor based on content, right? He can be like, I don't. Oh, this dude's saying the moon landing's fake, so I'm shut him down. And that's what has happened to me for a whole year. And so the content-based censorship is known to be unconstitutional. Like a cop can't be like, I don't like him talking about the earth. I don't like him talking about masks, so he's not allowed to talk. It has to be the same for everyone across the board, but that's not what happens. They've set it up where they can just say, because like if I'm doing a live stream, technically I'm speech making. They can say, oh, he's speech making. He can't do that here. I couldn't even do a live stream without a microphone or anything.
yeah, I hear that. But what's to stop? That's a weird position of to be the arbiter of. Like, what if I'm talking about how I can't stand strawberry ice cream because of the strawberry chunks, and a whole fucking crowd gathers, and the guy's like, "Whoa, you can't be talking about strawberry ice cream." You know what I mean? Like, who? I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I feel like as long as you're not doing like hate speech or some kind of disgusting sexual speech or something like that, you should be able to say whatever you want anywhere. There shouldn't be a taped off part in the fucking forest. The taped off part is the fucking outline of America where you can do this. But yeah, if you have a megaphone and you're live streaming and shit, then I guess there's different rules. But
Well, no, the rules are just ridiculous. It literally.
I don't see what live streaming matters. Why does that even matter if I'm live streaming it or not? Like, that's not even.
Well, they don't specify. That's my point. It's called overly broad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like he can just decide if I do a speech and I'm like, yeah, the Earth's actually not a spinning ball; it's flat. He doesn't like that. He can be like, he's speech making. That's my point.
Yeah, and I like what you said about how they're when this is all done, if you win, they're not gonna fix it up and put a nice neat bow on it for the people. They're gonna fucking manipulate the words in it to give as little tiny. They're gonna try to give you a half an inch. They don't want to give you a whole inch. They'll give you a half an inch.
That's why I have literally written in such a way that they can't do that. They're gonna have to scrap the whole thing. Like, I'm right. Like, it's, dude, I've put so much time into this. It's insane. But like, dude, once you read it, you'll understand. I'm not taking it easy on them. I'm challenging every single aspect of it. And with legal precedent, where I'm like, oh, you're going to have to disagree with this Supreme Court and this Supreme Court and this Supreme Court. They can't just, it will take them years to rewrite it. It took them 3 years to rewrite the first one. So what they do is they put a new rule out that's just like reasonable, you know, and then they try to work on a way to make it more restrictive. And it took them 3 years. Dude, this one will take them easily that long. Easily that long. Of course, this guy had a world-renowned constitutional lawyer pro bono. And I'm like, I'm doing it myself.
Yeah.
But I actually want to do it myself, because if I do it myself and I beat the federal government with a 99% prosecution rate, defending myself and change the law, like, you know, no one really has an excuse anymore. No one can be like, oh man, I can't do it, I need a lawyer. No, Austin just did it. So that's kind of my main motivation, is just to show people that it's real. I certainly don't expect like globe earthers to be like, yeah, Austin's gonna win. Like, I know that no one's gonna think I would win. But I'm letting you guys know right now, I am going to win. And that means even if they convict me, it goes to appellate, and then above that, it is a zero, in my opinion, there's a 0% chance that every single judge stakes their whole reputation ruling blatantly against the First Amendment. It's way too dangerous.
You're gonna go down in the books as the guy that didn't rule for the First Amendment. That is fucking it's dangerous.
Yeah, and not just broadly, like specific things wrong with the rule. Like, and it's really crazy. Like, I can quote founding fathers all day if I wanted to, but I'm not even doing that. I'm just quoting the Supreme Court. Like, let me give you an example. One of the things that they did, there's something called, I'm trying not to use all legal terms, and this is how they get us because they keep us confused. But so in order to do a licensing scheme, that just means that you're requiring someone to get a license, right? Like a permit, meaning that if you didn't get the permit, it's illegal. So you have to get a license. So for any prior restraint licensing scheme, it requires what's called extraordinary procedural safeguards. Direct quote from a Supreme Court ruling, okay? So meaning you have to put safeguards in place, right? Procedural safeguards to prevent an official from discriminating against the type of content. Like if he favors or disfavors speech, he can censor it if it's overly broad, right? It has to be very narrowly tailored, specific, and it can't allow them to abuse their power. Does that make sense? So there's something called procedural safeguards. Now, what over time the Supreme Court has done, as unconstitutional as this is, so the courts don't agree on this. This is why I know I'll win my case, because the courts themselves don't even agree. So I'm forcing the judges to now rule on a dispute between the Supreme Court, and they do not want to do that. Like, they do not want to be the one judge that rolls on all of it. Right?
It's like when you pin a glober against another glober. Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing. So it's basically like I'm coming and giving them their homework assignment, and they just really don't want to do it. Yeah, like they really don't. They want to just say they want to leave class early.
Flat Earth prepared you just for this moment right here.
It does appear that way, man. Like, certainly with my ability to articulate myself quicker, because if I have to, I'll go in person and do it. I'm genuinely not scared of these people. The more I learn, the less scared I am, if that makes sense. So what they've done is they've changed the rule, and they've said, okay, you have to have extraordinary procedural safeguards for a licensing scheme that exercises prior restraint on free speech, unless it's content neutral, meaning that it's just time, place, and manner of speak. So it's not like you can't talk about politics. It's not content specific, which is called content based. It's content neutral, and the problem with that is once they did that, once they said you don't have to have these like really strenuous safeguards to prevent discrimination if it's content neutral, what it does is it allows the officers to then do that very thing and censor speech as they feel they need to, which is, I don't like Austin talking about the earth. So like you see what they've done. They've said, well, since it's content neutral, it's not as much of a danger to free speech, right? But so then they've loosened up the reins on it. And since then, now that allows for people to discriminate based on the content. And this is an ongoing dispute in Supreme Court that has not been ruled definitively. And that's just part of it, right? That's like, I'm telling them actually this is content based because it says the word grievances in it, which is a type of speech, but that doesn't even matter because we'll just accept it as content neutral and it still fails the test, right? But like, I'm hoping I'm making sense. Like, my point is that over time, what they do is they're chipping away at the First Amendment, but they're doing it in such an elegant way that the layman would never know.
Yeah, they do that with a lot of laws. They do that with gun laws, tons of stuff. They want as much control as possible, Us having running around with free speech and guns and doing what we want, it's not a great control mechanism for them.
Yeah. Like, it's simple. The national parks just don't want anyone to anything there. Like they don't want you to speak out about anything there. When you're talking against the government, they definitely don't want you doing it.
Oh yeah, hell no.
But you see what's so funny, right? The federal government is the executive branch. They can feel however they want to feel. Of course, the government doesn't want you calling out the government. But the way it's supposed to be is that doesn't matter what they want, because what they do has to be approved. Really where it starts is Congress shall make no law, right, abridging the freedom of speech. They've delegated their powers.
To the parks.
Oh, that's sudden.
Hello?
He probably muted himself.
Oh, really?
What do you think about our First Amendment, Brenda?
I don't think I know enough about it. Generally, I believe in free speech.
Yeah, as long as it's not like hate.
Yeah, but I don't know enough about Witzett's case or anything to comment on it. I'm not a
no doubt.
person, so I don't know.
All these legal mumbo jumbo motherfuckers.
I think
lawyers are the biggest. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the reason the problem is that Witzett is an annoying twat.
Well, I mean, let's not go there right away.
Okay, well,
Please.
let's put it this way. He's annoying and disruptive, right? And people don't like that. It's not because there's some big secret about the flat earth. It's simply because he was annoying people.
Well, I mean, you can annoy people anywhere you go doing regular shit. There's a lot of Karens out there.
I suppose I'm not sure about that.
There's a lot of Karens. Haven't you seen like Karens Gone Wild or anything?
Yeah, I like the idea of what they have in the UK. It was called Speaker's Corner, right?
Yeah.
Where people go and they can talk to each other. I like that. Every city should have like a Speaker's Corner.
Is there people there right now talking?
Well, presumably yes. Haven't you seen videos of Speaker's Corner?
Well, I mean, I knew they used to do that in ancient Rome. I didn't know that was like still a thing where they got up on the podium.
Oh, yeah. There's a YouTube channel. There's a YouTube channel about it, and these people they don't have fights because there's police there to prevent people from getting into fisticuffs. But yeah, it goes on all the time, and there's videos about it. There's Muslims and Christians and Jews usually talking about religion and politics, and it's happening all the time. I'm sure you can if you search around, you can find videos about it.
I'm surprised it's not. I'm surprised it's not live streaming all the time. That sounds like something you'd want to have like a YouTube live stream up for.
There might be a live stream for all I know. I mean, yeah.
And why is there no flat earthers ever on it?
There has
I don't.
been.
There,
There has been.
yeah.
Yeah.
How do I'm just hearing about this? You guys don't tell me nothing.
You know those. You know the group that did the what was the tour, Brenda? You know the name of it. You know the one I'm talking about. They did in England and Europe. Oh, the Globe Live tour.
Global tour.
Yeah. There's a few there. There was Trinity 4, and there was another lady. They quite go to Speaker's Corner and speak there quite freely and quite openly. Yeah.
Huh. That's awesome. I mean, is there like mad people just sitting around like waiting to talk and hearing what other people say and shit? Was it like downtown?
It's in London, the one I'm thinking about. But look, I don't know if there's like a line of people waiting up to have their turn. I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah, you know, there's definitely a place called Speaker's Corner where you can go talk about pretty much about whatever you want to talk about, unless you are invoking violence and stuff like that. It's free reign.
So
yeah, that's fine as long
Speaker's
as you're not.
Corner, that's an area you're allowed to talk, right? So like, are you not allowed to talk in the other public areas? I guess like.
Not sure which it, but I know this is kind of protected. Like Brenda said, you know, they have police around to protect the people and stuff. But I'm sure you can speak, on other corners. But depending on what sort of ruckus you cause, I suppose depends on what sort of attention you may get from the authorities.
Right. So from my understanding, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like,
go ahead with it.
like the difference is that the difference in America and over there is not too much fundamentally. They're both founded on common law, which means that everyone has creator given rights, or like they were born with rights, and that's the same principle. But outside of that, like they're a lot worse with the thing. So like they're further ahead, normalizing, like restricting you to a certain area to speak. So what that means is only the people that are interested in like polarizing subjects or whatever, that's the only people that are going to go to Speaker's Corner. It's only right. It's like you have the right to be heard equally by everyone. It's like the saying, if the tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, right? Like if you can't be heard, then you don't have free speech, right? Like it's kind of crazy, but they're moving what's going on over there over here now. So hopefully we can all kind of put our foot down.
Hello.
Go Dawn.
I've got a few opinions for you, Wits. I think you should be able to speak freely, within reason. I think on this mountaintop natural park, I think you should be able to capitalize on a nice mountain that people want to go to, and I think you should be able to stand on the steps on the way up or something, or pick different places and speak freely as people go by. But I don't think you should creep up behind people that are at the main spot and then get a megaphone out and say whatever you want. I think that is when you break the freedom of speech idea. I don't care about law, or what man thinks about law, or what man's tried to make man think about law. The idea of free speech is you can't just shout nonsense while people are having a good time, like over the top of their situation they've created already. But you are free to say it in other areas within reason. So, well, I had one question for you. Let's say I abolish all the laws and you're allowed to go to that spot in the national park and shout with a megaphone. There's no law against you. How would you feel if one tourist turned around and came up to you and smashed your face in and broke your megaphone? Would that be acceptable karma for you deciding to shout flat earth truths from behind them while they're looking at a nice view?
Okay, I just want to clarify real fast. When you use the microphone, you don't shout anything, right? That's the whole point of the microphone.
I'm just accepting it's a bit louder than talking.
Sure. So it's not shouting though, because that's a type of speech. That's like an aggressive.
Raising your voice past speech.
Well, it's not. Yeah. Okay. there's LFI'd sound, yeah, but it's not that it's aggressive
It's
or
not
anything
my.
like that.
I mean, my
But it
point
doesn't matter.
isn't.
I know what your point is. The point is the Supreme Court. You said you don't care about the law, but here in America, we have no choice but to follow the law. And so
Of course you have a choice.
what the Supreme Court says about that is if the crowd doesn't like what's being said, the officer actually has the duty to protect the speaker from the crowd.
No, but
Now, at Rushmore, what the guy said out of his own mouth was, "We're protecting you. Did you see those people?" So what he's admitted on record is that he
Yeah.
arrested me because the people around me didn't like what I was saying. And the Supreme Court specifically said, not only can you not shut someone down because other people don't like what they're saying, you actually have to go protect them
Yeah,
and
it's
ensure they're
fair
allowed
enough.
to say it.
They might have made up that excuse and pretended they were protecting you, but actually they wanted to keep the spot nice and calm in case something else happened, or just because they thought this isn't on, we're going to stop it because we've got the power. But my question is to you, if they weren't there and you were free and I was in charge and I let you speak, would it be fair if someone came over and beat you up for ruining their tourist sightseeing?
No, I mean, that would be assault. I mean, I would just defend myself. Like, what would I...
But surely if there's no law to say you can't speak and you want that law taken away, then you're up to the other consequences, past law, right? People being annoyed.
Yeah, see, I think that the amplification thing, that's a different... They're actually not charging me with that. Now, although they said they were, they are not. And the reason they're not is because they don't want it challenged. Because right now it says you can't use a speaker in the park, period. Now, the Supreme Court's also ruled on this. That's not true. It's based on ambient noise. So in a national park, I would have to have my speaker lower because the ambient noise is much lower. It's a more peaceful environment. Now, I would have done all of that, and I have done that, even in major cities. Like when a cop comes and I'm like, oh, like if you think I'm too loud, I'll just turn it down. Like I always am respectful, but I will not allow them to say I can't use it at all. Now, they said that's why they were arresting me, but that is not what the charge is. They didn't even charge me with that. So that right there is illegal. So like my point is, if the rules were legit, I would comply to them. I actually understand the argument. I'm not stupid. I understand that some people just go to the park to enjoy it. There are two different types of parks, though. There are some that are preserved nature predominantly, and then there are those that are for American history. Those that are for American history are public forum and have the history of debates. So one of the most prominent places in America that you would go to voice your grievance would be in front of the founding fathers carved into a stone. Now, the faces carved into a stone is not natural, is it? That's not a naturally occurring thing. So you didn't preserve nature, you destroyed the nature. And this is a long time being that people protest that place. Native Americans protest all the time because it was stolen from them. So that means that that place is not the same as like being in the middle of Yellowstone by Old Faithful guys.
Do you want the police or the Mounties or whoever's up there, the law people, do you want them to protect you if you get assaulted for annoying someone?
Well, that's their job. Yeah, I actually don't
so
think
you
I
want to be
need the
able
cops.
to, you want to be able to shout behind people while they're looking at a mountain and have people protect you to do it.
Well, that's what the law says.
Absurd,
Yeah, but
sir. That's absurd. I agree with fighting back against stupid laws and helping free speech stay alive, but I think this is a little bit absurd example.
Well, just so you understand, though, yeah, what I'm trying to make a point to you is I think you have a decent argument with the amplifier itself, right? I agree that a national park, if you have a speaker, right, it should definitely have...
They're already there enjoying the spot. So you've got no business talking flat earth to their backs up there.
So you're saying I should be able to do it even without the speaker?
On that mountain, yeah, but not at that spot behind them when they're already sightseeing.
Okay, so that's the problem, right? You're basically saying that the place that everyone goes, you can't go and speak.
You can speak, but if you annoy them, you have to have some consequences. So if you're going to avoid the law and keep going up there and try to get around the law, eventually some normal person is going to give you a consequence themselves.
Yeah, but
okay, how do you determine that? How do you determine that? Is it like with just one person? Wait, here's the question.
They don't want
here's
a flat earther shouting behind them.
Okay, you just keep on repeating yourself, though. So if just one person doesn't like it, if one person is annoyed, does that mean you can't do it?
None of those tourists want to hear you talking behind them.
Then why did 5 people come up to the cops and say you can't arrest him? That's his right to freely speak it and shake my hand.
Oh, because
So under your
they're
presumption,
into free
those
speech like
5
you.
people don't count, and you have to by default you have to say it's about majority, whatever majority of people think, which means you then have to go ask each person what they think and count it and see which one is over 50.
We can assume most tourists don't want to hear flat Earth talked behind them.
Then why did all those other
Normal
people come up and
assumption.
say that
Totally
even
normal.
if I don't agree with him, it's his right to say this here? Why are you arresting him? What about those people?
What I would do if I was the law, I would say go down there and speak a little bit where no one is and let them come past you. And if they want to stop, they can stop, or they can just carry on past to the destination. So they have
Right.
a
So
choice.
that's the problem, right? Like that means that you're able to put someone in an area they can't be heard, which means that
So
you
they
don't
can
have
be
to.
heard, but people have a choice whether to hear you or not. It's not a right to talk to
Like,
people
where
that
was
they don't
that
want to be
start off
spoken to.
area?
That
Hold
isn't
on,
a
Don.
right.
Where was
no
that
one
start
gave you
off
that.
area? Hold on, Don. Where was that start off area? Was that like on the way in between one of the things, or was that like way off where no one even walked by?
No, there's a sign right at the entrance that says this area is protected for First Amendment activities. Right at the front, it doesn't have like a line or anything. It doesn't say like this is free speech. This isn't. It just has a sign right when you walk in that says this area is protected for First Amendment activities. So when you walk in, you're like, okay, this is what I said to Chris. I'm like, wow, that's awesome. I was so proud. I was so proud of my country for a second. Literally, I was like, wow, this place knows. And it must be because it's in South Dakota and they're pretty conservative or whatever. I'm like, finally, somewhere knows that you can speak here. And turns out what it was saying was, well, there's a certain area right at the front that you can, and that's it. Well, it doesn't specify that. So then the officer comes and tells you you're going to be arrested or you're going to have to go where I tell you to go. I mean, I understand the arguments against it. It doesn't matter that if people actually understood how law works, they wouldn't be saying the stuff they're saying right now. Because yes, there are some extraordinary cases in which that law would be needed. But if that does so at too great a cost of free expression, meaning it prohibits too big a quantity of speech that is protected, it isn't viable because it would automatically censor all the speech that is protected. It's very simple, and the Supreme Court agrees with me.
Let me tell you how it would work around my way. If you came to my housing estate, you could say whatever you want on the street quite loudly. But as long as you moved around to different areas and different spots. But if you stood in the same place outside the same people's house talking flat Earth, people would come out and stop you doing it and move you on very
Sure,
fast.
that's a good argument. That's your best argument.
You
That's one of
should
the
go by
suggestions I was
that.
going to give them. You
Forget
know, the
about
suggestion.
man's stupid laws and go by that sensibleness.
Well, I actually try to be pretty reasonable. I know that you don't like my speech, so you automatically think it's unreasonable. But I actually do try to be reasonable. Now, if they put in their rules something like now a speaker cannot occupy the same place for more than an hour, then that would be a good rule maybe. Maybe that could be argued.
You're relying on rules too much. It's up to you to make your own rules that are reasonable and sensible.
Yeah, well, when you do that, you get arrested.
No, not necessarily. If you went if you went on the stairs and said stuff and spoke in different areas and affected a few people on that mountain, you wouldn't have got arrested. It's because you had a megaphone and you were talking behind loads of people at a specific viewing spot.
No, he told me I couldn't do it anywhere. He told me I couldn't use that anywhere.
Yeah, but you're going to the silly laws. Like, you're being semantical with law.
I'm talking about getting arrested. When you go to talk, because I actually have the balls to do the stuff that people on the internet talk about. When you actually go, if you don't follow the rules, you get arrested. He told me I cannot use it anywhere in the park. Therefore, either I don't talk and use it, or I get arrested.
And my opinion is, if you care about getting arrested and the actual laws, there's no way you'll be able to change any of them. So you're going to have to go along with whatever they decide is the law, I'm afraid.
I'm about to make them change the law. Do you want to bet on it? I'll bet you 10 grand that I make them change the law.
Oh my God.
So I know you don't think so, but that's why it never happens. Is because a bunch of people just talk. You're like, you don't have to follow the rules. Okay, well, I got arrested for not following it. And so you said, oh, well, if you had to went somewhere else. I even told the officer, I'll go somewhere else. I told him I'll go down to the little auditorium thing. He said, oh, no, you can't. You still need a permit. So He's saying I can't even go down there where no one was, right? Because it was at least where people would see in that direction. I was trying to comply or trying to be agreeable. But he's like, no. Basically, his suggestion
That's
was
fair
either
enough,
you
but
get
you'd
arrested
already
or you
done
get
the door. You'd already shown that you're going to break reasonable human interaction situations.
He told me
You'd
that
already
before I
shown you
even
broke it.
started talking. He told me that before I even started talking. He told me that before I even got the headset on. He told me that before we even made our sign. He literally saw us pulling out a flat earth sign and came and told us that we couldn't do it. It had nothing to do with how I was behaving. I have it all on tape in 4K on a GoPro. Actually, Dave sent it to me as well from the body camera. So he told me before I spoke. It has nothing to do. It doesn't even matter. Reasonableness is subjective. Cops don't get to run around censoring speech subjectively. Because if that happened, then anything that was important to be said against the government would never be said. If I don't like the way the cops act in America, and it's up to the cops whether or not they allow me to say it, they would never let me say it, would they? Therefore, you could never hold the cops accountable.
That's it.
That is reasonable. At least let me go to a place with my megaphone where people are gonna like see me and be able to maybe hear a tidbit as they walk by or something.
Yeah. And dude, on my GoPro, I shook this dude's hand, thanked him for his service, told him I'm not trying to give him a hard time. You just have to see the situation I'm in, where like I had friends die for this, right? And I see that it's being chipped away at, and I have to be able to freely speak. So like, can we work something out? I'm on tape saying this, shaking his hand, thanking him for his service. And he's like, oh, I can let you go to the auditorium. Oh, never mind. You would still need a permit. I said, okay, does that take a long time? He said, well, yeah, it could take up to 10 days. Okay, I don't have 10 days. I'm here right now needing to speak out against the mandates right now while I'm in South Dakota, not 10 days from now if you choose to let me to do it. That's insane.
Yeah, actually, I agree. Sometimes you have to say something and you can't pick this place. But I think with this, you've chosen to go up to that spot. I just think you chose a bad spot. If you're in the town square, like a Christian preacher, I'd totally be on your side, and I don't think you should be arrested. But I just think something's different about a tourist sightseeing spot. I don't know why I think that, but
well, I actually don't disagree with you. I'm trying to be reasonable here. Like I'm telling you, I agree that you couldn't make the law where it's like you can just do whatever you want to at any national park, wherever in the national park. I agree. It would be a shit show. You can't do that because the national parks would lose their value. They wouldn't be the places you can go to have tranquil environment and to see nature and stuff. I understand that. Okay. But when I went and read the rules, I found out that they were unconstitutional in like 30 ways. And that if I tried to comply to them, I couldn't even freely speak. What the law says is I have no obligation to follow them. So therefore, I just had to go do it however I wanted to do it. Now, if the law was actually, because I'm being reasonable, there should be areas that you can't bring a megaphone in a national park. I don't even disagree with that because like it makes sense. It makes sense. But that's not what the rules are right now. The rules are that the superintendent gets to sit in her office and she gets to put a little star on a map, and wherever she decides to put the star, that's the only place that you can speak. That is not how it works.
Yes.
So
I would say it's a good way of bringing up nuances of it, bringing it back into court.
Yeah, like when I show you this document, you'll understand. Like what I've had to do is just find out all the stuff that the Supreme Court said was wrong with it, and then go look at what it is now, and then just tell them, look, this stuff is still wrong. And so they're going to be forced to do something. And that's good. That's good because we can all agree that any type of rule that's claiming to restrain free speech in any way, it would have to be very particular situations and circumstances, and it would have to be very specific. And I agree that national parks are an extraordinary circumstance. So I actually agree. Like, I agree that because I went there, I know that some places, if you had 10 people screaming on a microphone, no, it would ruin the park. I understand that, but that's not what the rules allow. The rules force you to not be heard at all. So you have an obligation to speak out.
If it was 10 people shouting, the government is satanic, I might be behind it. I think I'm just against it because it's flat Earth.
Yeah, you are. And so like
I'll
legally speaking, that's legally. Argument. And that's fair, right? But you're not a Supreme Court judge, right? Like they can't do that. They can't say that it's because of the topic because that's called content-based censorship.
Yeah.
But like, I think that the rule right now is that over 25 people, you have to have a permit. It used to be anyone needs a permit, but they lost in court, had to change the rules, and they changed it to have an individual exception where only people over 25, groups over 25 people need a permit. It's for safety reasons, because if you had like 10 groups of 25 all come and protest, or a group of 500, if you didn't know that was going to happen, you couldn't like ensure safety. You would need, you need some preparation time to be able to add. That's an actual good argument. That's true. When it comes to an individual, you do not need that. So they had to change it. But what now they still just say you have to be in the demonstration area, and that's illegal because not only that area is public forum, which means they still censor individuals by telling them they need a permit in advance. And so what the Supreme Court says the main problem with this is something called spontaneous speech, meaning an individual has to have the ability to spontaneously speak their mind and express any grievances they have, or it might be rendered moot, like a political point won't be as relevant 10 days from now. So you can't censor spontaneous speech. It's one of the primary parts of speech that make it so effective. That's what they say.
But Whitsett, your speech is prepared. It's not spontaneous.
It's literally not prepared. I just say things.
Well, you have something that you have prepared ahead of time. You have something in mind that you want to say. I mean, it's not like there's a situation and then you just spontaneously react. You have
That is what happened.
You have an agenda. I don't know what the legal definition of spontaneous speech is, though.
Of course not. You don't. But I have actually been researching all this in depth for weeks, so I do know.
What is the legal definition?
Yeah, anyone that in the moment spontaneously wants to speak. It's very self-explanatory. And so
how do they define spontaneous? How do they?
The definition of spontaneous doesn't change. So when I was at Yellowstone, it was literally a perfect example of spontaneous speech. I was sitting at a gas station. We pulled in. We saw that the gas was like $2 overpriced. We're like, wow, we're not filling up a 100-gallon tank here. That's ridiculous. That's going to cost us $200 extra. So we got back in. I got back in the car, and we tried to leave, but the cars were blocking us in. So we had to sit there. As we're sitting there, because we literally couldn't leave, we were blocked in by people getting gas. People started walking out, and I saw children that were just running around trying to enjoy the park. Their parents were making them wear masks outside in a national park that has 2 million acres. So spontaneously, I felt the need to say, you don't have to make your children wear those masks outside. It's okay to let them enjoy the national park. The government can't tell you that the children can't breathe. Now, whether you agree with what I said or not is literally irrelevant. It was in the moment, I felt the need to spontaneously use my First Amendment and to speak out against something. That's what it means. That if you don't have the ability to do that, it renders free speech useless, and that's what the Supreme Court said. And it's not like a complicated set of logic. If you had a political beef, right? So say they came out with a mask mandate, and I'm like, this is illegal. I want to go speak out against it. I'm like, the founding fathers would hate this. I'm going to go in front of the founding fathers because this morning the news announced that there's a mask mandate and that's illegal. And so you go right then because it's in the news, it's relevant, the mask mandate, and you want to speak out against it right then. You have the right to do so. Supreme Court explains that if you have some type of political dissent, if you cannot voice it immediately, oftentimes it becomes useless. So that's unacceptable censorship because that would allow the government to prevent any adequate checking of their power. And that's what the laws were written to do, by the way. That's what they write it in a way so that you cannot check the government. They updated the rule and it literally says now, all like forms of conduct expressing views or grievances reasonably likely to attract a crowd or onlookers. That just means the First Amendment. They might as well have just quoted the First Amendment and said, you don't have it here. I mean, so it's insane, and honestly, and I understand people don't like what I talk about. People don't like how I talk. There are flat earthers that don't like it. They say it's a bad look I get arrested. They say it's a bad look that I'm yelling at people. There are people that don't like what I say or how I
you dickhead. Yeah, that's it. Fuck
Yeah,
no,
you're
man.
one of them. You're one of them. So, but like, I understand it. I get it, right? Like, that's cool. But what everyone should understand is if they really inform themselves about what this regulation is and what it says, they should all be on my side. They actually should. So I'll just let people catch up. And if it requires like a news article, if it requires my last name being in a Supreme Court case, whatever, that's their problem. But like, I can assure you, globe earther, flat earther, atheist, creationist, whatever, all of you guys, if you knew the specifics of this, if you at all care about freedom, you would be on my side.
Let me give you another weird question. So you own a forest on a mountain. No, you think you own it and you live near it and no one else goes there, so it's mostly yours. And a lot of your friends and family and children are up there chilling. They're all flat earthers on a commune up in the forest mountain. But I'm up there with a megaphone shouting about globe earth and how flat earth is a total lie and terrible and it needs to be brought down. How long would you let me ruin your spot for?
Wait, so do I actually own this spot or is it?
Well, like the government, you're pretending to own it, but it's just land.
Oh, and I would be smart enough to know I have no right to tell you
let
what
me
to
ruin
do.
your spot.
I would come up there and try to talk to you and be like, why do you think this? And if you were saying the Earth's a globe, I would just intellectually eviscerate you face to face in real
You
time.
would allow your family's tourist spot to become a flat earth debate.
Well, I would never allow my family to be in such a jeopardy.
You'd have to go up there and bring them down and say, oh no, there's a glober. He's saying stuff. Get away from the area. We're gonna have to find
actually, if you're going to build a
picnic
commune,
spot.
if you're going to build a commune, you should probably actually own the property if you expect any privacy.
Okay, so maybe. Do you believe the government own the national park or not?
Well, the government isn't a person, right? It's nothing more than it's nothing more than the representation.
Do you believe someone that is friends with the law owns the national park?
Well, the people own it, right? The people are the masters, and the government is the public servant.
Yeah, the national parks are owned by the people of the United States.
Oh, yeah, that does make it more interesting then.
So,
But
and that's
so
the whole point.
It's not your commune and your owned land. It's just a picnic spot that you like. How would you react?
It's like some other guy coming
if I'm
onto my.
preaching globe earth at your favorite picnic spot that you don't own. How would you react?
Let me correct your analogy. It's like if we're on a commune and then one of the guys, and I own the commune, we all own the commune, and then one of the people on the commune come up to me and they tell me I'm not allowed to talk on the commune. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? I own this place.
No, okay, so you're on the commune again, but one of your flat earth commune people has decided it's a globe, and he's in the corner of your beautiful garden preaching the globe. Yeah. Do you kick him out?
He burns the commune.
Do you let him shout all day long every day?
Well, if he owns the commune and the rules are such that no globers are allowed, I think you can kick him out of a private space.
Yeah, that's why the analogy is no good. Because the crucial determination is who owns it and is it private or not. And like that's the same with the national park.
One day you might be in a national park enjoying it, and there might be a glober there talking, and you might have a spoiled day.
Well, if I'm in a national park, I would move. If somebody's annoying me, I would move away, right?
Yeah, and I would just never allow like someone thinking there's a globe to ruin my day.
I think the issue with where you were with it is that this was a vantage point, and to enjoy the view, they had to be at that location.
Yeah, that's why I went there. Yeah.
I mean, if I was actually, I'm somewhat sympathetic to your case, but if I was to argue against it, that's what I would say: is that this is a unique location, and people have to be there in order to enjoy that view, and you were spoiling their view.
That is actually not a bad argument, Brenda. That's what they're going to need to say in slightly more elegant terms. But the problem with it is what they have to do, legally speaking, is they have to prove there's no history of that area being used for public discourse.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Right. Well, that's how you determine what's a public forum. So there's like non-public forum. There's designated public forums, meaning the area otherwise is non-public, but the government has designated it that. That's what they say this is, right? But the way that you actually legally determine if something's public forum is if it's accessible to the public and if it has a history of being used for discourse. Parks are usually the number one example of public forums. They argue national parks are an exception to like a county or city park. So that's the problem, right? Because obviously right in front of the founding fathers is a notorious place for discourse.
Yeah,
right.
now, I don't have a problem actually with flat earthers being allowed to speak publicly because I'm fully confident that the globe Earth can intellectually defeat the flat Earth. That's not a problem. What I have, you know, I do have a problem with you disrupting people, but as you can stand on a street corner all you like and shout and protest and have your displays and stuff. I don't care about that.
Intellectually defeated.
Yeah, it's easy. Yeah.
Mm.
But that's not that's not the issue here. That's not the issue. The issue here is free speech, and as a general rule, I believe it's free speech and it should be increased. And if he's being restricted in his speech, that's wrong. But you know, I don't know the specifics of this particular case.
All free speech should be intellectually defeated.
I think in this case they went to heaven and Witzer went to heaven. So it was just both two.
Well, I'm going to heaven because I told the truth.
Yeah. Like, see, the truth is, I don't think any flat earther would ever want to shut down someone because they were publicly talking about a globe. Like, you're never going to find, you might find a couple, but like, that's not a real thing. And I actually, I happen to know a bunch of the, see, this is not specific to globe or flat earth because anyone that just knows that freedom's important, you know, they're just like, I disagree with Austin. I think he's an asshole. I don't like how he talks. I think it's lame. I think it's kind of disrespectful. I think it's kind of disrespectful for Austin to be here. I think it's disrespectful for him to do that there. Whatever it is. But I do agree with his right to say it. I do agree with his right to say things. Like, that's all it comes down to. It's not even about...
What about a Muslim talking all day at an American beauty spot? Wouldn't that be bad?
Absolutely.
Yeah. See, I actually agree with Witsit to a certain degree here. I disagree in some things, but yeah, Muslim, they should be able to speak out wherever they want. If you go to speakers' corners, there's absolutely videos on YouTube of Muslims and Christians and Jews having heated arguments, and they never come to fisticuffs because there's usually a cop watching to make sure. But
if you in the national park, Brenda, and thinking, isn't it great? Of this beautiful America.
Yeah.
And there was an Islam person shouting on a megaphone behind.
Yeah. I think, I don't know legally. I would say he's spoiling my enjoyment of the view.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter. Like how it makes you feel doesn't matter because, and the reason is very simple. You could never appease everyone. So if the standard of judgment was the approval of the listener, then no one would ever be approved because if there's 100 people, it takes one person that says, I don't like what he's saying. If I had been talking about how awesome Donald Trump was, I can almost guarantee you that officer would have left me alone. So, but now he'll never admit that. He'll never admit that because the rules are made in such a way where he can censor based on content, but still maintain the illusion that it's content neutral. Yeah, that's dangerous, bro.
Main point in this. It is about the content as well.
But the Supreme Court says any type of regulation is unconstitutional on its face. Which it is, of course. Look, if the Earth's really flat and I can't say it's really flat, okay, and I can't say it, and the government lied about it and doesn't want anyone to know that they lied, if the government can say you can't talk about flat Earth, then they can just censor based on their lies.
That's terrible.
Yeah. Crazy. It's crazy, bro. And like, this is like, it's something that goes under the radar because, you know, most people don't go to national parks to do what I do. And so it's not really an issue. And that's another problem that's another thing that really argues for my point. It's like, if they did just kind of relax the rules, it's not like national parks around the country would get taken over by protesters.
No.
That wouldn't happen. And this is why they said you need to, when they got turned down in 2010 and made them change the rule, they had to have it where the superintendent has to give you a written letter explaining why and has to document it. Now, guess what? I asked for that in production and they're not going to give it. They don't even have it. So like they don't, if you're able to deny the permit and not explain why, like, dude, there's no checks and balances.
If I was there, I wouldn't be that annoyed because I would just enjoy it for 5 minutes. I'd think you were funny and I'd move on and find a more private spot.
Yeah, so I actually have to go work on this, man. But yeah, I'll let you guys know what's going on. You know, I just wanted to give you guys an update. The law is going to change. Don't get too triggered, and just understand that this is for all of us, not like, you know, only flat earthers or something. And
I'm not triggered at all. I don't have a problem. I don't have any fear of flat Earth at all.
well, that's how it should be. Like, you know, at least I can respect that. If someone actually thinks the Earth is a globe, they should have no fear at all about flat earthers being heard. Anyway, I'm going to catch up with you guys later.
Right, we'll take
Okay.
care, man.
Peace out.
Bye.
Peace.
Hmm. That was actually interesting.
I think he has got a case. It's just that it's flat Earth and he's big egoic.
You got a terrible mic, Dawn.
Oh, sorry.
It's like a wire's loose or something.
Oh, I don't know. It's terrible, sorry.
Oh, that's better. That's heaps better.
Hmm.
It'll be interesting to see where it goes. If he actually gets a case to hold up. You know, I think there is a case for free speech, but you know, as you said, Dawn, you know, can you just take a megaphone and speaker and, you know, do it while people are on holiday and enjoying the serenity of anything is a different kettle of fish. You know, the fact that it happened where it did, at where's it, Mount whatever it's called, Mount Rushmore, where apparently freedom of speech was founded. Makes it makes it probably even more interesting to see where this case would go, considering where he was.
It's not necessarily a serene spot. It's more of a tourist viewing spot.
Yes. You know, big platform looking out over these this carved mountaintop. But yeah. You know, if he has followed all the, you know, rules and regulations and all that sort of stuff and whatnot, I think his case will be a lot stronger. But whether or not he gets it through and stuff, whether or not he will win, time will tell. The way the legal system works would probably take years anyway.
Yeah.
Because even if he won initially, you know, the chances are he'd probably get appealed by the prosecution and have to go to a higher court. And then if they won, he could probably have another opportunity to appeal it again to a higher court then. You know? So the process could take literally years to play out.
They could draw an area in the corner of the platform. So from now on, you can speak in there with no loudspeaker.
Yeah. It's funny how Speaker's Corner isn't actually on a corner. It's like in the middle of the park.
I always wonder, the paradox of free speech is 3 people turn up at the same time with 3 different ideas and they're all really loud.
Yes.
That's the paradox of free speech.
Mm.
Then it's just a big babble.
Mm.
Police are starting to close in Canada right now.
Mm.
Start arresting people.
Some of them have probably broken rules.
Yeah. There's heaps of them.
Maybe they're
Like
parked
a
in a
stand-up.
maybe they're parked in a no parking zone.
I'll show you the standoff.
Yeah,
Look at
that's
this
what I
guy.
meant. Yeah.
There we go.
Well, it was going to come to a head, wasn't it? One way or the other. It wasn't going to last forever. Doesn't actually look like there's that many people there. Doesn't actually look like there's that many people there, Mel.
It's the
You know what
guy.
I mean?
No?
It's like, you got a few dozen on one side, a few dozen on the other.
Yeah. See the dude just laying there in the snow, though?
Yeah, they're making snow angels.
Yeah. They had, like, a guy got eaten by a shark. There were people just filming that as well on the shore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like the
That's a bit.
guy's just body's just there, like, bleeding in the water, and you see the shark come back and have a few bites.
So they leave him laying there,
Yeah,
bleeding to death,
in the
right?
water.
To film
No
it, to
one
film
would
the
go in.
action.
Yeah, they were just
Oh my
filming
god!
him from the shore.
Oh no
Off of
way!
from the. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Oh no, people don't help anymore. They just film shit.
Well, they've got to get their latest TikTok clip, don't they, Mel?
Yeah, I
Just
wouldn't
sort of
jump in, to be honest. Imagine jumping in while a shark's eating someone to save him.
Well, if you could see that the shark wasn't around, right, had swum off, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
100%. But
You'd get
naturally,
him.
naturally, if you can see the shark, I'm not going to go jump next to him and become his next, his second course. But yeah,
Mm.
if you can see that the shark's moved away, 100% you'd jump in and pull the poor dude in.
Yeah, it's easy to say. It's until you're in the situation. Like you're just in the water, and then the shark comes. I think most people would shit themselves.
I love watching those clips of surfers, Mel, when you see him taking a big barrel, and you've seen the ones where you've got the shark, in the wave itself as the surfer's just, hanging 10 and running across the wave, and you see the shark,
Yes,
the silhouette of the shark in the water. It's just, see,
too much.
this is why I don't surf, Merle, right? For these
Yeah,
reasons.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, I remember back in the day, Kira Beach, there was like dolphins in the waves. But at first, I didn't realise they were dolphins, and I
Yeah,
told the lifeguards, like,
there were sharks.
"Yeah, the sharks."
The
He goes,
sharks.
"No, they're
The
dolphins, man." I'm like,
dolphins.
"Oh,
That's funny. That's
yeah,
funny. The only place I've tried surfing, Merle, is in Port Phillip Bay. Like, there's no sharks. There's no killer sharks in Port Phillip Bay. Right,
no."
it's not. it's so I've got no problems, right? You know, when I was young, down at Seaford Beach, you know, trying to learn how to surf down there, but put me in the open oceans, you know, off the beaches of Queensland or Sydney or Perth or wherever, even South Australia, not a chance am I going
No.
to get into an environment, you know, especially you know, because the best waves are either early in the morning or in the evening, right?
Yeah.
And this is
Yeah.
this is prime shark feasting time. Well, this is when they want to eat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very rarely do you hear of a shark attack, you know, at lunchtime. It's always early in the morning or late at night.
Mm. It's funny that, like, it's just part of the Aussie culture, surfing.
And
A lot of
then what?
people.
And then what fascinated me, right? Like there was a theory going around there for, sharks like to eat seals, right? So you got these, so you got these surfers in black wetsuits looking like a seal, right?
Yeah.
Early in the morning, like,
Yeah.
do you want to make yourself any more attractive?
Yeah. There was an invention they invented, like an electric pulse, and it would
Yeah.
annoy the shark, or it deters them. I don't know. I don't know if they
I don't know.
work.
Well,
I think if a
well,
shark wants to have a go, it will.
he'll have a go, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then what's quite funny though, like you hear of a shark attack, I've heard of them when they've been off Perth or here in South Australia, get gobbled up by a shark, and then they send out the masses and kill every single shark that's had absolutely nothing to do with it, right? Just to try and find the one that did have something to do with it.
Yeah.
It's like, were you joking?
Well, that's what a lot of surfers say too. Like, if they get like bitten, they're like, yeah, it's worth it. Like, I know I'm in their domain, but it's still worth getting bitten to ride the waves.
Who was the famous surfer, the
Yeah.
world champ that got attacked? Oh, you know the one I'm talking about, Mel.
Yeah, I do.
Um,
I've forgotten his name for some reason.
multiple world champion. Oh God,
Yeah.
it's on the tip of my tongue.
Kelly Slater? No.
Was it Kelly
No.
Slater?
No.
No. It wasn't Kelly. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I think Kelly Slater actually saved from a shark attack. My memory serves me correctly.
You surf, Basil?
No way. I'm not going where sharks.
But I mean, do you surf in general?
I did take it up as a kid in Port Phillip Bay, but as Merle will testify, Port Phillip Bay really ain't the place to be surfing at all. Lucky to get maybe, a foot or two waves.
Mick Fanning.
Mick Fanning, that's the one. Yep.
What about Rob Machado?
What about
Don't
him?
know.
No.
Do you know him? Oh.
No.
Jim Wiggin.
Real famous Australian surfer.
Is he? Can't be that famous.
Yeah, come Rob Machado, like.
This is off.
Hang on, let me post a picture of him.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You
post
must.
one.
He looks like Jesus, like if Jesus was a surfer, he look
Oh,
like
really?
Rob Machado. Yeah, all right. I just posted a picture of him. That guy.
Nah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Never seen that face before.
Oh my. Well, he's huge in the surfing scene. He's like a legend. Yeah, I surf. I just thought you might surf as well.
Yeah, no, I don't. No, I don't surf with. I used to boogie board quite a bit. I got no problems in boogie boarding, but see, you do that quite close to the shore too. You know what I mean? You're not
Yeah.
sitting out past the break, waiting for that perfect wave or anything like that. But yeah, where I grew up, even though it was Port Phillip Bay, and that's a a massive bay, no, it's not really surfing territory. It's just not the right conditions at all.
Port Phillip Bay. Let me Google it.
Port Phillip Bay.
Yeah. Okay. So you like close to Melbourne, or you moved away from there?
Well, we were down in Seaford, which is about halfway between Melbourne and Portsea, right on the beach there. So, but yeah, no, I've moved away from there now. Went back to the country, and now I'm back over in
Looks beautiful up there.
South
So
Australia.
this is where you grew up. This looks beautiful, man. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you go back?
No way. Too much riffraff. Too many people.
Riff raff.
Yeah, too many.
So you're like away from people now?
Yeah,
Doesn't that get lonely?
I live in a town, right, that has 168 people. All right,
What
that's
the
the way.
fuck?
That's the way I like it. 168 people. Beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't even have town water. It's all water tanks,
Mhm.
and stuff. You know, it's beautiful. Right opposite Kangaroo Island.
What about like power and whatnot? Electricity.
Yeah, we've
What do
got
you do?
well, we have mice, and they run around like a gadget that's attached to a generator.
I was thinking maybe koala bears or something. All right, but no,
Yeah.
but I mean, seriously, like, is everything solar powered or?
No, we got mains power, but we're fully got solar power, so we don't get any power bills, or we're actually in credit, to be honest with you. So, which is good because then you get a check, you can go spend that money, which is good.
That's really nice, man. Is it expensive to live in that town? Like, because I mean,
No.
okay.
Like there's one general store, which is a shit general store. There's a pub, and that's about it. That's
Okay.
all. That's all we have here. Like a little general store, which is actually attached to the pub. Believe it or not, but that's just overpriced and just absolutely crap, to be honest with you. But we go down to the main town about once every fortnight, once every 3 weeks
Jesus Christ, Bandit.
to do
And
our
then
shop.
you like, do you stock up for like the month type of thing?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we only get our mail delivered every second day. We don't even have a daily mail service, so it's every second day here.
Okay, that's crazy.
That's
And how
actually
long
how the
you?
mail system. Oh, go ahead, Lise.
I was just gonna ask, how long have you been living there for?
Oh, only about bit over 12 months now.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about Bandsaw. He's living the high life. He's over there sipping coffee margaritas with running water. I mean,
Exactly.
but coffee martinis and shit.
Living like the Joneses. He's always having cookouts and whatnot. You know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he lives right. Do you live right by the beach? Is it like you can just go into your backyard and go fishing, right? Type of
Yeah, well, if you look at my avatar now, that's a picture from my back porch. Looks right across the ocean.
Jeez, I'm fucking jealous.
And we have a
Yeah.
private beach. We've got a private beach just down the road. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to move down there, man. So we're gonna be neighbors real soon.
Going fishing tomorrow because we've got another barbecue tomorrow. So hopefully I'll catch a few salmon to put on the barbie.
Oh my God, you're just getting free salmon, dude. That's fucking ridiculous. If I go to Price Chopper to get a little piece of salmon, you get this little tiny strip for $5.
Yeah. Well, last weekend I got 2 salmon and they were 2.5 kilo each.
You're over there eating like a grizzly bear and shit.
Oh yeah, don't you worry about that. I'm stocking up for the winter.
What about crabs and whatnot?
Yep, crabs, oysters, all that sort of stuff.
Gee.
You can get all that sort of stuff around the rocks and whatnot.
Well,
Dude, if I was you,
everyone. Sorry, go ahead, John.
if I was you, I would just build one of those old school fishing traps. It's shaped like an M, right? And you'd like throw some bait in it, some dead fish guts or something, and the fish would just swim right in there in their trap, and you just go pick them right out.
Bang! No need to even fish. Just wander on
Yeah,
down
you
there.
do. You're in there with some barbaric fishing line in the water, waiting for hours.
Yeah, that's how everyone needs to be living, you know, like a little bit of the modern life, but also staying in touch with nature and whatnot. Like we shouldn't be in cities. This shit is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get your coffee martinis in, and
Exactly.
get your solar panels ticking in.
Yeah,
Exactly. Taking catching rainwaters and whatnot, you know.
Actually, I got a batch of beer that I've got to bottle up tomorrow. So
What do you
it's
like?
about
You make your own. You make your own brew.
yeah. It's about 14%.
It's the triple B's, the
Yeah,
bandsaw bandit brew.
yeah. It's lethal, the brew I mix, and then we get some calico and we put chili, we put some ginger, put some rosemary in there, and
You
just
said
let it all.
calico. I thought we were about to get shot up, or you had a cat.
So you make this little pouch, and you put all your little what do you call them? Your herbs and spices in there, and put it in the brew, and happy days. Happy days.
Yeah, that's what's up, man.
But I started making it my own brew about 18 months ago. Bought this kit. Anyway, brewed it up, and yeah, it was okay, but it didn't really have the punch that I wanted. It was only around 4.5%, 5%, which is pretty much standard for beer. So I thought I've got to increase this. Did a bit of research and
some sugar.
So now I put about 3 times the amount of sugar in it. I thought I'd just give it a crack. Whacked it in there, tested it with my little alcohol meter, and boom! The first batch I made came out at about 15.2%, and now it's around 14.5, 14.7, pretty consistently.
Fucking Cisco.
That's like some Mad Dog 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Bum wine, they call it out here in the States.
I actually
But not your shit, but their shit. The shit I'm talking about. It tastes like fruits.
I actually googled the most potent beer in the world, and it's a brand called Snake Venom, and it's at 67%. And I was aiming for that, actually. That's what I was aiming for.
That's harder than like liquor. That's harder than a lot of liquors.
Exactly.
Dude, that's
like alcohol, like liquor is usually like 80 proof, right?
Yeah.
That's only 40% alcohol.
Yeah. So I thought I'd buy one, just to sample it. Anyway, it comes from the UK, and it's like 80 pounds a bottle of this stuff. Okay, get out of town.
Damn.
So I paid 80 pounds plus delivery, which was about £60 delivery. Oh yeah, keep that.
Jesus.
That's what's up, yeah.
Yeah, I can't even get over the fact that you can just go start pulling salmon out the fucking ocean, bro. That's great, because I love salmon. I love seafood, and to be able to do that, that's the best place you could be a bum at. Like, you could be a bum, scrape up $10 for a fishing pole, and just go to the fucking beach and have like cookouts every day and be eating better than half the people in America.
Man,
Welcome to Fort Lauderdale.
You don't even
Welcome
need
to
to get a fishing
Miami.
pole, mate. Just get an old stick and tie a shoelace to it. Away you go. You're set.
Bro.
No, it's fishing line, right? And a bottle, like a Coke bottle, and they just turn the Coke bottle and it reels in the line.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's good
I
thinking.
seen them doing that under the bridge, catching fucking 40-pound drum and shit. Big ass fish, dude, with the Coke bottle.
The bums, do they eat them or do they sell them to the market?
Sell them and eat them. They do it all. Yeah.
That's what I mean, bro. You could go catch a fucking huge fish and sell it for $20 real quick. That's fucking easy. Fishing's fun, almost like.
Well, they would have guys that would come down with them, and they would sell them. They'd bring their, you know, their customers with them to go fishing. So they wouldn't even waste no time. They'd be like, "Here, come on down here. We're going to go down here right now." And then like, it'd be like meet up at fucking, you know, like you see a lot of immigrant workers at Home Depot in the morning. It would be like that, where you go meet up with one of them to go get your fish in the morning.
I'd be eating fish every other day. I'd have mercury poisoning by now.
You know, it's weird, but I don't really see people getting a lot of mercury poisoning from fish. I mean, it's not the same as like injecting it into you or something. You know, you have natural encapsulating properties in your body to try to get it out. You know, I mean, what about the Eskimos? That's all they ever eat is fish, dude. You know,
that's true.
What about I mean, they just seem to be alive still after how many? You know what I mean? So I think we'll be all right if we eat fish. I think they've been. A lot of vitamin D comes from fish. I think there's a war on vitamin D, bro. Obviously, you can see this epidemic, pandemic, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you know, is vitamin D shortages. They literally just came out with a study from Israel showing that every single one of the bad outcomes was low deficiency vitamin D.
Don't they have UV lights that give off vitamin D?
I don't think
or some
so.
kind of lights.
Well, they might, but I tell you what, it's not the tanning bed lights that you might think it is.
No, not those.
I thought so one day. I was like, oh, just get some tanning bed lights. We get our vitamin D, you know? And then I looked
No, I
into
think
it.
there's
and
an
went,
actual
I said
thing.
something dumb.
There's an actual light that they sell. It's for the winter time because, you know, people go outside a lot and they sell these little lights that, you know, it doesn't give you a lot of vitamin D, but it gives off vitamin D. We should have those lights all over the place.
Right.
Like
it gives off
classrooms, businesses, yeah.
It just would it would really make sense. If we were actually trying not to get sick, we would definitely make sure that we checked our vitamin D levels.
Yeah, but that's not in anyone's best interest to not get sick except for the person not getting sick. You know what I mean? Like government wants you sick because the government wants you sick because that's more money they're going to get. You know, every time a doctor goes to work, that's tax money they're getting. Every time a piece of medical equipment gets bought, that's more tax money. It's good for the economy.
Yeah, you and I are on it, dude. I mean, we know that. It's like, when does the public, like, this
Obviously,
vitamin
the
D
people
study
selling
really
the
blows the door open.
Obviously, the
People are so
selling this
lost
stuff.
in all the intricate levels of this complicated idea, and they need to just go back to the beginning and think, what about the very beginning steps we just assumed were correct? Were those correct? Instead of keep building and building and building on this stupid idea that was fundamentally incorrect in the first place. I'm really stuck on stupid when it comes to this vitamin D thing right now, because it's all you had to do was check your vitamin D levels. None of this other stuff was necessary. The people should be waking up to that right now, going, what the fuck? People were trying to tell us vitamin D, vitamin D, vitamin D. Every
Just
outcome
like vitamin C,
vitamin
just
D.
like vitamin C for the, you know, for a cold or something. Get your vitamin C, get your vitamin C. They were pushing that hard for a long time. But yeah, you don't hear nothing about vitamin D.
Yeah, vitamin D is just as important, if not more important, than vitamin C, because vitamin C is easier to get. Vitamin C, you can get your daily amount by eating your foods. Vitamin D, you can't get that daily amount by eating foods. You have to go out in the sun to get the 90% more that you need, because, you know, 10% from eating your foods. That's all you can get. So yeah, I think it's more important, especially in this era of staying indoors and being online for 6 and 10 hours at a time, not realizing it, never going outside. It used to be you get bored, you go outside. You know?
Yeah.
This don't happen as much
because
anymore.
I remember when I was a kid back in the 80s, There would be some
Yeah,
days I would sit around and play
piss
video
off.
games for 12 hours a day inside, but that was like on a rainy or a frigid day or something. Normally I'd be outside causing mayhem and destruction in my neighborhood.
Hell yeah, building tree forts, welding fucking shopping carts together for go-karts, doing whatever, you know?
Yeah.
We did all that shit.
I feel bad kids won't get to experience like the 80s.
Yeah.
These
What
days.
kid at the age of 13 has his own welder right now?
Yeah, not many.
Well, we all did back then, you know? Oh, my dad gave me his welder so I can do this too with you guys. You know what I mean? Like,
I had wood burning kits, all types of crazy shit. Yeah.
now it's like my dad doesn't know what a welder is. So I don't get one. You guys show me how, you know, and then we whittles down to no one's got a welder. We'll just play video games. Do you know
Or
how
you
to
just
tie a
buy the
knot?
go-kart.
Okay, I guess we don't need this boat.
The
You know
dad
what I
will
mean?
just buy the go-kart instead of the kids trying to manufacture some cool shit. The kids, the dad will just buy him one from BJ's or something.
Meanwhile, we're out there with chainsaws and spindles from old bicycles and running different
Trying to figure out how to put shit
Yeah.
together. Yeah.
Got 2 chainsaw motor system going on with the pulling triggers to go faster. We had a go-kart with no steering.
Nah, steering's overrated.
Yeah, at first. Then we figured all the steering out later. We were just working on the drive, you know. Can we get this thing to work?
We gotta make it go fast first, then we'll worry
And we
about the
played with
steering
it for 3 or
after.
4 days before we fixed the steering on it. That's how fun that shit was. For no reason, just going straight, hitting the gas, going forward.
People used to talk to each other too back in the day. Like you could tell a lot of these. That's why I think a lot of these people are from that we talk to in this arena are a little bit older because they're people that are used to engaging people and conversing with people. You know what I mean? Like nowadays, they don't do that. They just stare at cell phones and don't even talk to anyone unless it's like
And
necessary.
when they do, it's words like, I feel like, and then they'll tell you something that they think. And it's like, what is that what you think or is that what you feel like? I don't understand where you guys are fucking coming from with this shit. That way you get to just say any stupid thing you want and nobody can question it. Cause I feel like I feel like there's, like it's catchy too. You hear people doing it too much and if you don't fight it, you'll start talking like that. I'm like, oh, I feel like, all right, never mind. Actually, I can't talk. That one kind of crept in on me. I tried to defeat it for as long as I could, but I feel like it just came right in. Well, good morning, Jeremy. At least I know I can say good morning to some people, and it's still very reasonable.
Good morning. I feel like a fucking blob right now.
See, that's the appropriate use of I feel like. I like that.
Yeah, I ate fucking a whole stick of butter yesterday.
Oh, man.
Like, not by itself. Not by itself.
I usually do that when I cook fish, because the blackened fish has got so much butter in there.
Oh, dude, I did steaks, and I did a stick of butter in the steaks, and I ate half the steaks, so that was a half a stick. And then I did rice. Then I did rice, and I put a stick of butter in the rice after it was done to, get the rice nice and butter. And I ate half the rice, so I basically ate a whole stick.
Oh my Jesus!
And it was so good when you're eating it. I knew I was like, I should stop eating this, but I couldn't. I was like, it's so good.
Yeah, well, butter's good for you, man. I guess.
When that in those rations. Like I was on the verge of having like a cholesterol attack or whatever the fuck happens.
Yeah. That cholesterol shit, that's overrated, I think. Because I mean, don't we need cholesterol to repair damaged cells? That's literally when your brain damages a cell to repair itself, which was in the 90s impossible because we were taught that brain cells did not replenish themselves. But since we just found out that they actually do, we're you know, starting to look at some of the things that we were telling, you know, we were being told not to eat and all of that. But cholesterol is definitely more important than a lot of people think. They lower their cholesterol levels with those inhibitors and stuff, and then they don't heal. They start getting, you know, irreparable issues.
Fucking bandsaw, how can I come live with you? Will you adopt me and my family? I don't know if I could ever go to Australia though. I've seen too many Wolf Creek movies.
Can Jeremy run his cell phones at your place?
Depends if he brings his cell phones with him.
Oh, he's got all the electricity I need right there. You got
Yeah,
the solar panels
exactly.
going.
Right, just plug straight in.
Yeah,
got a bit of land. You have a little breeding box for them, breed them up, you know, multiply.
I got a little mother-in-law cabin you can rent out for about $1,200 a month when my tenant leaves.
Yo, rent is so crazy. That's why Witsit living in an RV is fucking dope, bro. More. I'm seeing more and more kids do that, buying tiny home. You know, those little tiny homes on a trailer, or living in a van or a school bus or just some kind of giant vehicle. Even, I mean, there's some people living in Teslas and fucking, you know, those little teeny tiny cars, which I don't know how they do that, but
well, that's horrible.
I saw one
that's
yesterday in my
dude.
What the
that
RV
feels
thing?
so shitty to be sleeping in a little tiny place to have no room.
Well, if it's a car, yeah, but if you're in an
see where
RV
they
or
end up
something,
having to park down by the bridge in the freeway area over there. Like you go down when you go down to Sacramento, it's all they're getting bigger and bigger.
They parked it to the bridge rim so that in the middle of the night, if they decide to wake up and jump, they have a good spot.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, they park under the bridge though, so that's like a wasted walk up the bridge.
But if you have a decent sized thing though, like an RV or a van or an old school bus, you turn into a house or a little tiny home or something. Those are like reasonable to live in. You know, you still have a bed, you still have a place to walk around and shit inside.
Dude, you are in your 40s. You know that's bullshit. That is for a 25-year-old.
That ain't for the young. That's for the young boys.
Yeah,
I got a
that's what
whole
I'm saying.
5 kids and shit. We can't like live like that.
I need more room than that just to straighten out my back because it hurts so much all the time. I got fucking. Sorry, I can't even come in your house, man. I gotta bend over to get in there. It sucks.
Grim got the electric. What was that thing from the '80s with the stairs, and you'd have the seat and it'd climb you up the stairs. Remember all those? They were pumping that thing hard for like a decade.
The easy rail or some shit. Easy rail.
I just realized, don't get a fucking house with stairs.
Yeah.
My first house with stairs, I was so
late.
happy. And about a month after that, I was like, I fucking hate stairs.
Yo, we can't all go live in airport hangars. All right, Sean?
Yeah, you're just jealous. You're jealous because I don't have a floggle of kids running around. And I can't go. I can go.
A floggle?
Floggle kids. I love it.
How many you got?
It's a gaggle and a flock all in one, dude. I loved it.
I think it's 5 or 6 that he knows of.
That's an undiscriminate number. Like you don't really know the number. You don't want to.
But you know it's a lot.
I like 3s and I like 4s, but I can't remember how many kids I have.
Oh, by the way, in the UK, a house without stairs isn't a house. It's called a bungalow.
Finally, I know what the fuck bungalow means.
You'd figure the house without stairs would be called a flat.
No, that flats can be on top of each other. So, you'll have stairs going from the ground floor to the first floor, or as you silly people call it, the first floor to the second floor. Not that makes sense.
No, I'm saying they got the names wrong.
If we didn't know that, if we didn't know that part, then it would seem like a flat would be a bungalow, would be a flat, and a flat would be a bungalow.
I like how you talk shit. Like you're like, you guys call it a first floor and a second floor, as opposed to some other reality.
Right, like fanny. They call a fucking cooter a fanny.
They call the
Yeah, of course
fucking
we do.
We
trunk a
call a
boot.
booty a fanny. Yeah.
They're all fucked up. They act just.
What do
I
you
think
call
we
a
did it on
fanny pack?
purpose. We left them, right? So when we left them, we were like, fuck them. We don't like
Yeah.
the word fanny being that. We're going to use fanny as the butt just to piss them off. So they'll be confused
That's
that
not
we're
even
talking about.
manly. Like, oh, I'm gonna go over there and slap her fanny. Over
Yeah.
there and slap
Very
that
different
ass.
meaning over here, Jeremy. Very different meaning.
Maybe that's
What,
what
the
Trump
ass?
meant. You grab them by the fanny.
That's what he should have said.
A fanny is an ass over there, or what do you call an ass?
No, fanny is your cunt.
Yeah, fanny is
Oh, I
a
thought it was
cooter.
the ass part.
It's a
No,
cooter.
Got
That's
you.
what they call a
that's you
fanny.
guys.
If
You
it
have
confuses
fanny packs,
Jeremy,
we have
be
bum
everyone.
bags.
Those fanny
Is
packs
that
are
what you
making a
call it?
comeback.
A fart
Yep.
bag?
It's calling it no bum bag, because obviously
Oh,
calling it a
bum
fanny
bag.
pack would be really the wrong definition.
Mm. So when we say that someone's pants are super dirty and we say bum shine, you giggle, huh?
Yeah, it's worse than that, because for us, pants aren't the trousers, that's your underwear.
So pants is your underwear.
Yeah, pants or knickers. Boxer shorts.
No, I would be just giggling all day long if I knew all that shit beforehand.
Why do you think I'm always so happy?
God damn. Then what's Jim Panda's problem, man? He's got all the good words and he's still a mad fucking troll. Usually.
He's a
Yelling at
miserable
me.
bastard. He lives in Nottingham, and if you knew Nottingham, you'd understand why he's so miserable.
Oh,
You know what?
fuck.
You know what word British people use a lot? That is kind of. I mean, I don't know. It's unusual the amount they use it is the word bits.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got
Use the word
suspended
bits a
in
lot.
school. I got suspended in school for saying bits because my teacher thought I said bitch.
Like we might say parts or pieces. We'll have all different words, but you guys just all use bits.
No, we say parts, we say pieces, we say bits.
But you really like bits.
No, not really. Not that common.
I've
We
never
might
heard it
say
used
bits.
much.
What a common saying here is, if you've got a load of crap on the table, I'm just going to pick up my bits and pieces. That's quite
No,
common.
like no. A common saying is, something like, she showed us her bits.
Yeah, that's obviously got us. But you've got to remember that just about anything you say in the English language can be made sexual.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying. Well, I watched Benny Hill too. All right, I know.
I mean that's the problem. You see, you watch Benny Hill, which is a bit like saying that Dallas is really an in-depth documentary on societal life in America.
No, it's more like
Benny Hill. Benny Hill was
true.
the move back in the day when you were like a young adolescent kid and you were trying to look for some titties.
Yeah, but the thing is that for us was just like core because we don't have the same kind of titty restrictions that you have on titties on telly. For us, there were just fucking boobs all over the place.
Yeah.
We saw Bush, man. And I'm not talking GW either.
Yeah, GI.
We saw Fanny, and not your kind. So yeah,
and also our kind. Yeah. So you didn't just not see them. You, unfortunately,
we saw front and back. In fact, we even allowed wheelies on television too.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was always a bit of a joke over here. In fact, it's one of the things that when American actors used to come over and do sort of talk show, and especially if it's after 9 o'clock. So after 9 o'clock, the rules get relaxed quite strongly. It's called the watershed. That's when children are supposed to be in bed, you see. And they were just amazed that they could swear and say fuck or whatever, and nobody batted an eyelid.
Like, wait a minute, where's the FCC? We're good?
Yes.
All right. Well, fucking A.
It was what's the little Irish guy's name. Anyway, he does a talk show, and he had Will Smith on. And he actually got Will Smith to swear on television because no one had ever heard him swear properly.
That was one thing I was respected Will for, Fresh Prince. Back in the day, he would do he was the rapper at first, and he came out with a few and he wouldn't swear. I don't think I ever heard him swear in a rap
No,
song.
I'm a rapper, and I say it nice because I ain't like no vanilla ice.
The girls of the world aren't nothing but trouble.
But you can introduce me to your mother because I'm always up for a cuddle.
Parents just don't understand.
Yeah, no, I like Will Smith. I think he's a funny guy. Fair play to him. Just doesn't like being kissed at award shows.
I'll tell you what, those Bad Boy movies were fucking great with him and Martin Lawrence.
Oh yeah.
Me.
I did just see a movie with him, and he cussed in it.
Yeah, he's a bit more
Yeah, he'll
relaxed
swear
now,
in the
but-
movies. He swears in the movies, yeah.
But if you
Because
go
I
back
thought
to
that
when he
same
had
thing when I heard him do it. I was like, "Oh, Will." like for some reason, I was holding such a higher standard to him. Oh,
who's
Mr.
the
Smith.
American actor with the wonky eye? Played Last King of Scotland and Good Morning Vietnam and
Good Morning Vietnam. That's what's his name? Good Morning Vietnam.
like chubby version of Denzel Washington. Not really, but
Whitaker.
yeah,
Forrest Whitaker.
Forrest Whitaker. He did a film called Ghost Dog. And it's one of my favorite films because he plays someone who. It's such a good film. If you haven't seen it, Ghost
For
Dog
him, that was one of his better. Yeah. He reminds me of the white guy from that shot himself in the head, Full Metal Jacket, for some reason.
Oh, he's the guy that went on to do CSI and loads of other stuff, and also played Kingpin on Daredevil. Or no, Kingpin. Yeah, he played Kingpin, didn't he? On Punisher.
Daredevil.
Yeah, awesome guy. Very Italian name, if I remember rightly. Much bigger than you think.
Wow, he's a big guy. I know. I was just thinking that. I thought I was pretty big, and then I was like looking at him in a doorway, and the doorway is the same as my doorway, and I'm like, I'm not that big. Yeah. And in Daredevil, they did a lot of shots that just made him look even bigger.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, he really looks like a big monster.
CSI. No, it was Law and Order, Life in the Streets, whatever he did.
I know what you mean. I don't think it's CSI, or thought it was CSI, but I never watched CSI, so I don't know. Sorry, Scott.
A Special Victims Unit, Life on the Streets or something. I think something made me laugh. So we had a big storm today. One of the worst storms of the decade.
Is it over?
Yeah.
And you had it already today?
Yeah.
That's what
That's
I mean.
a bad storm for us.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's laughable. That's a bad one, eh?
Yes, we had wind speeds of 60 and 70 miles an hour.
Oh shit! It's a Tuesday over here.
Well, or as I like to say, God really is just trying to tell you to fuck off.
Just trying to brush some of the pollution off of the street for you for a minute.
But yeah, having actually seen, a proper hurricane, it does make me laugh.
Well, Yeah, you should take a a trip down to Florida next time that there's like one of those tropical depression type deals. Go to the beach, right? And you'll see people, because I used to be one of them, surfing. That's the best time to surf in Daytona because there's usually 2 foot to 6 foot waves only, and then when that comes in, the storms come in, you've got 12-foot waves. So you go out there for those bigger waves, which they're still not even big enough to be happy about.
No, I was going to
Then
say.
they break way too fast when they're coming in like that. But it's fucking fun. It's like dodging lightning too. God, I had no idea how stupid we were. If you stay out in the water for the most part, you're fine. The lightning and shit, that hits people on the beach.
You have a group of mates and you all had Nixon masks. Oh no, that's the plot to Point Break, isn't it?
Yeah. That's why I didn't say anything. Like, No, we didn't have any need for money back then.
Roadhouse. Don't know, I just had to say that all of a sudden. Right. I should go make myself some food.
Yep. That's that feeling you're having.
Oh, been a long day.
Well, looks like you weathered the storm.
Yeah, weathered the storm and did 6 meetings.
Skyped it.
Teams, baby. It's the way forward.
Awesome.
Yeah. Skype's old school now.
Yeah,
Zoom
yeah.
is just horrible. I hate fucking. The last meeting I did was on Zoom. I hate Zoom.
So which one did you say you were using now? My brain farted.
Mainly, if it's stuff that's from my company, we use Teams. The last one was done by another company, so they were using Zoom, which means I've got to change from my main PC where I do most of my Teams calls from to my work laptop.
Why you don't just have both programs?
No, because Zoom forces you to use your profile name in your PC.
Oh, and you
I don't use. And there's nothing on my PC that relates to my fucking real name.
I got you.
I'll do security. I'm fucking stupid.
Right. Well, I mean,
I had someone say, "I'm going to hack you," and I said, "Yeah, I'd really like to see that." And he said, "Why?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, I'm just trying to offer you a honeypot." I would.
Right.
Yeah, I'd let him
Come
in.
for me. Come in here.
Come in, and I'll find all about you. I'll know where you live. I'll know your name. I'll know who you are. and I'll know, and I'll be able to probably take your machine at some point.
When you come in here, it's like equivalent to you trying to sue me. Now, I get to see all of your information and go into your banking accounts and do all your shit.
I just get one of the guys that actually fucking does attack chain management and say, "Hey, I've got someone on my machine. You want to remote in?" He went, "Yeah." Now go and do bad shit to him.
My lawyer has a guy.
Yeah. Oh dear. Anyway, I will catch you guys later.
All right, bro. What's up, Rakia? You're not fishing today, are you? Whenever I start itching to take out my boat, I start talking about it to other people that I know have boats just to get me fired up. I think he has a boat, yeah, doesn't he? Yeah, I thought I saw him on a boat. For all the YouTube listeners out there, check your vitamin D levels. Look at the Israel study on vitamin D. Brand new study, most comprehensible of its type. comprehensible.
What's up, guys? What happens in here? Sometimes it'll be like 10 people talking, and I come back 5 minutes later, and everyone left. I wish I made YouTube videos. There's so many videos I would make about flat Earth and shit, and just stuff in general. Like, we got to make a video where it has all the Glober fallacies, like what they say, like the common phrase they'll use, the common fallacy they'll use, and then point out what fallacy it is. That way, when people hear it, they'll know immediately that it's a fallacy. Like, one thing they like to do all the time is the all or nothing fallacy, right? It's probably one of their biggest ones. Or they'll say, "Oh, this guy, you can't say what this guy says because later on in the thing or whatever, or some other thing, he said, oh, the Earth's a globe, or the dictionary. You know, if you even try to use a definition, I've had it happen where people are like, well, if we're going by definitions, they'll look up the word planet." That'd be huge for us. I wish somebody had that when I first started. That way you could easily spot their fallacy instantly. That's an easy one to spot. The funniest thing is Ruhif saying definitions are meaningless. That's fucking hilarious. That's literally, definitions are the meaning. They're not meaningless. They're the exact opposite of meaningless. What's it even worth? Like, well, how can you go on after that? Why would you even talk?
Jeremy.
What's up?
Jeremy, is there a way to play music in this server? Is there a music bot that you know?
I don't know. I have to talk to Gio about that.
Oh my gosh! Everything that I have to ask the server guardians, they always say, "Talk to Gio."
Bro, I don't know nothing. The only reason that I'm even a server guardian is because I'm very good at the voice chat. Like that's what I do. I do voice
I know.
chat.
I can see your permissions right now. You don't really have that much permissions. Yeah, no wonder. I mean, you can ban people, but
I don't even know. The only thing I need to do is to be able to mute people in a VC and unmute people. That's it.
so you can't even give like roles.
I probably could, but I don't know the commands. I don't know if you're supposed to have them. Like I don't know how anything works except for the voice chat. That's literally all I care
That's
about.
actually a good reason to give you server guardian because you don't know how it works. So it's not like
That's
you're new as the server.
literally
You don't
all
know
I
how
care
to
about
raise
is
a
making
server.
sure the voice chat goes smooth.
Wow, that's nice, Jeremy. Why is it so quiet in here? What happened to everybody else?
I don't know. We had a whole bunch of people in here a minute ago. I went and took a shower, came back, and everyone was fucking gone. It happens every time. Oh, and now you're gone. What up, Silent?
What up, Jeremy?
Chilling, man. How you been?
Good, good. Thank God. I'm okay. Everything okay. There's health, work, so family is okay.
Good, good. That's good.
What else can I ask for?
Yep. Absolutely.
How about you?
It's been going good, bro.
You haven't gone crazy with the crypto shit? How it's going low? It's gonna
No,
get
it's
better,
not.
right?
Yeah, I'm not worried. Dude, crypto ain't going nowhere. Back when this happened like 3, 4, 5 years ago when crypto was at like 20 grand and it crashed down to like, I don't know, 4 or 5 grand or something. I was worried about it back then. But it's so mainstream now. Like the richest people in the world are fucking with it. You got, these big financial institutions are fucking with it. It's all over. Like it ain't going nowhere now. I ain't even worried now. Before I thought it was over. But now it's like we're just, in a little bear market. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I didn't sell anything of what I have. I lost some money, but I
Yeah, I'm
haven't
just
sold.
holding.
Yeah, I'm
I'm just
holding.
holding.
Care. Because I don't need that money, right? It would be a problem if I needed the money, but it's just like
That's why I always tell people: don't put any money in that you're going to need in 6 months or a
exactly.
year or whatever. Like put this money away. You know, buy a little bit of crypto and just consider it gone. Like consider you went out and had a crazy night on the town or something for $100 or 200, whatever you put in. You know.
Yeah. How has been the debate? What's new? What's going on these debates?
I mean, not really much happening.
Same old.
Ruhif told me a week or two ago that definitions are meaningless. So I mean, where to go from there?
Wow. That far they have gone, huh?
I mean, definitions are literally the opposite of meaningless. Like it's opposite day with
Exactly.
these motherfuckers.
That's correct. Literally.
Yeah, literally, like the meaning of things is definitions, and you can't tell me definitions are meaningless. It's nonsense. Because I caught him out
In
there.
that case, that meaningless, it will not mean anything then, right?
Yeah, there's no point in even conversing with him anymore after that. Like, because I caught him out there. He was trying to use a straight line in spherical geometry, like a straight line, not one of their bullshit ones. And I was like, dude, I got you. You're not doing spherical geometry with that. And he's like, I don't care about the definition of sphere. You know, it's definitions are meaningless. I'm like, well, I guess that's it then.
You should ask him what's the definition of meaningless.
What do you mean by meaningless? Yeah, that would
Exactly.
have been a good one.
All right.
But nothing big's really happened, I don't think. Pete and Johnny B and Dallas Dave over at Gems going hog wild with it every day.
The other day, somebody, I think it was, I forgot his name, told me that he did that experiment with the weight, right?
Yeah.
It did work for him. I was like,
Well,
I
dude,
don't
even if
care
you do,
anymore. I don't care anymore. You know, since that, remember that day they told me that even if I don't get the right results, the results that they expect, is because I'm doing it wrong, or is because I'm not taking into account that in that place it doesn't change.
or there's a different amount of mass under you or a different
Oh,
density. That's what I mean.
you
Like
remember, right?
even if you do everything right, everything perfectly correct, and you don't get the globe numbers, it's because the mass under you is at a different density ratio than another place. So it doesn't even matter. There's no way to falsify this. It's unfalsifiable. You'd have to dig down to the center of Earth, dig a hole all the way through the center of Earth at your position, and then take the density of all the material. Like it's unfalsifiable. Basically, you can't do that. So there's nothing like all their shit's not like that. All their shit's unfalsifiable. It's fucking pointless. They made an unfalsifiable model.
They did it, yeah.
Yeah, even if you did everything perfectly correct, and you didn't get the globe numbers, all that means is the mass under you is more or less dense, and that's why you got different numbers. So it's like, what the fuck? I have no way to check then.
Yeah,
They
so
don't know the
when he
density
told
of.
me I did it, it did work for me. I was like, whatever, man.
Yeah, even if you did, like, they don't have a way to check the density of the material underneath them because they got the koala borehole fucking step of the way, pretty much. Whatever the Russian borehole was that they dug 8 miles down. Like, they got that wrong the whole way, so they don't even know the density. So it's just whatever they say. Whatever they say. Just play along.
Exactly.
You have no way to check them or anything, so it's fucking pointless. These guys are pointless to talk to. Definitions are meaningless. I mean, we're
Crazy shit.
yeah.
Hey,
What's up? Been phone farming.
what you doing?
Phone farming.
Phone?
Phones, yeah, with phones. I make like in between like $5 and $10 a day, depending how much I tap on them. It's not great like per hour. It depends on how many phones you got too. Like if you're just doing it with one phone, it sucks per hour. But like I got like 8 phones going, so I might make like $3 an hour or something, right? But if I had 20 phones going, I might make like $6 an hour. But it's from the convenience of your own home. You're only tapping on a cell screen. It's at your own convenience. It's super easy. Like there's a couple things that are semi-passive. Yeah, just for unlocking the phone though. If I it's only Android phones, but there's these apps where just for unlocking the phone, I'll get 30 cents per phone per day just for unlocking the phone one time.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, 30 cents isn't like you're not going to retire or anything, but I have
No,
8
no,
phones.
but it's
I
like
have 8
everything,
phones
right?
doing it,
Little
so I
by
get
little.
Yeah, I have
and
8 phones doing it, so I get $2.40 a day just from.
There you go.
I don't
Yeah,
do
see?
anything else. But then I watch ads on them too, and it's 3 apps, and all the apps max you out at 50 cents of ads you can watch a day. So it's $1.50.
So is
If you
that
watch
shit
all the ads.
real? whenever I see these commercials about like, what you're talking about right now, do make money without working or stuff like that.
I mean, you can't really retire off of this phone thing unless you had you'd probably need like 50 to 75 phones, and you'd have to know
No,
what you were doing. You'd have to be in America.
no, but let's say not only with the phones, but you put that and then the phones and something else and other things. Do you think it's
I mean,
possible to make a lot of money?
it's definitely possible if you have the right amount of capital to do it. Like if I had 100 cell phones, if I had 100 cell phones right now, you could easily make $30 a day just from unlocking the phones. Right? You power them all up, do all the lock screens. They'll probably take you an hour, and you maybe 2 hours, and you'd make $30 real quick. Now I don't know how much money you need to live per day, but $30 a day, that's $900 a month. It's not like exactly going to pay all the bills, but if you mix that with something else, you could make a nice wage from sitting at home. If you invested some money into some of the passive crypto things, especially now, there's so many deals out there now. I'm about to go buck wild with it because I still got a couple G's in my in stable coins that I'm about to just fucking hammer some of these things with because they're so cheap right now. And they're things I've just bubbled off of in the past multiple times. I would do stable coins. I'm kind of pissed that I don't have I can't use crypto.com or Blockfolio. Those are easy ones because those you could put stable coins in and make I think it was $1,300 will make you 30 cents a day, which is fucking good in the financial world. You wouldn't get 30 cents a year off of some financial things if you did that. I'm just trying to get 30 cents a day 100 times a day. That's what I'm saying. I really might buy 100 cell phones because $30 a day for me is dope.
That will make you some cash, right?
$30 a day. That's without doing anything but unlocking them. Like I said, I could sit here and tap them all and get 50 cents or $1 from every phone. If I tap on them all, for hours on end. 100 phones, that'd be tedious. I do 8 right now, and it's almost like nonstop tapping. So I don't think it really scales that great. It does for just unlocking them though. If you just wanted to real quick fuck with the phones for an hour a day, you start them up, unlock them, shut them down, boom, 30 cents. 100 phones is loot though. I'm buying brand new ones from Walmart for $50 a pop, so that's $5,000 worth of phones.
That's $5,000. Yeah, I mean,
but
it
for
is some money that
$30
you got to
for $30
invest, right?
a day, for $30 a day though, that's a good fuck. That's
How
fucking
many days
easy.
you need for? It will be 100. And in 200 days, you already made your money, right? Back
At $30 a day, 200 days, that'd be $6,000. Yeah.
Yeah, less than a year. That's a good investment, though. I mean,
It's a good
Not bad,
investment.
yeah.
It's a good investment.
what's up?
What's up?
What's up? What was that?
Some fucking dragon kid. I don't know. He's been a ride with him the past few days. There's other things too. This one thing, if you actively play this video game, you get paid off that. I got a couple PayPal payments from them already. But you gotta actively be paying attention to the game and shit. The thing I do with the phones with the ads, it's mindless tapping. You don't have to pay any attention. You come back whenever. There's nothing to it. I really don't think I could do 100 phones of tapping the ads on. I mean, I could, but every time you tap the ads, you get a half a penny per ad you watch. So every time you rip through all 100 phones, you'd get 50 cents. which would take a
Pretty good.
while.
Nah. Well, how long it takes you to do that?
What?
To unlock all the phones. Let's say how and
Like if
how.
you're going to do the lock screens, well, if
Mhm.
you're going to do the lock screens, I would shut the phones off at the end of the night. So you'd have to go through, power all the phones up, unlock them all, and then shut them all down. So it might take you like an hour or two for $30. It's the convenience of your own
$30 an
home.
hour. But you can do it only once a day.
Yeah, but if you wanted to keep doing it though,
Okay.
like let's say you wanted to keep fucking with the phone and making more money, you could. Because there's ads. You could watch ads. And like I said, there's 3 apps and they all max you out at 50 cents a day. So if you were able to max all the ads out on all the phones, on one phone it'd be $1.50 for the ads, plus the 30 cents for the lock screen. Plus there's another app that'll give you a nickel a day. So I mean you could do $1.85 on a good day. Plus there's other apps that you can get. There's a 4th app, 50 cents a day in ads. So one of my phones did $2.20 yesterday off one phone. I was tapping on it for hours and hours though. Some of them are semi-passive. One of them I have is totally passive. I got an iPhone going on my dresser that constantly plays videos, and it only stops like once in a while. Like sometimes it'll very rarely ask if you're still watching. Sometimes the browser will crash, but that's usually good for like 40, 50 cents a day. And cell phones cost nothing to charge, so these are the best investments I've made in a while. I've already gotten multiple payments from multiple places. The one place only pays in like the phone screen where you unlock the phones once a day. They only pay in gift cards, but it's like Target and Walmart gift cards, and you can get MasterCard gift cards, or you could get the gift cards and sell them. Like there's a huge market for that because you don't get full price for them. Like say you go to sell a $5 gift card, you might get like $4.50 for it or some shit. I don't know the exact rate, but I just keep them and use them. I'm gonna buy more phones. I could pay my bills with these shits, like fucking do the grocery shop. Our grocery bill's fucking huge, so it's easy. Like you're not gonna make $1 million, but it's so easy. Like if you're home babysitting or any stay-at-home parents or anything, like you could do this easily while watching children because you don't have to focus on it at all. Like if something happens, you could just walk away from this at a moment's notice and just come back to it and nothing, it's the same thing. Yeah, I think my 8 phones yesterday probably made like, I don't know, $12 or something. So yeah, don't throw your old cell phones away. Like when you get a new cell phone, don't trade that shit in, man. They don't give you anything for it anyways. Just keep that shit, dude. Keep your old cell phone, bro, because you can just set it up to have like I got 3 phones on my dresser, or my bad, 5 phones on my dresser. And those 5 phones probably make $50. They probably make in between $1 and $2 a day, just for my
Okay.
dresser phones. And it's like semi-passive, so you don't really have to fuck with it that much. But yeah, man, keep all your old cell phones. Especially Androids. This mostly happens on Androids. iPhones are not good for stuff like this. And I'm an iPhone guy, so I have all old iPhones. I mean, I got them
Apple
running
is
shit.
garbage, man.
Yeah, I got them. I got the iPhones running shit on my dresser, like the one that plays ads. I got two different websites I use that play ads kind of nonstop, and the iPhones work for those really good. But yeah, Androids are the move. That's the one where the lock screen shit's on and all that. It's dope. I wish I had been doing this years ago. I was looking for it. I was doing this a while now, but only on a tiny little teeny tiny scale. I only had like one phone going and shit, and I was mining crypto and it wasn't making shit. Like I don't even mine crypto on the phones anymore. It ain't worth it.
But that's how you started, right? That's how you
Yeah,
start
but
everything.
then I found this group of people who know what they're doing with the cell phones, and they put me on. I'm making like way more. I used to make like off my cell phones. I used to make like $1 a month or some shit. You know, now I'm making like $5, $10+ a day. So like, there's one thing where there's one app where it'll let you once per 24 hours. It'll let you check in. They show you a video and you get a nickel. So that one's easy. I wish I had bought phones instead of my last few crypto investments. Like the last like 5 things I invested in crypto like didn't do good. But the amount of
And
money
you
I put
lost
into
money.
it, yeah, kinda. I mean, I'm holding it, but just money ticks in. I never really, unless the shit goes under completely, I don't really lose because I always have money ticking in from it. So I count it as a loss right when I buy the crypto shit. I'm like, this shit could tank. You know, I'll put $100 in and see what happens. I wish I had put that money towards phones though, because like I said, just for turning a phone on, it takes like how long does it take to turn a phone on, unlock it, and then turn it off again? Like 5 seconds. You get 30 cents. Those are like those lock screen ones are like 5 cents a second or some shit, which is fucking good money. Like I said, you could do 100 of them and make $30 probably in, I don't know, maybe less than an hour just to turn 100 phones on, unlock them, and then shut them off. I could do that in an hour, I bet. At your own convenience at home. You could be home drinking coffee, getting high.
I'll be back. Gonna order some food.
I get the middle finger. That's okay. I gave you free will. I get the better ending.
What are you on about, Dragon? What's going on?
What?
What are you on about?
My new rap song.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just trying to. I'm just trying to be safe from the Lord. I just want to cry. I can't even cry because when I try, it don't even drop. I can't even shed a damn tear. I've been through a lot. You said that you woke up from the matrix, but I tell you not. And talk about ride. Wheels at the bottom, look it up and see. Like some damn Pringles. God gave you free will, I get the bitter ending. To eternity of hell, and that you when you has existed must not know the Nephilim. Truth in the New Testament, all they do is praise. See, they really sold their soul just so they could be famous. Niggas think it's cool to be labeled as a dean. If I ever see the Pope, I'ma tell him that he's evil.
The Pope is evil? Hey, Jeremy. Why you got muted?
Thank you.
Yeah.
How are you, my man? How you
Good,
guys?
good. Why you got muted though?
No reason. Happens quite a lot on these flat Earth servers.
No reason, huh?
Yeah, I ask a question, I don't get an answer, so I keep repeating. Why won't you answer my question? And then eventually I get muted.
What was that question though?
I was asking. Let me think for a second. And I often ask this question, but I never get a direct answer in. I ask, what do people have to gain in quote unquote lying to us about the shape of the Earth? And they often sometimes say controlling us. And to that I ask, but I don't feel like it has any impact on my life, whether it's flat or round. So I don't see how I'm being controlled.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
You don't think, let's say like commercials and the TV shows and all that have any influence on you?
They probably have some influence. I don't say they would control me though. I've been
Like,
influenced
what
or
do you think?
controlled.
What do you think that something influencing you will do to you? It will control your behavior, right? It will modify
No.
your behavior. Sure, it does.
Let me put it like this: I'm not walking in a straight line instead of on a curve. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm. How do I say this? When you say influence, for example, take any show, 2.5 Men. Yeah, it might influence me in the way that I might have.
Yo, can you give me a minute? So
Yeah, sure.
I need to do
Okay.
something. Keep that idea, okay?
Yeah.
Give me a second.
¿Qué más hay? Aguacate no quiero.
Hey yo,
Hey yo, what's up, man?
you're hot Viking?
Yeah, sir. How did you know?
What do you mean?
What did you ask me? Maybe I heard you wrong.
I said you're hot Viking.
I'm hot miking. Oh, sorry. Well, no one was talking, so I saw no
Yeah.
reason why not to.
Yo.
Were you? Do you mind if I ask where you're from, Bacon?
Sure. Would you like to guess maybe?
Sure, sure. The C in your Baco. Are you French, maybe?
No, I don't think we have that C in French, actually.
Okay, okay. I think there is like a resemblance, at least. Is it maybe Polish or like Lithuania?
Turkey has that C.
Turkey.
But
Are you Turkish? Turkey?
no,
Turkish?
but I'm not Turkish. No.
I heard that they
Eh,
changed their name to Turkey, or something like that.
The
Are you
that
Czechoslovakian,
C.
maybe? Czech?
No, I'm very far from
Damn it.
Asia and Europe.
Oh, are you Icelandic? No.
No, I'm South American.
No fucking way. Oh, I was so far off.
Yes, but this C in my language is the same letter. Like we have regular C, and we have like this, let's say, accented C. So it's like a C with an accent mark, but it's the same letter. It just have an accent. But in Turkish, for example, I don't, but I understand it a little bit. I mean, I can understand a lot actually, depending on what's the accent.
Are you Portuguese, maybe?
No, Portugal is in Europe. I'm South American.
Oh yeah, no, I mean like speak Portuguese, because I know like
Yes.
some country in South America does.
Yes, I
don't
do.
know.
Yeah, actually, there's only one that speaks Portuguese, which is Brazil.
Right, right.
The rest of them speak mostly Spanish, but there are some exceptions. Like there is Guyana, Suriname, and French Guiana. Like French Guiana speak French, and Suriname and Guyana, I don't remember which one is which, but one speaks Dutch and the other speaks English.
Okay, okay.
And as you can see, Silent Zero speaks Spanish.
So I guess you're a Glober, eh?
Yeah. Oh, that's me. I thought I was muted. I apologize.
All
No
good,
problem.
man. It wasn't a problem.
You have a sort of a Hispanic accent as well, yo?
I do. I'm Norwegian.
Oh, no. Very far then.
Sure, sure, sure.
But you said habla español. You did it. I mean, you pronounced it very, very well. I thought you were Hispanic.
Sí, muy bien, sí.
So do you
Yeah,
speak
I'm not
Spanish?
very good at Spanish.
Oh.
Mi español es no bueno.
Yeah, but the pronunciation is good, I guess.
Ah, that's good. That's good. It's because I'm purposefully doing like a like a what you call a stereotypical. Yeah. Anyways.
Right. Yeah, but I can understand Spanish very well if, for example, if it's coming from a Mexican. But if it's coming, let's say, from in Argentinian, then I'll have a little trouble.
Right,
or if it's from Paraguay, then that's way harder. Because Paraguay, they not only speak faster and with a different accent, but they also mix it with another language called Guarani.
Yeah, a lot of Spanish people speak really fast.
Oh shit! I gotta go for a second. I'll be right
From
back.
like
Have a good one.
Hondureños from Honduras. They speak really fast.
That was a good. You
From
speak
Chile.
Spanish?
Yo?
You speak Spanish?
Yeah.
Cool.
I am Mexican. I mean,
Oh, okay.
I born in the States, but I grew up in Mexico. My parents are Mexican, so yeah, Mexican.
So they moved back to Mexico after
Yeah,
living in
when I
America?
was 4 years old, yeah. So I grew up my entire life in Mexico.
Do you know why they moved back?
My mom, she moved because she didn't like the principles or what here in the United States, so she didn't want us to grow up here.
Okay, okay. Yeah, no country is perfect. That's a shame. How's
No
the?
country is perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, depends on what we're talking about, but yeah, you're right. I guess.
Sure. What's the political atmosphere in Mexico?
We are like more family oriented and we're like conservative.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays, hey, see, this goes hand in hand with what we're talking about the influence. Nowadays, the young people, they've been brainwashed completely, and
In what way?
give me a
what
second. My
way have
brother
they
is
been
talking to
brainwashed?
me. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm back. You asking
Sure.
what way? Well, pretty much, I think in every way, though. Like people are more liberal now, and
Well, freedom is the. I would probably say that freedom is one of the most important things we can have, really, isn't it? Being liberal technically means being more for freedom. Of course, people's definitions change.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, if you're talking about the classical liberal, yeah, but on the other hand, the classical liberal were at fault for not stopping the people that sometimes want to go further and take it, outside of the limits. Like what we're seeing, in my opinion, nowadays, like saying that letting women, trans women or whatever, compete on the woman tournaments and shit like that. I mean, I think that's out of boundaries, but
okay.
there's people who won't stop that in the name of progressism.
Yeah, I don't know if you find this funny, but I find this kind of funny. But it's true. I find it more like I have a bigger problem with a man competing in a female tournament than a woman competing against men. Can you
Well, the
understand? Can you
woman is,
understand why?
yeah, the woman competing on the man is not gonna do anything, right?
Yeah, no,
That's why
she's
you
gonna lose
haven't seen.
anyways, right? So
Yeah,
yeah,
you haven't
it would
seen
just
that.
be it would just be a further place from first place to last, and
Mm-hmm.
but I can understand people making the argument that they themselves see themselves as a woman or a man, but biologically we gotta have a difference, I feel like. But then again, we there's no reason not to have competitions where we don't separate by gender, right? But then of course there would be more female losers, and
Mm-hmm. Well, to each
that's
their
the
own,
point.
right? As long as
Yeah.
they don't, it's like you will never put a schizophrenic person to, like, you will never put the people to pander to a schizophrenic person, right? You will never do that. So why are we doing this with when it's about sex and I don't understand that.
Because they're not
I don't get it.
schizophrenic per se, but
No, I'm not saying they're schizophrenic. But what I'm saying, but they're delusional though, because
sure.
I mean, no man can be a woman.
Someone
I don't
put it
know how
that
to
way.
say it without sounding. I don't give a fuck. Fuck
You
it.
just say what you want. That's okay. We can debate in whichever way you want, of course. I also do come correct, and I know that in psychology they have for a long time put out the idea that it's a person believing they're of a different gender is a psychological issue. But whether you can
What was
actually
the
change
word?
it is another.
They had a word.
Yeah, I don't remember the word. But yeah, there's a word for it.
Gender
But the
dysphoria?
question
No.
is, yeah, gender dysphoria is, for example, one terminology.
Well, here's the thing with that, right? You can tell that.
But let me put it more interesting for you though. Some people are born with both sexes, like they have a vagina and a penis because
Yeah.
of some.
That's a defect, right?
Yeah, that's a defect, and
Yeah.
they might have more musculature. If that person in their head feels that they're more a woman than a man, should that person be allowed to compete against women, even though she has more testosterone or whatever? So it's a complicated issue, and I understand
It's
why
not.
people
It's
get
not.
frustrated.
It's not because I'm thinking that's an exception to the rule. We don't make norms or we don't make standards based on exceptions, right? Because you can find exceptions in in real life for everything that you
Sure.
want to talk about. So
Sure.
I will not say. To me, probably given that example, only having it in front of me, maybe you can take the how you say the decision what you're gonna do, right?
But I want to kind of pull it back a little bit though, because we were talking about control and influence, and as I was trying to say is, for example, watching 2.5 Men, right? They might have some sort of influence. For example, I used to watch it, and I used to maybe make myself think more of like I wanted to be more like the guy from 2.5 Men, right? I wanted to just fuck around, you know. But it doesn't influence me in a way that actually changes anything else in my life. I still will go to work. I still will do every daily tasks. So it doesn't affect me in a way that's actually, how do you say, important or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
For example, if someone would say, "Oh, the Earth is round, therefore you must quit your job and start worshipping the roundness of the Earth," then of course there would be an influence that would actually have a change in me, and they would try and control me into not having a job. But that's not what we see, right? They're not controlling me in per se a way that it's controlling. Maybe controlling my beliefs, if you want to say it that way. But people have claimed that I'm being controlled, but I don't see in what way my life is changed by this quote-unquote belief of what the shape of the Earth is. Do you have any good examples on in which way I'm being controlled?
Well, I don't know anything about your life or your childhood, so
Sure.
But I know that, I mean, they've been changing. How you say? Well, people have changed with the time, so.
Yeah. People have known or believed, whatever you want, that the Earth is round for a really, really long time. And the changes that have come has nothing to do with what shape we think the Earth is. They're not related. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, if that's your opinion, I guess.
Sure. It's also proven that we have known or
one thing I can tell you about me, right, is that
Sure.
Personally, when I came to this realization about the flat Earth,
Yeah, when was
like
it?
I'm able to see with more open eyes what like now
sure?
when I listen about the space and all that shit, I mean it doesn't make any sense to me. They don't move me one bit, right?
Okay. I'm not trying to be offensive, but maybe put this idea in here. Maybe you're not seeing with more open eyes. Maybe you're seeing through a filter. Could that be or like a sunglasses?
No, because let me tell you why. Because now I understand both ideas, right? I used to believe
you?
the globe. No, I don't. I'm just talking like a crazy guy right now. So, yeah.
No,
no.
that's
I'm
not
not
what
trying
I'm
to
saying.
claim
Like,
yeah.
But it's not that it's not that hard to think you understand something.
Yeah. Well, what do you want me to say?
Like at least I remember our last talk about centrifugal force, for example. Like I wouldn't say you understand it, and I don't think that's something that deep into this subject.
Yeah.
Like when we're trying to understand something, just like taking a brief look usually isn't enough. Usually that just gives you a general idea, and most of the times the general idea don't picture what you're trying to learn very precisely. And then you cannot base your initial thoughts and initial ideas on something as that's actually what it is.
Don't you base all your ideas based on the initial teachings of that you get on school?
No, I went
No?
much deeper than them. Yeah, I went way deeper than that. Let me give you an
A
example.
lot of schools just teach things badly, though. I think we all
Yeah,
I think we
and
have
I
all
mean,
like I think we've all experienced bad teachers, right? I mean, there's no such thing as a bad student, but a bad teacher. Some people would claim. Of course, not completely accurate. That in itself is a bad teaching. Puts too much pressure on the teacher.
So to give an example, in college I had a subject called computer graphics. So it uses linear algebra to create like these three-dimensional environments, like video games, or just any 3D rendering. So you learn that in first learn linear algebra, and then you learn how to use linear algebra in computer graphics. But after I passed the subject, I could like do some a thing or two, but some more complicated things I had no idea how to solve, because I didn't have a very good, like a very deep understanding of it until I started my intern. When I started my intern, I had to create like this whole rendering project from scratch. I couldn't use like libraries and things. I had to do everything from scratch. And that forced me into learning a lot about linear algebra since like the very basics until like I had to actually understand how it works and why it works in order to use that to do everything I needed to do. And before I learned all that, after I learned all of that, then I when I look back to how I learned in the class, it was a lot more superficial. It was like I wouldn't be able to do all that just with what I learned in the class. And many of the things I had a conception of during classes turned out to be wrong conception when I learned it more deeply. So yeah, that would be an example of it. I think it really happens quite easily. Like you take a look, you have this initial grasp, and that's how you think it is. And most often than not, that's not exactly what it is. It's a general idea. It's a summarized version of the concept, but that summarized version of the concept isn't completely coherent with the actual concept. That is usually much bigger and more complicated. Like we can't both understand the same model completely and violently disagree that that's actually the model of reality. If we violently disagree, we can't both be understanding the model very well. Would you agree with that? Or maybe he's not here anymore?
Hello.
I'm here, but I mean, I guess I don't care to argue about that stuff, man.
It got a little bit boring for me too. I started reading.
Oh, sorry.
So. No
yeah,
problem.
well, I was. Like,
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm like me. You asked me, like maybe I'm more close-minded, right? At that point, I'm like, I don't care about engaging.
I don't think that's what he said, though. He was
Yeah.
basically saying how, though you might have been taught in a subject, understanding it takes in a lot of hard work and effort. And we don't really know how much we know until we have to put it into practice. For example, if you were going to space right now, you would really have to be test how much you actually know, you know. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the fact that there's so many different theories people have on these channels about the shape of the Earth. For example, some people have made the claim that the other planets in our solar system are also flat. Would you agree with that?
That what? They're sending other people to other planets?
Say one more time. Sorry.
What was your question?
I don't know if it was this Discord channel or one of the others, but someone made I asked someone if they thought the other planets were flat or round, and some people said it was round. Some people said it was the other planets are flat. For example, Mars.
I don't think that's a popular idea on this server.
I think most believe the others were round.
I think that will also not be popular here. I think the most often answer you're gonna get from that is that we don't know what the sky is, or that they don't know what the sky
A
is.
lot of people just say that they don't know, and nobody knows, and no one can know.
Mhm.
I think that's a cop out.
It's
Like you gotta say what you think. I feel like.
Well, if you think that nobody can know, how is that a cop out?
That's not what he said. Like
He said that.
People...
He said, I repeat. He just said, I think that's a cop out.
Yeah. I can explain why if you want.
Mhm.
I think it's a cop out because like I'm just asking if they believe. I'm not asking if they know, but I'm just wondering if they believe the other planets are flat or not, and they can have an opinion on that. Like if they think the Earth is flat, I would kind of expect it of them to think the other planets are flat. But of course, I have to ask them what they believe because some people would disagree heavily on that.
I don't think that's a good expectation.
No,
because,
sure.
Like,
if you're standing in a room and you've got a flat level floor and you have like a chandelier on the ceiling, you have some lights up in the ceiling. Why would you assume that the things in the ceiling are also like the floor you're on? Aren't they totally different?
Because they're all planets, right? We're not talking about.
But that's coming.
We're talking about planets.
Right, but that's coming from being sold on a model that you're in some kind of heliocentric thing with balls everywhere. So you can see to say that they are quote unquote planets. What you're thinking is that they're physical balls out in space. But if you remove that, then there's no need to think that they're physical balls.
I'm just going to respond real quickly. You can buy a telescope and you can see Mars from Earth, for example.
Yeah, but
you can see it without a telescope, of course, but you can't really have a good look at it. But if you can see it from here, and we recognize that it's a planet, right?
Yeah, no, I don't at all. I would say they're a luminary. They're an orb of light, a circle of light.
Luminary.
Yeah, that's a light-emitting celestial object.
This
Mars
logic
is not emitting light.
But
yes, I think
that argument doesn't make sense.
Do you believe the moon is emitting light?
Yep, they're all their own luminaries. They all emit their own light.
What's making them give out light?
No, now you know what they're making give out the light, though.
Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
No, because he's asking what makes them give out the light. Like,
what
kind of question is that?
I'm asking whether he knows how they're producing light.
Do you know?
I don't believe they are producing their own light. I believe it's the sun's reflection on their
I mean,
surface.
he's trying to understand what's your ideas on that.
Yes,
I mean, not yours, but Geo's.
Or tell me, how is the sun producing its light?
Well, why would that avoid him? Why would that question that you just made avoid him from getting Geo's answer? Like, there is nothing wrong with Geo answering that question. You can ask that question back also, but you should at least wait until Geo gives his answer, because
it's very common here though, Baco. If I ask someone a question and they use too long to respond, then someone else will butt in and save them, I feel like. This is why I want to have a one-on-one conversation, because then nobody else can like chip in.
So yeah,
I mean, that's fine. It's all good. It's fine. It could just be an open conversation. But
sure.
I guess I would say that without being able to physically, tangibly go, get up to the sky to be able to know for sure. I can only tell you what I think from my own spiritual and my own understanding of creation, but I can't give you like a physical verification in that sense of how they're giving off their light. But I do think it's connected to what's called sonoluminescence, which is actually a thing you can create in a laboratory. It's essentially vibrating sound waves within a liquid, and it emits light. So I do think that the luminaries have that quality to them.
Say that
where
one
they're
more time. Sorry, can you say that one more time?
It's called sonoluminescence.
Just gonna pull that up. Sonoluminescence. First time
So-
I've heard about it.
Yeah, it's also referred to star. They call it star in a jar, because in a laboratory they can actually do this, and it literally looks like a star right in the laboratory. It's emitting sound frequencies through a bubble in liquid, and it emits light just from the sound. So I mean, if I had to say, I think there's electromagnetic plasma field essentially that these luminaries are vibrating within and emitting their light. But like I said, I don't have a physical way to verify to sort of prove it to you in a sense. The same way that I could say, okay, water boils at this temperature. We could be in the same room together and we could put a flame to water and we could verify that that's happening. But with the sky, we can't do that. So, but that is what I think it is. I think it's sonoluminescent sound frequencies that are vibrating in a liquid-like medium. It's not the same liquid we have on Earth that's above, I think, but I do think that that's how they're emitting their light. So they're luminaries. Yeah, they're is what I think. They're light-emitting objects.
Sorry, I'm reading the thing here.
I mean, when you think about like the idea that Mars is reflecting light, I mean, the inverse square law is completely violated in this concept that says 192 million miles away, Mars, this rock. I mean, think about the sun when you're outside. You're out there, you're getting some sunlight, and the amount of light that is just reflecting off the ground, off the trees, whatever. It's pretty minimal, really. The idea that Mars is 192 million miles away, a dusty rock, and this sunlight is going all the way to Mars, bouncing off of Mars, coming all the way to our eyes, is just completely invalid.
Well, you're saying you're saying that violates an equation, right? But to me, it sounds like you're just using our intuition to judge if that equation will hold true or not. You're not actually inputting any value on that equation to see if it holds, right?
I never said any of that. I did mention the inverse square law, and yes, I've done the calculations.
Can you provide those?
Yes, please. I read up on the sonoluminescence, and it's interesting. Sound will in a theory here make the molecules move so fast that they're emitting heat, which is what causes the light. Not unlike what the sun does. Of course, it's a little bit different with the sun, of course, but basically it's heat, which is often producing also light.
Like the part of the moon that is bright
it's
towards
also,
the sun.
Yeah, it's the one that's facing towards the sun, which is interesting.
And also, as they get further apart in the celestial sphere, you have more and
that's
more.
why you sometimes only see the moon like a half cut. It's because that's where the sun is shining towards the moon.
If you take a zoom and see the craters, you can see the shadows of the craters. So that looks a lot like it's been illuminated by the sun, because the sun illuminates things here on Earth, and we can see.
Yeah. I don't think that's what's happening at all. I think the moon is fluorescing its light in its relation to its position to the sun. The reason what you're calling shadows is not shadows from light bouncing off of it, but the
No, because shadow can't be light bouncing
luminescent.
off.
I guess you needed to interrupt, so go ahead.
Yeah, I do. I wanted to interrupt earlier, but with some
Okay,
other
well, just
stuff you
don't
said, right?
interrupt because that's not polite.
Sure, sure.
I just wanted 20 seconds to say what I was going to say. So I guess just go with what you were going to say now because I've lost my train of thought.
No, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to agree with you. Yeah, shadows can't be light being admitted to it. There wouldn't be a shadow. I think I was
Well,
agreeing with what you were saying.
I mean, the moon could be irradiating light, just like, for example, if you put a picture of the moon on your computer screen, the computer screen is going to look exactly like the moon, and the computer screen is only sending light. So the moon could be doing the same thing. So it is possible, but like what I'm just saying is like if you take a look at it, it really looks like shadows. And mainly if you add that to the fact that the bright part is pointing towards the sun, which is the thing that illuminates Earth. I think that at least that would be good evidence that the sun is illuminating the moon. Not that it would prove. I don't think that would rule out your hypothesis, Gio. But I think at least you should admit that it looks like it's being illuminated by the sun, right?
No.
Don't think it looks like it's illuminated by
Not
the
at
sun?
all. Nope, not even close.
Not even
Completely looks
close.
like, to me, it looks like a celestial crystal that's beaming and emitting light. That's what it looks like on every level.
Even when you zoom in and see like the craters and
Yeah, well, what I was trying to explain with that, my understanding of that, I agree with you. There are sort of dark parts around what you're calling craters. I don't necessarily even think they're craters, but let's just call them that for the moment. But what I would say to that is that if you have, let's say you have like the sun. Let's say the sun is an energizer. Let's just say it's an electromagnetic energizer. And then let's say that the moon reacts in its position to the sun. It fluoresces its light in its position to the sun. So let's just say that in this idea, 100% the moon is emitting all of its light. Well, if it's emitting its light in relation to the sun, then those dark parts are essentially not facing the sun. If you want, let's just say for a minute it's a physical object and it has some concavity in it to where that dark part. So do you see what I'm saying? Where that dark part is not in direct light, in direct path to the sun. Therefore, that part's not fluorescing, but the other parts are.
Yeah, well, I
So
don't
instead of
think
the idea of shadows and craters, the idea of a light bouncing off it, I understand that it could be that. I understand that the phenomenon, observably could be that. But the other idea is that, like I was saying, the moon is actually fluorescing its light, and it's only fluorescing the part that's sort of facing the sun. So if you have a part that's in a dark little concavity area, that part's not going to fluoresce.
like
Excuse me, can I just really quick? I don't mean to interrupt there, but I just want to say fluorescence means fluorescence is the emission of light by a substance that has absorbed light from another, electromagnetic radiation, i.e., the sun.
Well, crystals fluoresce, and what's interesting about crystals fluorescing is that when they're heated, they actually stop fluorescing, and when they're cold, they fluoresce more. It's very interesting that when the moon is in a lot, right next to during a new moon, when the sun and moon are conjoined right next to each other, the moon is not lit, and then as the moon gets further away, which it would be colder as it were, because it's further from the sun, is when it becomes a full moon.
As you're saying, crystal also has fluorescence due to another light source hitting it. If you put a diamond in,
No, it's not from another light source hitting it. No,
yes, it is.
Crystals fluoresce their own light from within themselves.
No. If you put a crystal in a completely dark room, it will have no light emitting it. Of course, the problem is if there is no light in the room, you won't be able to see the crystal. So you would probably have to have some sort of small light source with it, which would then again make it seem like it's emitting light, but it's actually light that's coming back out from it because it's a light source hitting it.
Oh, I still think you guys should at least admit that it looks like the moon is being illuminated by the sun, even though, like, I understand.
I think it did. I think it did. It looks like it, but
all right.
I'm not sure.
Oh, because last time I said that I got a no, but anyway.
No, I don't think it looks like that at all. I think the only part that looks like that is the idea of the shadows and the craters, like you said, like could be a light source shining on it. I agree that that part correlates, that it could be that. But in terms of like what the moon's light actually is and how bright it is and how it actually emits its light, it doesn't look anything to me like it's bouncing light off of a rock that's 250,000 miles away. It looks like a beaming, vibrant crystal that is just emitting its own light. It's also a unique form of light. It has its own wavelength to it. And if you're sensitive enough, like you can even feel the coldness on your skin. It actually is emitting its own cooling gray.
How would you know that though if you've never been near it?
Oh, one second.
Because when it comes out and it's a full moon, you can feel the light on your skin.
But did you say it feels cold?
Yeah,
maybe that's because it's cold at night.
Yeah, it emits a cold light, a cooling light.
You know, when the sun is not in the sky, it's colder than when it's not. That is why it's cold at night.
No, I'm talking about specifically the moon being cold. I'm not talking about just because it's nighttime. I'm talking about specifically the moon cooling the environment with its light.
Okay, wait. You said the moon looks like a vibrating crystal, right? Instead of a rock being illuminated. Like I found a picture of a rock being illuminated, and I think it does resemble the moon. But do you have like something like that, like a vibrating crystal that resembles the moon? I have no problem admitting, for example, that the horizon looks flat. I admit that. It does look flat if you look to the horizon. I have no problem. Even though I don't think it's flat, I would agree that that's how it looks like. But then I would expect the same thing.
I'm not requesting you agree or disagree. I mean, you know, your universe is your own journey, so whatever you come to is up to you.
Oh, but you get the point.
Right. But you were just pitting it off as if like, you know, oh, you agree with this, you don't agree with that, as if I'm requesting that you agree with something. But I'm just wanting to say I'm not requesting that. It's up to you.
He's just trying to show humility. There's a difference. He's trying to be humble. I do that a lot too. I'm saying I don't necessarily claim to know. I'm just trying to poke out what I believe is inconsistencies. I'm saying believe, even though I feel like I know that it's inconsistencies. But of course, I'm not going to make that claim because I don't want to. I want to seem humble because I feel like being humble is the easiest way to potentially sway opinions. I don't think coming here and saying you're idiots or whatever. So like I heard some fucking cunts do. I don't think that's the right way to go about it.
No, I hear you.
But
I mean, each person, like, if you imagine almost like a video game where it's like each of us, you know, are our own like avatars, and it's really up to us. I mean, if we're inquiring into the nature of reality or nature of the universe, it's at the end of the day, it really is our own journey to come to those conclusions. Now, it doesn't mean you can't be maybe swayed or have some positive influence. Or, I mean, I've certainly heard things that I resonate with and help me understand something. So, and I've learned things from people. So, of course, that can happen. But I'm just saying that you know, if each of our quests is to discover the truth, then that's what, you know, then each person has that quest. So it's not really about like, oh, I'm right, you're wrong. It's more, you know,
and the fun part is the journey.
It's more like how skillful can one be? Can you be? Can I be to know the truth?
Sure. I wanted to say, because when you were saying the moon is a crystal emitting light, I wonder if you can explain to me why some parts of the moon is not lit while other parts are. Because if the whole thing is a crystal, then why is only half of it emitting light?
Like on Jay's defense, he explained that.
Did he?
Like the sun is warming the part that is closer. And that part is the one,
not well.
Isn't that?
That was me.
But you're talking about the phases, or like the idea of the shadow and the crater thing?
Yeah, for
You talking
example,
about
when you
the
see a half
phases?
a moon, why is only half a moon lit up sometimes?
Right, I see what you mean. Well, I would say that the phases are caused by the electromagnetic dynamic relationship between the sun and the moon. It's like they essentially
But I
charge.
thought you said the sun
like,
didn't have anything to do with its fluorescence.
No, it does, but it's not the light. It's not the light coming from the sun that's causing the moon to do its phases. It's the actual charge of the sun, like the electromagnetic charge, creates a fluorescence
Sorry,
in the
I didn't
moon.
understand that. To me, that I just didn't understand it. It made no sense to me. Could you elaborate?
Well, it's kind of a funny way to say it, but you know what an Etch-a-Sketch is?
Etch-a-Sketch. I can pull it up maybe.
Yeah, it's like a little. It's a little toy, and it has like magnetic, little magnetic particles, like iron filling things, and then it has a magnet, and you basically you turn these little knobs, and you can create little drawings, but essentially it's like the iron filings are being pulled by the magnet, and it creates a little. So I'm just using that example that when the position of the sun and the moon correlates with the fluorescence of the moon. So depending on its position, the moon will fluoresce
Is that the thing
in
you draw with
direction.
Etch-a-Sketch? Sorry
It
for
is,
cutting you
yeah.
off. How I don't see how that has anything to do with the moon.
So it's sort of like the fluorescence of the moon is being pulled in the direction of the sun, if that makes sense. It's fluorescing in its position. So if it's at a 90 degree, you're going to get that quarter moon. If it's 180 degrees, you're going to get the full moon. If it's, a new moon, you're not going to see it at all. So it's in all those phases, the waxing and waning, it's the fluorescence of the moon is kind of fluorescing in the direction of the sun due to the charge of the sun. Is what
I think that's very convenient, though, isn't it? That it's some of like instead of saying that it's the light shining off of the surface that's coming from sun, you say that the reason the moon is shining in that direction is because of the sun's gravity or whatever electromagnetic thing or whatever. So it's still shining towards the sun. I feel like that's very convenient. And wouldn't it, like, if there's Mars is not too far away from the moon, right? Of course it is far away, but like, wouldn't there be some light shining towards that direction, or? Or is it because of the size of the moon, the sun, I mean, that like it overcomes the... Yeah.
Well, I can see what you're saying. I mean, the like if you have a electromagnetic charging thing like the sun, and then you have a moon that fluoresces in relation to that, that is somewhat similar as a light source bouncing off the moon. So I understand that sort of idea that it's somewhat similar, and that's how they've convinced people that it is light bouncing off the moon in the heliocentric model, because there is a parallel in that way. But I think that it's like the moon and sun. It's like a battery system. It's like the moon gets charged and discharged and recharged by the sun. So there's a cycle between them.
So just so I understand right, do you believe the moon is crystal?
I often refer to it as a celestial crystal, but that doesn't mean I'm not saying it's a physical crystal. A celestial crystal would be different. It's a luminary that emits light. I don't think it's necessarily physical. Like I don't think you can go up there and get a sample of it or anything.
Okay.
Like it's not a rock.
Could I say though that I don't believe necessarily to use the thought process that some people in here does is that if you haven't gone there, you can't make the claim of what it is. Does that make sense? Because I believe you probably believe you have never gone to the moon, right?
No, humans can't go to the moon.
And how can we know that it's a crystal if we can't take a sample out of it or look at it up close?
Right. That's why I'm just saying that. Well, I'm not saying that I have physical verification of it being a celestial crystal. I'm saying that that's my understanding of how it was created and what it is.
So it's what you believe, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, if from your viewpoint, if you want to just say it's like my spiritual viewpoint, you could say that.
I didn't say spiritual.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I'm just saying in terms of the conversation with you, I can't say, hey, I have a sample of it, I have verification. Like I was saying before, if we wanted to see what temperature water heats at, we could both be in the same room. We could put the temperature, and I could quote unquote prove that to you because we could do that. But I'm not claiming that I'm doing that with the moon and what I'm saying it is. So I mean, if you want to categorize it as speculation, or if you want to categorize it as my spiritual viewpoint, however you want to perceive it, that's up to you. But I have my own ways of and reasons for why I think that.
Sure. I just want to clarify. I didn't say spiritual, and I believe spiritual has to do with things that we can't directly measure or perceive. And I do believe we can perceive the moon. We can see it from Earth. So I still don't think you're out of the dark. Like you can still claim that you have taken a telescope to the looked at the moon, and you think it looks like a crystal. I wouldn't have a problem with you saying that. But I would probably say that if you haven't walked on it, or like at least taken a close-up look at it, then it would probably fall under belief. But then again, if you can say that from Earth it looks like a crystal, and I could also say from Earth it looks like a rock, but then we would just be disagreeing.
I would say ultimately it's a holographic plasma celestial crystal.
So now it's a holographic. That means someone is projecting it, doesn't it? So you basically make the claim that a holograph can emit light?
Yeah, holograms emit light. I mean, you've seen holograms, right?
Well, they are light being emitted, but they're not like... Anyways, the problem with the holograph is some people have some people say we have a holograph, some people say we don't actually have holographs. It depends what you perceive as a hologram.
You ever seen Tupac at Coachella?
Yeah, I wouldn't call that a hologram though.
Well, that is a hologram though.
Some people have a different opinion of what a hologram is, of course.
Well, the Tupac thing was a hologram, right? I mean, it definitely wasn't Tupac. If it wasn't a hologram, what was Tupac?
Well, you know, hologram, like we see it in Star Wars, is different from, for example, I can show you some examples of stuff people say is like a hologram, but some people would disagree that it's not actually a hologram. It's like what should we call it? Some are actual screens that they're projecting light to, or some people have, like, for example, you can take a fog and you can project light onto the fog, and it will give you a picture back, and it will look like a hologram, but it isn't like a Star Wars fucking hologram. You know what I mean? It's not like light being captured within a almost physical, like body.
One of the definitions of hologram is a three-dimensional diffraction pattern of an image, of the image of an object, made using holography. But and then another one here is let's see.
Well, hold on. Does this guy think definitions are meaningless? Because that would put a damper on things.
I realize that is to some people. So some people make the claim, "Oh, we have the first hologram," and then you see it, and it's actually not a hologram in the strictest definition. But it depends on your definition, of course. The good thing today is everybody can make up their own definitions.
Well, I don't know about that, but you do think definitions have meaning to them, right? You don't think definitions are meaningless?
Both yes and no. I don't think it depends on the situation, of course. And definitions change over time too, you know. So, for example, some people would say in the past you can say retard, and now people say that it's a derogatory word, even though it just meant stupid. So definitions change, so they're not all binding, they're not absolute, but they do carry some real life meaning to them. But the meaning.
A hologram in general is a hologram's a three-dimensional image that.
Yeah, with
has
the
to do with but it's the interference of light that creates a diffraction pattern. So, but
we can probably move on from this the subject of holograms, but it's up to you, of course, if you want to or not.
well, I'm just saying that light patterns can create a 3D image. It looks like a 3D image.
Sure.
And they used to have like, there was like this diamond, like a diamond store, and they had a hologram like out front of their store where it was like a diamond that was just basically floating, and it was like, you know, so you could try to grab it, put your hand through it, and it was like kind of like their marketing thing, you know, that sort of like, hey, a free diamond kind of thing, but obviously you just grab it and it's just a, you know, your hand just goes through the light.
Sure.
But it looked like a 3D diamond. So the moon may look what it looks like, but it doesn't mean it actually is a physical rock. If it's a light emitting object, then, and if it does have holographic qualities to it, then it could be similar to that diamond.
Well, try and imagine the holographic diamond, right? And imagine that shining light out of it. You see how I have a problem with that?
With what? With it emitting light?
Yeah. Like, I can understand, like, for example, making one side look more darker than the other by having a different type of light, right? Some lights are red, some lights are more white, and some are darker in coloration. But to have like a holographic light, project light out of it, seems more harder to do. You understand what I mean?
Well, that's what holograms do. Like he was saying, Tupac at Coachella or whatever. I mean, that, or like that diamond I was saying. Like, I mean, if you've ever seen a hologram, they literally emit light. That's what they are.
I personally don't believe I've ever seen an actual hologram. I believe I've seen definitely a lot of things that people claim to be holograms, but I would disagree whether it's actually a hologram or not.
Well, what's your definition of hologram? Because we don't know. You're just saying there's no real hologram, but you haven't told us what a hologram even is. So.
Yeah, for example, I searched up on the Google just holograms, just to double check if we actually have it. They would say, no, we do not. We have something that looks like it. But let me pull up the definition of hologram.
Well, it's good to know that you don't think
that would be my definition.
Whatever Google says?
Oh, no, photosensitive medium. Okay, no, that's the wrong.
You're going to just go with whatever Google says?
If they have a medium, they can, if they can use a medium to project the light onto, I don't see that as a hologram, but of course now that's okay for some people.
Well, there's always a medium everywhere. You can't get rid of a medium.
You could probably make that.
Where is there no medium?
Maybe I should pull up the definition of a medium. I'm not joking, but something such as an intermediate course of action that occupies a position or represents a condition midway between extremes. So here's where the definition problem comes in, because I would probably say that there's no medium in the air, but some people would claim that the oxygen and whatnot is a medium. So of course, that's why
we know it's a medium because of refraction. It's variable through different mediums.
And lightning has to travel through a medium.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Real.
Oh, sorry, bud. Lightning has to travel through a medium as well.
Sure. Yeah, that's why definitions aren't written in stone. An intervening substance.
Yeah, but when you go and see the lady to plan your future, she would be called a medium, wouldn't she? Like you know the you know what I mean, the fortune teller.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, some people call them mediums. But it comes under the definition number 3, an agency by which something is accomplished, conveyed, or transferred. So I guess you could probably call also a teacher a medium. So definitions are a lot of fun.
A medium is probably like an average or a mean, or a person that doesn't like the large porridge or the small porridge.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm definitely below medium, if you know what I'm saying. In the downstairs apartment. Poor me.
Isn't there a word like radian that starts with like MED, like a median? Like a median. Fuck me.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no. I wasn't trying to fuck around. It was just more the fact that I say words, then all of a sudden I hear other things coming from it, you know? Yeah, that's what I do, man. That's what I do.
Yeah. Have anybody of you thought about becoming comedians?
Fuck, man. There was a joke on here the other day, and they said there's like 30 lions and 28 chickens. How many didn't? Did you hear that one?
I think I've heard it a long time ago, but I can't remember it very good.
Well, there's not 28 chickens. There's 20 lions that ate chicken.
Yes, could you say the joke one more time? Maybe I didn't catch it
So
immediately.
there's 30 lions, 30.
Yeah.
There's 30 lions and 28 chickens. How many did not?
Mm.
How many did not eat? What's the question, Crypto?
It's hard to get though.
Yeah, how many did not? I mean, if
sounds like a
his
question,
last
you know?
claim was a 28 chicken, then how many did it not? Could be only
10.
not 8 chicken.
Yeah, 10.
Oh, 10. I get it now. I was thinking 2 because there was two chickens short per lion, but yeah, I get it.
So I think in translation, the simple thing of saying, I eat fish and chicken, but as opposed to saying 28 chickens, because we didn't use a plural, we offset the person listening to the joke or the viewer or whatever the audience. But I guess it's depending on how you want to say it. Years ago, like even in England, like we say things like butter, you know. So like, is butter spelled with BUUER or was it spelled with a T? You know what I mean?
Have you stolen the butter, Harry Potter?
No, but they would say butter. They would say butter, or they say, yeah, they would leave out the consonant.
Butter.
I'm going to wooer. I want to wokkily.
What does Earth is a realm mean? The person who just entered.
Huh?
Well, for example, many people have the role that Earth is a realm, but I have a hard time understanding what that means.
I think the realm is what you perceive the world around you.
Could you turn up your mic potentially? It's a little bit low. Maybe I can turn it up.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Still though, if you're able to turn it up better.
I'm just driving and smoking. I'm driving and smoking. So, yeah, I'll sort it out soon.
Yeah. The delay was just perfectly timed. So every time I was speaking, you were speaking. That's brilliant. You're in England, yeah?
Yeah. I'm just on hands free. That's why it's echoing. Is that better when I put the thing closer to my mouth?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm in England, but I was born in South Africa, educated in South Africa to matriculation. So I've got to do.
Where in South Africa?
Johannesburg.
Oh, nice. Okay. It's very famous nowadays, I hear.
Maybe more in.
England,
my parents are English, and we just my father's father died, and my grandmother was by herself. So they planned on coming back. They just went out there, had 3 kids, and then came back to England. So yeah, we pretty much were like an English family growing up in South Africa, but we spoke Afrikaans and the local, basic of
You
the local languages.
you like Diantwood?
The Antwoord. The
Yeah,
Antwoord means the opposing word or the opposite word. It can mean different things. It depends on the Antwoord. Can mean many, but that's the kind of thing. It's more like the anarchy, you know.
Oh, cool.
In a way, it's the Antwoord is Antarctica. It's the opposite. It's the anti. So the anti word maybe. The word of Christ maybe. There could be Protestants really.
Mm-hmm. You say Protestants are anti-Christian? I misunderstand.
No, they're anti-Catholic, I think.
Yeah.
Because they protest against what they were doing back in the day, what they were teaching people, and they wanted to go and do their own education, teach their own kids, and then
I do believe they both fall under their umbrella term Christian. So to me, they don't seem like that different. But of course,
yeah. In a
Sorry.
way, I would say the Protestant. In a way, I would say the Protestant is the Christian and the Catholic is the Catholic. It's just a different way of looking at it. Like orthodox means to correct. Ortho, as in orthodontic, means to correct. So the orthodoxination is the orthodox. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Is Protestants the ones that really like the Martin Luther, or is that Lutherans? I don't know if they're different or not.
I think they're possibly the same. I mean, I'm not. I just say what I know at the time. Martin Luther. There was another Martin Luther in history, not just the one that you know of.
Sure.
So, did the story just repeat itself? You find a lot of things just repeat themselves. Names repeat themselves. I can't remember what that was about, to be honest with you. But I wonder if the original Martin Luther or Luther was the start of Lutheranism, your Methodism, and I think the Methodism.
I just pulled it up. It does say that it's the best. Martin Luther is the best known as the seminal figure in the Protestant Reformation. Here in Norway, I think we call it Lutheranism and not Protestant.
Yeah. I'm with you. I think I can't comment because I don't know. You've also got which I discovered recently working in London was a church type of building that was the first church of Methodism, and Methodism to me is the true way of doing stuff like they used to do in the old days. We do a method, we do the scientific, we do the practical method. You know, we don't theorize, we do it practically. And all of a sudden, since Methodism, they started uncovering Heron's formula for area of a triangle, which they discovered in the late 1800s. And you think, fuck me, it's almost like they discovered the formulas and then they started progressing, you know? They just weren't logical thinkers and they just used old shit that they found. And then, we fucking knew this all a long time, I think, you know?
So would you call yourself Christian or religious?
I'm not religious. I went to Sunday school, learned what I needed to, and picked up a few chicks on the way, you know. That's what you do at Sunday school, man. Try and get some fucking nice privilege. You're not privileged, but like, you know, a nice, well-mannered woman, you know.
Some sinners.
Yeah, that's it, man. So that's where I'm from. I find I have a lot more in common with like Polish people, like Europeans, Romanians. I come from a Romanian gypsy heritage, but my father was adopted, but I think we believe he was adopted by his mother's sister, but definitely on his mother's side they come from Gitano, Romanian, and the Romanians come from the Hindus.
Do they?
Yeah. It's like I was watching a thing about it's like horrible histories for kids, and they showed a picture of like Queen Elizabeth, and I said, I'm looking at this picture of a Queen Elizabeth or a queen of some sort in the past, and I'm seeing black hair, I'm seeing black eye pupils, I'm seeing someone that looks more what's the right word to say? You know, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, even Indian could be there as well. Just I don't know. It's like, but even the royal family comes from the Germans. Well, a fusion of Mount and Batten. So it's not the House of Windsor. It's actually the House of Mountbatten. The royal family is, as we know. I mean, we weren't Germanic or French not long ago, and we've kind of like even words like splash and crash apparently come from Vikings.
Sure. Also, Thursday is Thursday, and Friday is Freya. And
Yeah,
of course, you say Wednesday, but in here we say Onsdag, which is like Odin's day.
But the days are one thing. But the language.
I pulled up though on Wikipedia to see if it said anything about where the Romans come from. And they say they come from like southeastern Europe, more Greek leaning. But to me, it sounds like it's very close to India. But I don't think it actually says whether it comes from there or not. But of course, Wikipedia isn't all knowing.
I think if you've got the Romany, because you've got Roma and you've got Romany. So there's two different.
I typed in Romanians, but
there's two types. There's the gypsies and the normal. So you've got the Romas, which are the people that are the nomads, and then you've got the Romani, which are the settlers, maybe you could say. So definitely two types, and then that will link on to the Roman Empire. Thus migrating south.
And we could probably agree that gypsies were people who moved around quite a lot, and they didn't take a lot of written documents with them. I assume on such a long journey. So where they initially comes from can be from probably all over. I would guess.
If you see the ox wagons of South African history, you will see that they are the same shape as gypsies from Romania.
Here it says the Times of India. So I think you're right. Not that I doubted you, of course, but I'd like to check if the internet has any on it.
Yeah, I mean, I find like a lot of stuff comes from the gypsies. Like even something as silly sounding as the steam fair and the carnival and the circus.
Yeah, a lot of
all these stuff. To me, all of that there, the symbology of the diode, which they use on a piece of string, that's a contraption. It looks like anyway, but everything about the circus just tells me of the world. It's like architecture. It's architecture. The circus represented the world, the ringmaster, just so much, but especially steam fairs. Like in a way that we're all like spinning around a center or something, looking at a fairground ride. We look at the Ferris wheel. Just all the stuff here. It was entertainment that reflected what we saw on the horizon. We see stuff rise up on the left and we see it settle on the right. Like a half a circle, like a Ferris wheel.
Depending which direction you're facing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what I mean. It was like if you look at all the old rides of the old steam fair, there are many. The contraptions they used. One of them replicates retrograde. It's like I can't. They were called like the dancers or something, and it's like you sit in a chair and it's pulling you round in an anti-clockwise direction, and you've got a spring clutch. So when the torque is maximum, you hit the brakes and you go flying in the opposite direction. Yeah. And you let go of it and the seat just basically swivels. But to me, it was like, it's almost like the mechanics of retrograde. Just other things of the old steam fair, because we've got an old steam fair that comes around our area once a year. And it's so familiar to me. It's like, I don't know. It's like, for us, not saying what we know now, but back in the day, we would have all looked at the same sky and said it's almost like a carnival,
I'm curious, while we're on the topic of India, not to interrupt you, I'm really sorry about that, but do you agree with India's description of the Earth? Because they knew long before Pythagoras that, at least they believed, if you want to put it that way, that the Earth was round.
Yeah, the Indians supported a more of an Easter egg, symmetrical, prolate spheroid, because you'll see it in their mandala patterns. Like a good 50% of the stuff you'll find that it's actually more of a symmetrical egg, oval is the right word. Even that fossil stone. This is talking about Hinduism and India. Even the fossil that we see that looks like the shell of a worm or something. Do you know the one I'm talking about? The typical one. It's like handheld. It's like a handheld fossil, and it's in a
I'm getting a little
spiral.
bit. I'm getting a little bit distracted because I have to take a piss. So
Okay,
I
no
feel like I
worries.
wanna. So I want to hear you done, but at the same time, if I can't focus, it's no point really.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Release, mate. Release.
Thank you,
That's
man.
right.
I'll release it and I'll think about you, man.
Yeah, it must be quite weird, feeling that you're not amongst people, but you are at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, come on, breathe. Come on, you can piss.
Yeah,
But
thank you, man. I'll run real quickly. See you.
okay. I guess in many ways, guys, it's better to have someone talking. I guess in some ways, but if I'm talking too much, just interrupt me. Yeah.
Yo, yo, yo.
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 Smirgaleo.
Hmm?
Where'd you get that name from?
Smirgo and Solgalio.
So, any flat earthers here?
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah, man. You there, John? All right, mate.
Big time.
Good.
Yeah.
Listen, man. I've gone back to my fucking donuts type of fucking model that I came in when I left Flat Earth. I made a donut, and then I spent about 3-4 months on that. I done a load of videos, uploaded them on YouTube, and I got fucking I don't know why I got thrown off, and I fucking started going all fucking prolate and stuff. But actually, the to see the sun 24 hours at both poles, you would need a flat pole to do that, or some type of. And my original thing was just to fucking get the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere map and just fucking put it together. But in a Orlando Ferguson stationary square flat Earth, in a flat stationary plane, and it's. I don't think the concave is as concave as you think it is. I think it's pretty much like a cup and saucer. The saucer is concave, but it ain't that much. It ain't that really. It ain't that concave, if you know what I mean. And I'll
Listen,
actually.
are you a concaver, Earther?
I'm a double flat Earth man.
What
To
the
me,
fuck?
it's like a northern and a southern facing each other, and it's pretty much like two eyes put together. You know, it's two rugby balls put together. It kind of looks like that from the side, but it's like a donut. An infinity. You know, that sort of symbol there. It just all makes sense for me. With a 24-hour sun at both poles, you just and to reduce the surface area back to something more normal, a northern and a southern hemisphere facing each other, and we're about 1,000 miles apart. If you're at 45 degrees north, you can see 45 degrees south of the same longitude. Yeah, same longitude line. And if you're looking straight up, you pretty much would be looking at your whatever it would be, 1,000 miles up. But whatever circulates in the sky is only 500 miles high maximum, and everything is between us and 500 miles. And everything moves around like a ring, like a donut within a donut, like a ring magnet or something like that, like a constant levitation.
What are your guys' thoughts on asteroids and meteorites?
Like fireworks, when they go off, they release ash.
Okay.
In a toroidal field, that would just move around like everything else, wouldn't it?
What do you mean rocks falling from the sky? Where'd they come from?
Yeah, where do they come from?
Where do they come from? That's what That's what I asked you. Where do they come from?
I don't think they come from outer space.
Okay, they come from the sky. My bad, Rom. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, you could say sky.
But what are they made
from outer space.
Yeah, but what are they made from? If they're made out of mostly carbon, then you could have something out in space that absorbs the carbon out of the atmosphere, and pretty much it's still, you know, an electrolysis type of thing, and then pretty much when it sheds a bit, it can break off just like the moon. The moon's shed, hasn't it? I don't think they're craters as such. I think what you're looking at is your.
Some probably have carbon in them. Some of them are more iron. Some of them are more.
Yeah. I think they're just all based.
A lot of them have water in them, but they usually evaporate when they're entering the atmosphere because they burn up.
Yeah, definitely. That's good to know. It's good to know. Yeah, I mean the flaking of the moon looks to me like the moon. There's an electrolysis thing happening over a long period of time, and the moon is either shedding, dropping fucking tektites on us and shit like that. You know, then fucking frozen ice cubes that fall out of space, whatever they're called. And stuff like that could be the materials of our planets, our local planets. That at one point of the Earth, probably at any point in the Earth on the surface would be about 500 miles away maximum. I pretty much. I think I could probably scale up how far the moon is. I could put the whole solar system in order, which I've got. And I think if I worked on a scale of 500 miles, using 500 as the number, I reckon I could possibly slip it all in and get the right. Concentric spheres or concentric circles is kind of what I think above flat Earth, that thing above Polaris is, if you have the same thing in the south, that thing above the south, and they're pretty much the South Pole and the North Pole are the same thing. You're just seeing them at different sides. Even the celestial sphere itself actually has two axes of rotation. So some stars might be moving in a slightly different direction. And I think when you can identify which stars are moving in a slightly different direction, you can identify those are possibly the ones that are further and are possibly linked to the ones that the southern hemisphere is seeing.
I have to go, guys, but it's been great chatting. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Oh, we didn't get anywhere. Where'd the asteroids come from? The sky. That's it. That's all we know.
So the last guy who talked, try not to say so much so we can respond to your points.
Wow.
You just said a lot, and I was like, what do I respond to?
We'll pick
But you guys, like I always say, people just vote in, and I'll stop talking, because everyone, as long as we keep the conversation going, everyone should be able to interject.
Yeah, Realm's fine with just interjecting in mid sentence. It's fine.
I don't like to
if you
interrupt
wanna-
people when they talk. I come from a server that doesn't have that rule, so we have to let people finish talking when they're.
What server did you come from?
It's called the Temple Mount, or it's like a succession of the Round Table server.
What's the Round Table server?
Well, the Round Table is the old one. The newest succession of it is it's called the Temple Mount, but it's just a light debate Discord. That's It has good rules. So whenever you have the mic, no one's allowed to interrupt you at all costs. So until you're done yielding the mic, you have about a 2 to 3 minute turn, and it's good anyway. But the asteroids, I was gonna say, the tektites and stuff is like, when we look at tektites, or we analyze the tektites and say, yeah, this is from space. What do they look like? What is the tektite characteristic or sample or whatever that they look for to say this is a tektite and this is not?
This
what
definitely
is that
came
material?
from space. Yeah, I think they look for the burning up of the entrance from the atmosphere. Like, it's very distinctive. I'm not 100% sure on what I just said, so don't quote me on that.
I mean, if what you're seeing is actually just molten silicon, that when it hits the ground, it just fuses with the local rock or whatever, and then naturally you get a different result.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that guy came to any conclusion, though, about, what does Flat Earth think of asteroids? I mean, the same thing anyone thinks of asteroids or meteors or whatever. They come from the sky. Okay. Now what?
Right.
It's funny how there's times where they think they got like a gotcha, like, we got you with meteors or asteroids or something. And it's like, well, you kind of don't.
Well, I'll tell you a huge inconsistency right now in their whole narrative, right? And that is that we're zooming through space, guys, at millions of miles per hour every second. Like in the next 30 seconds, we'd have moved just some hundreds of millions of miles. In the next minute, right? We'll just throughout the universe, we've just moved hundreds of millions of miles. How is it that, like, throughout the entirety of all of the Earth has moved throughout all of the time and all the stuff, just whizzing through the fucking, we have had no pockets of huge comets, meteors, asteroids, like there's just nothing. It just, the Earth's atmosphere is so good, it just burns everything up perfectly. We only see really like things in the sky, every once in a while. We have these like meteor showers that reoccur like clockwork every year, every so often or whatever, that those never change. It's always like the same thing. And by the way, you never see like a comet or a meteor shower or whatever they say, like go up from the bottom up. It's always like they're going down. I'm pretty sure I have that correct. One of them, like, you hardly ever see meteors going like a certain direction. But and then like, look, like, what do we have? Like the one in Russia that happened years and years and years ago is like the only one people can really say, like, yeah, look, dude, there was like a what is a meteor that came to an asteroid, because once it gets past the atmosphere or whatever, it's an asteroid now. It's falling to Earth. But it's like the only example people can like show, and it's like, well, really, You know, did anyone actually go up to that asteroid when it landed? Where's the film? Where's the film crew going up to the asteroid after it landed and like, whoa, dude, check this out. We're just coming up on this crater here, and we just like none of that happens. There's never any sort of like documentation of this asteroid fell at this date, and here's the location, and here's the film that we went to do it and to unearth the asteroid. None of that ever happens. So it's just like, it seems like a big story, kinda. Who knows? I don't know. Stuff does fall from the sky, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with saying, okay, a rock fell from the sky. So what? That's what rocks do, is they fall. Now you're going to tell me there's the moon is a giant rock that never falls. Do the rocks fall from the sky? Do they not fall from the sky?
Well,
I mean,
I
what's
think the
going on?
claim would be that the moon is always falling.
Right, but it never falls. Other things, when they
It
fall,
is
they hit
falling.
the ground. Other things, when they fall, they hit the ground.
Yeah, that's
Everything
one
you've
way
ever
it can
dropped.
fall.
What's up?
Yeah, that's one way things can fall. When they fall
No, that's how
under
things
orbital
fall.
speed.
That's how things fall. When you fall, when you drop a
I'll
rock.
see you guys. Sorry, man. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, I'm going.
Later on. Yeah, when you drop a rock, it falls to the ground. That's our experience of rocks falling.
Sure.
Now you're going to tell us there's a rock up there that's falling, but it never hits the ground.
Okay, do you have an experience of a rock in orbital speed falling?
In orbital speed.
Falling, yeah. It's just a number of a speed.
What's an orbital?
So,
What's the orbital speed?
oh, I can just give you the number then. Do you have an experience of a rock that is thousands of kilometers an hour falling?
No, I've never thrown a rock thousands of kilometers an hour. No.
Right. So there you go. Our experience is sort of limited to what we experience.
So you're
The
saying as
moon
long as
isn't-
if I throw a rock fast enough, it won't fall.
Yeah.
That's
Like
neat.
the faster you throw, the longer it takes to fall, right?
Sure, but it always falls.
Yes, but there's a sort of a limit how fast you can throw with your own hand. And I don't think we have pushed that limit too further to see what happens in too high speeds. So I think it should be more of an open question than we have evidence that this shouldn't happen.
I mean, we have evidence of rocks falling and they hit the ground. You know.
Yeah, but again, we have those in. I mean, the moon isn't very comparable to just dropping rocks, right? It's way bigger and way further, and we see going around the Earth like once a day. And yeah, that's not the orbit of the moon, I know, but I mean, it's not that analogous to rocks. So of course, that experience that you have with day-to-day rocks, sure, you can use that to other day-to-day rocks, but to try to use that to make claims about the moon, I think you shouldn't be making those claims with so much conviction. Like
I'm not making any claim. You guys are making the claim that there's a rock up there and it's falling and it never lands. That's the claim.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you're right. Under our experience, if I just say that the moon is a rock falling, it doesn't look like a rock falling in our experience. But that's not the only thing the moon is. There's a lot of other things that are not similar to rocks falling in our day-to-day life, like the size of it, the distance.
Why would the size matter? Why does the size matter?
Well, I'm just giving you one difference. Okay,
Yeah, but
maybe
in
not the
this
size.
scenario, yeah. So what else is the difference?
The distance,
speed.
and yeah, the speed. Yeah, the speed would be the key factor there. But I'm just pointing out that
matter.
It does. The further, yes, I mean, the higher you are, the lighter you get, right?
I don't know. Is that a fact?
Yeah, I mean that's very measurable.
Well, unless
I
the
think-
density underneath you is different, right?
Oh, actually, as you go higher, the density drops, so you should be even heavier in that sense. Like if you're in less pressure, the buoyancy force decreases, so you would expect weight to go up. I mean, you would expect weight to go up in that scenario, but it actually goes down.
What's the point of all this?
The point is, if the moon is very high, and we know that things get lighter as you go higher, then it's not very analogous to a rock, because the rock is very close to the ground, it's very heavy. Yeah. So
The higher
we
you
already
go,
have, yeah, we already have some very, very important differences on dropping rocks in the moon. So I think that's enough to say, well, let's not just make an assessment right off the bat.
So I'm just saying it's not within our experience of falling
I
rock.
agree. But I'll also say that it's not very analogous to falling rocks of our experience.
Is it a rock?
Yes,
Is it falling?
yes. But
So
there's more
falling rock
things.
that never
Yeah.
land.
Yeah, but not very analogous because there are other things as well that I think would be important to how it falls.
The speed.
Yeah, and how further, I mean the distance as well.
So if I were to throw something fast enough, it would never. How fast you gotta throw something?
Sorry?
How fast do I have to throw a rock so it'll never land?
Well, fast enough that it's going to burn in the atmosphere, so you have no rock at all. But if you don't want the atmosphere messing up with that, then you have to just calculate the orbital speed of the Earth, and that's the speed you have to throw a rock, and then it will never fall. Oh, it would because the air would slow it down. So
you said earlier, the higher you go, the less stuff weighs, right?
yes.
Then how would you tell? What would you use to measure it? With a scale? Use a scale to measure the weight?
Yeah.
That's it, and then you got the weight. Boom.
Yeah. Well, we have in a sort of a net
Alright.
force, but it's mostly weight. Yeah.
Sure. So you get a scale. You go up a mountain. You put a scale on or something, and you check its weight. Then you go to the bottom of the mountain, check its weight.
And it's
Different
smaller.
weights,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. The top.
So weight is how we would determine downward force, right?
Yeah, that's what it is actually, right?
I would agree with you, yeah. So W equals mg. I mean, you think that formula is true, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
The G
I
isn't
would
a constant.
Excuse me?
But that G is not a constant.
Well, on the surface of Earth, it's fairly constant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would get a scale to check the weight of something, right? Like you just said. You just said we would use a scale to check the weight. Yeah. So I'm gonna get an empty balloon and put it on the scale, and we're gonna get its weight. Right?
Oh, no, it must be at least denser in the air for the scale to be useful for that.
So I'm gonna get an empty balloon and put it on the scale, right? And check its weight.
Yeah.
And that would have some weight to it. And then I could I according to the W equals mg, I would put more mass into it, and it would weigh more. If that formula was true, right?
Yeah, it does weigh more. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put helium in it. Now, how much is it pressing down on the scale?
It's gonna press less on the scale. It doesn't mean that
less
it's weighing
weight.
more. Yeah. No. Again, what I said is that the scale is good to measure weight, but it measures other things together. But
So
usually weight.
So we can't use a scale to measure the weight that you just agreed to.
You
5
can,
minutes
but
ago.
it's not very. Yeah, you can, but it's not very precise because you have other forces that are like being measured together. But in most cases, weight is the most significant one. The others are usually negligible compared to the weight. So that's a good way to measure weight. But you have to understand how it works.
Until it breaks your formula, then it's not a good way to measure weight.
It doesn't break the formula.
W equals mg. It absolutely destroys it.
How?
I put the balloon on the scale. You get a weight. Now, according to your formula, I add more mass. I should get more weight.
Yeah, but the formula doesn't say.
The formula says W equals mg. Period.
Sure,
That's it.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But the formula doesn't say that a scale is going to give you that. The way a scale works, it's going to give you that.
Why I asked you 5 minutes ago. Is that how we get weight with a scale? You said yeah.
And then I added, you get that and other things that are usually negligible. That's what I said.
After you realize
so now
you fucked up your formula.
No, it only fuck up your formula if your formula is defining what a scale does, and it's not. Formula has nothing to do with scales.
Okay, so what do we use to measure weight? Not a scale. Now, what do we use?
Oh, if you want to be very
measure
precise.
the weight. We want to measure the weight.
Yeah, you still would need a scale, but you can do with a setup that isolate for the other variables. For example, if you go to the North Pole and weigh inside of a vacuum chamber, that would pretty much remove the other variables.
So if we do this in a vacuum chamber,
yeah, you're
at the North
removing
Pole,
buoyancy.
we have a
Yeah.
scale in a vacuum chamber at the North Pole, and now the scale is definitely going to tell me the weight of stuff. That's what you're saying.
Yes. You have to do a conversion because it's not going to output newtons. It's going to output kilograms.
I feel you. So I'm gonna get the vacuum. I'm gonna put my scale inside the vacuum, right? Is that what we're doing?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So basically, anything inside that vacuum that's not pressing down doesn't have weight, right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Anything inside the scale that's not pressing down doesn't have weight, right? If there's something in the scale and it's going up and it's not pressing down, it has no weight.
Yeah, sure.
Well, there's all kinds of gas molecules going up inside the vacuum chamber.
Oh, yeah, I get your point. Then no.
Yeah, so they don't have weight.
They do, but they also have a speed, right?
They're not pressing down. Some of them are hitting the ceiling.
Yeah, I realized that sentence wasn't taking into account gases. I was thinking of object. But yeah, if you're, for example, the temperature of an object doesn't usually affect that because the object is a collection of molecules, right? But in a gas,
you said temperature. What are you talking about temperature for?
Yeah, I'll get there. When you're talking about gases, the temperature is basically the speed of the individual molecules. And because they're unbounded, they're always moving to all sorts of places, unless they're completely frozen. So yeah, gas molecules, they have kinetic energy, and they keep moving, unlike a physical object. Like if you put it there, the object's not going to move. So you can measure its weight. But if you manage to make a gas molecule completely stops, you would be able to measure its weight. But that's very hard to do because you always have some temperature in the gas, which means the gas molecules will be moving, right?
Yeah. So when we're at the North Pole with the vacuum chamber and the scale and we got the gas inside the chamber and Okay, I know, very funny. My wife's mocking me. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. You have to tag me if you're talking to me. Otherwise, I'm not gonna realize it. Like, Kev, can you speak? Yeah, but the scale doesn't measure weight independently of other forces. Like the weight doesn't have a way to tell where the force is coming from. If you press against a scale using your hand, that's not weight. But the scale is just gonna read that, going to output a number coming from the force you're using to press the scale. So the scale inherently measures force. But if you're just putting things on top of it, usually that force is the weight of the thing you're putting on it. So it makes it pretty useful to measure weight. But you have to understand that it actually measures any force that is going to be applied to its surface. If you put the scale upside down, you're not measuring Earth's weight, right? You're measuring the own scale's weight. And if you put that scale into, let's say, a hydraulic press, it's going to measure a lot more than the actual weight of that press. So that's not exactly weight. And that you have to keep that in mind when you're trying to use scales to talk about it. Otherwise, you're going to end up making Jeremy think those formulas are self-contradictory.
Dude, we've already debunked W equals mg. I'll be back in 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Achieve W equals mg.
Sorry?
What is W equals mg?
Weight equals mass times gravitational acceleration.
Yeah, and that only works in a vacuum at the North Pole, right? That's the only place W equals mg works.
No, it works everywhere. Like your setup
Okay,
isn't
so I'm at
going
my house.
against
I got
that.
a scale. All right, I'm at my house. I got a scale. We're gonna measure the downward force of gravity on this object,
And something more.
and it's gonna go up.
No, you're gonna measure more than that.
How do I measure W equals mg? Can I use a scale? Can I scale, or do I need to be at the North Pole? Or
You want to measure. You want to measure weight of what exactly?
mass, an object, mass, the weight of mass.
Yeah, but of an object, like if you're on.
Sure, an object something that has mass. Yep.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, as long as it has mass, you can just put on top of the scale and remove the buoyancy force by removing the air. That's going to give you the weight.
So this W equals mg only works in a vacuum, not on Earth.
No, it works on Earth. I'm not saying you're not asking
only
how
in a
can
vacuum, which we don't live in.
But that's not what you're asking. You're not asking.
I'm asking you, how do we measure W equals mg, bro? You're telling me to do it in a vacuum.
No.
We don't live in a vacuum.
Your question was a little bit further than that. You not only asked that, but you asked how to do that with a scale. Right?
What would you use? If not a scale, what do you use to measure weight?
I don't know. But the thing is, when we are talking about...
You don't know because W equals mg doesn't work. We use scales for weight, bro. That's how we see
No, it does work. Okay, you don't need to use a vacuum chamber if you can account for buoyancy. Then you don't even need to do that.
Okay, how do we measure weight?
Of what?
Mass, an object that has mass, something that has mass. How do we measure the weight of it?
You can use a scale.
I hope everyone can see how this is like.
I didn't say how you're going to use the scale, did I? Like one way is to account for buoyancy.
I know how scales work. You put objects on them and they press
That's
down.
not what I said.
In fact, that's what we're measuring.
That's not what I said.
That's what we
I'm
measure
talking about
when
the whole setup.
weight.
Like
I said,
when
we measure. That's what we measure when we measure weight. We measure the downward force that's pulling on it.
We measure the downward force. Weight is not.
Yeah, that's weight. That's weight. The downward force.
Actually, we measure the downward net force using a scale. That would be the more precise explanation on how a scale works. So, if your net force isn't downwards, the scale is not going to be able to measure that.
Okay, bro. How do I measure? I'm in my house. How do I measure the weight of something?
What's the thing you want to measure the weight of?
Something with mass, an object with mass.
Okay, you put on top of a scale. If you want to get more precise than that, you account for buoyancy.
Well, how do we measure for buoyancy?
You use a barometer to see, let's say, the pressure of the air. From the pressure of the air, you can know the density of the air there. And knowing the density of the air and the volume of the object, you can know exactly what's the buoyancy force on that object.
Okay.
And then you subtract that.
Yeah, sure. The volume. I don't know. Nothing involved with W equals mg has volume in it, but I'll play along.
Because you want to use a scale. Like WMG is not about scales.
Well, I don't care. We can use something else besides a scale. What do you want to use besides a scale? I'm up for whatever.
Yeah, that rule doesn't imply that there would be a tool that can measure that force.
Dude, we already
Separated
know
from
what
others.
measures that. We already know what measures that force. A scale does it, dude.
But as I said, the scale doesn't measure only that force. It measures the net force. Usually that's the most significant one. That's why scale is useful.
Okay,
Are you
where's this
listening to what I'm
buoyancy?
saying?
Yeah, where's this buoyancy force come from?
From the air. From the weight of the air.
So weight causes a force?
No. Weight is the force. But because there's this force is applied to
G
air.
and W equals mg. If weight is the force, what's the G?
It's a gravitational acceleration.
That's not a force?
No.
Weight causes that force.
What causes? That's an acceleration, not a force.
Can you have an acceleration without a force?
According to relativity, you can. That's exactly the one we're referring to, actually.
Yeah. So you can have it. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know. You guys been saying it was a force this whole time. Okay. Anyways, I'm in my house. I want to take the weight of something. What do I do? We can
You
use
put
a
that on
scale.
the
We don't
scale.
have to use a scale. I don't care. So we got a scale. I got a scale. Now what?
Yeah, how precise do you want to be with that scale?
I want to be very precise. I want to make a very precise measurement of weight.
Okay. So, do you know the volume of the object you're measuring?
Volume does not matter for weight.
It does. It does for the
Does not.
scale. It does for the scale, not for the weight.
Okay, that's
Like
fine.
the
I have
volume.
one cubic meter is the volume.
Right.
I'll play
And
along
what's
with
the
this.
what's
Use
the
your
air
mouth.
pressure? What's the air pressure of the room?
14.7. 14.7.
14.7 what pascals? Like which? Oh, anyway, yeah.
Sea level, bro. Sea level. Whatever's at sea level.
All right,
PSI.
all right. Okay. So now you can just put that on the scale. That's going to output a number of kilograms, right? Or pounds, I don't know.
Whatever. Yeah, sure. Pounds.
Okay, so you divide that by 9.8, let's say, which is
Okay.
G. And
Okay.
that's going to give you the amount of force that the scale measured. Now,
Okay.
if you want weight, you have to isolate weight from the rest of the forces, let's say buoyancy. So now you plug the volume and air density into an equation to get the buoyancy force. And then you subtract that from your previous force. That's going to, the rest of it is going to be the weight. Does that make sense?
No. Hold on a second. I don't know. You're coming up with this very convoluted way of measuring weight, and I'm not seeing. Do you have like a where this is written down or something? Yeah. Do you have a place where this is written down of how to measure weight?
Well, that's pretty like obvious from Newtonian mechanics point of view, but I
Yeah,
can try to
sure.
look it up.
Yeah, let's see it written down because it's not that I don't trust you guys, but I don't trust you guys.
Oh, I can present to you where all those concepts are written down separately.
Yeah, that's
Combined
fine.
in
I
the
just
way
want
you're
to see the
asking.
one where it says weight, the thing you're saying about how we measure weight, because it sounds like you're doing a calculation and not a measurement.
Well, but I'm using measurement data to do the calculation.
Sure, but then that's a calculation, and we're looking how to measure. How do you measure weight?
But
Then
yeah,
is it not measurable?
Under the definition you just gave, I think it wouldn't be measurable.
What
Unless
definition
you
did I give?
not using a scale at least. You would have to do it in a vacuum. Then it would be measurable.
The scales only work in vacuums.
No, it does if you want to know exactly the weight. If you want to be very precise on the weight.
Everyone
then
always
yeah.
wants to know exactly the weight. We always want to know exactly the weight. You think drug dealers don't want to always know exactly how many grams of cocaine or weed or whatever?
Sure, but usually they're
always-
using. Sure, but those objects like even cocaine, they're way more dense than air. So the buoyancy force is going to be pretty negligible. So it's even if they need a lot of precision, proportionally it would still be a very small difference. So that's I don't think that would be a good argument. Say that buoyancy force would be an issue for them. But if you're trying to measure the weight,
What about a human? There's a lot of air in humans.
Sure,
Humans.
there's a lot of
Yeah.
other stuff that is way more dense than air. So overall we're much more dense than the air. Oh, let me see if I can find the average human density.
Oh, here we go. Density has the components of mass and volume, while weight is concerned with mass and gravity.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Yeah.
Or does it sound the opposite of what you're saying? Like the first Google search came up.
How is that opposite?
Opposite.
How is that opposite?
Concerned with Okay, let me read it again. Maybe I read it fast. Density has the components of mass and volume, while weight is concerned with mass and gravity. W equals mg. Exactly what I've been saying this whole time. Exactly what you've been arguing against.
No, I'm not arguing against that. I agree. That's W equals mg. What I'm arguing against is the way you're using a scale to test that. You're not, because you're not taking into account other things. For example, buoyancy. So what they're defining there isn't buoyancy. They're defining weight. I agree with that definition, but that's not the only thing that affects.
Which is
the
not
scale.
concerned with volume. Weight's not concerned with volume. It's only concerned with mass and
It's not, but the
gravity.
scale is, because the scale doesn't measure weight only. It measures the net force. I don't think that's hard to understand, and I don't see where you're seeing an issue. I mean, the only thing I see you have is this semantic argument, like you're phrasing in a way that to try to make it sound contradictory, but I've seen no contradiction on that. Like you're phrasing things that I'm saying, but with less words. And the way you're phrasing it makes it sound contradictory.
To make it convoluted to confuse people and
That's what
word
I'm
wrap
saying.
my way out of shit.
Well, I'm not saying you're trying to confuse people, but when
you are,
when you try,
I'm
no,
saying
I'm not
you
saying
are.
you're. Well, I'm trying to confuse people.
Yes, maybe not you
Tell me
specifically,
one.
but this whole thing is designed with this mass and It's all designed to confuse people and be like, "Well, I don't understand. We'll leave it for the smarter people. They know what's going on."
No, you can understand. It's not that hard to understand. Like once you do, you realize it has
I
nothing to do
understand
with.
it.
I don't think you do.
I understand that weight is concerned with mass and gravity,
Mm-hmm.
right? Not volume. You're
Sure.
telling me in order to know the weight, though, I need to know the volume.
No, only if you're trying to use.
So I
a
don't
scale.
need to know the volume if I know. So volume's not concerned. I'm not concerned with volume if I'm trying to get the weight of something.
Yes, you are. Not because that
So
affects
let me
what
just
weight
read the
is,
sentence
but
again.
see, you're just not allowing me to give the full sentence. You're just one half the sentence, so you can make it sound like there's a contradiction. But if you
Sure, go
wait
ahead.
until I finish the sentence,
I'm
Go ahead.
waiting. Go ahead.
Okay. So weight doesn't care about the volume, and density does. And but when you're using a scale to measure, you're measuring net force, and the net force is going to be affected by everything. And some of those things, which is buoyancy, the volume is important, and that's going to affect the reading of the scale.
All right,
So,
dude. I'm fine with not using a scale. What would you use to measure the weight?
Yeah, we don't have many other options. That's what I'm saying.
So weight's not measure. You can't measure weight. That's what
You
you're saying
can,
now.
you can.
We
But for
can.
example,
What would we use to measure weight?
If you're in a vacuum chamber, now you can use a scale, for example.
So what scales only work in vacuum chambers. Other than that, they're not giving you the weight of things.
They're not giving the precise way. Correct.
Okay, I'll
Because you have
be right
buoyancy.
back. Hold on, I'll be right back. My wife's leaving.
Oh, what's the name of this weighing method, Kev? I mean, not weighing because that's not weight. I mean, what's the name of this method of measuring mass that shakes the thing? This is a very good. Oh, I remember. I think yesterday, Lace was making these questions like, how do you measure something's mass? And I gave him two answers. One of them was, you can measure the put on a scale, and then account for buoyancy, and then use the acceleration of gravity to calculate the mass. And the other answer I gave was, you can use something like a rubber scale to see how much force it's required to accelerate it. So I think that's exactly what you're saying there, right? So if you know how much force you need to accelerate something, you're gonna know its mass.
Yeah, I'm gonna hand you a book, and I want you to tell me how much it weighs. Its exact weight. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, 1 second.
Well, I'm gonna hand you a box. How do you tell its weight? You have no idea what's inside the box. Could be anything. Like whenever you invoke buoyancy, now we're just talking about things go up or down because of relative density.
I would say the weight is connected to the pressure, the amount of pressure that it's pressing down.
Yeah. Yep. The amount of pressure that's pressing down is how much weight there is, because that's what weight is.
And that's really all there is. Yeah. Mass is just a fabricated concept. Doesn't even exist.
That's what I mean. They've made this thing so convoluted and
Yeah.
and comprehensive so that your average Joe can't figure it out. They're like, oh, this is so confusing. It's inertia. It's matter. I don't know what even mass is.
Yep. And it's even interesting that, when they weigh mass, they basically just compare it to a quote unquote reference mass. Oh, I mean, that doesn't work. It's because they're not actually weighing anything. They're not actually isolating anything. They're just comparing it to something and then using that as a springboard to just fabricate an entire realm of mass, which includes all of these calculations and gravity formulas. It's like a huge detour into pseudoscience and non-reality, or non-physicality is actually what I meant to say.
We know how much mass things have by how much they're pressing down. Or I'm sorry, we know how much weight things have by how much they're pressing down. That's how we do weight. Like they went on the moon, they were, a third lighter or 2/3 lighter or something, because they weren't pressing down as heavy. So if something's not pressing down as hard, it has less weight. That's why when you put something in the ocean, its weight changes. That's why when you go up, its weight changes because it's not pressing down as much. Weight changes, even in their paradigm. Weight changes. And that's how we know how much is changing, by how much things are pressing down. So when things stop pressing down, they have an issue. It's like the gas in the vacuum chamber at the North Pole. Those gas molecules inside the there's still gas in it because you can't have a perfect vacuum, so there's still gas in the vacuum chamber. Those gases are going up, not down at all. So you want to say whatever reason gas has no weight? I don't care, fine. Those gases have no weight that are going up. What about when they're going down and all of a sudden they get weight? So you can come up with whatever reason you want about kinetic energy or elastic collisions or whatever. I don't care. It's not a problem for me. It's a problem for the guy saying you can,
Yeah, I was just thinking how the idea that like buoyancy is actually just negative weight.
It's relative density all day.
Yeah, it's just pressure pressing up or down within the XYZ axis, the matrix of the world. Yeah, it's just built right into the geometry of Earth.
Hey, no, don't do that. Yeah, every time they say buoyancy and they want to invoke the medium change and all this stuff, they're just explaining how relative density works.
Relative density.
Like, we're going to change the medium. My bad. What's up, Samir?
If it was relative density, how the ball, for example, would go to fall down?
Is it more dense than the medium it's in? Is the ball more dense than the medium that it's in?
No. Let's say we throw it in the air.
Sorry, what?
Let's say we drop it in a park.
Okay. And it falls to the ground, right?
But how? It also
because it's more dense than the air. Hey. Hold on, kiddo. Hold on. The ball falls down. The ball falls down because it's more dense than the medium that it's in. If it was less dense, guess which way it would have went?
Sideways.
Sideways?
How?
Did you say sideways?
Because it's still denser than the air around it. In general.
Okay, but if it wasn't, it would go which way? Less dense, which way do you think it would go?
I have no idea.
Well, I'll tell you which way. I know which way it would go. It would go up. That's what determines that's the determination, the scientific reality of what will go up and what will go down. This is the actual. This is where flat earthers have the science, and you guys have pseudoscience with space-time bending. We kill you on relative density all day. All day. Little kids do relative density science experiments in every school in America every year. Literally, they teach this shit at a very early age because it's some hardcore, easy science. What's up, kiddo? What's up? What do you need? You got the donut? You got a drink? What's up? No one understands that. What do you want? A cookie? Here, have some. Oh shit! They ate all the cookies. No more cookies. Oh boy. You want some Cheez-Its? Mmm. Here we go. Yummy. Yeah, relative density. That is some hardcore science right there.
It's not even a force.
What's up?
It's not a force.
It's not. Well, it's funny because when they describe the buoyancy force, it sounds like they're just talking about the relative density force. What's the buoyancy force then? What's the buoyancy force if this density, relative density thing's not a force?
Doesn't buoyancy have a gravity component to it?
Sure. They call it specific. Well, I mean, they already have a term for relative density. It's called specific gravity. You guys hijacked it, like you do with all the stuff.
Hijacked it. They came up with it. How do you're trying to hijack it? The original terminology.
No. First of all, hello, Moyak. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Where you been today? You been over with Pete and Johnny?
I need no introduction, Jeremy. When you say relative density, all you're saying is specific gravity. Sean, out.
So, what's up? What are you doing, Sean? You came out of the woodwork with that shit.
He just wanted to slap you upside the head with some reality and then leave.
Moyak and Sean are here to open the gate of truth to us all. So let's do it.
Nah, you're not interested in it.
We are very interested in the truth. The real truth, though. Nothing but the truth.
Well, then you wouldn't be a flat earther.
Oh, we're trying to get at the truth, bro. What do you need, kiddo? What's up? What do you want? Mommy left for tonight.
Don't talk about my mommy.
Hold on. There's no cookies, bud. What cookie was? The big boys.
I asked where I was earlier. I was over at Josie's.
I was just thinking about the difference between like seeking truth or trying to defend or push something. You know, like if you're actually seeking truth, you wouldn't really do like all of the like attacks. You know, the only reason that you'd be attacking is because you're like perhaps like, I'm not saying you, but just somebody is like actually defending something. That's what I was trying to say. I guess the difference between defending something and actually seeking truth.
I think the reason that you get the attacks and the reason I attack personally is, I find some of the dishonest tactics distasteful, and after a while I get frustrated with it and annoyed with it.
Okay, then why are you involved in it?
Because I said sometimes.
What's the dishonest tactic? Let's hear one.
The whole word game things where the game you're playing has no meaning on the overall conversation. No bearing on
So
the
you would
conversation.
agree that definitions are have meaning?
Yep, and abusing the definition the way you do actually does not improve the conversation. It sticks you on these little whatever, I'm trying to think, but little pedantic points.
Absolutely. What am I doing exactly?
I have to think of an example of what some of the things you do. I can't. None of them are popping to mind right now.
Because I don't be doing that shit, bro. You're making shit up.
No, you do.
I don't know.
I pointed it out to you. Tell
With
me.
what?
Actually, let me ask you this. You're asking me to come up with these little things. When was the last time I pointed this out to you?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't remember? Go look back.
I don't
at the DMs.
I don't
I've
do
done it
that shit, so I don't know
times.
why you would have. Listen,
I
there's
don't
no
know.
cookies. Hold on, I have a serious issue here. I'll be back.
I talked to Jeremy many times and about this subject, and he has dodged around it. I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Well, Moyak, what I was referring to is like to have a community of individuals that are seeking truth means that there would be a lot of, like discussions and so on. But there's a difference between that and like trying to defend something or getting angry or forceful. and then usually that comes with like all these like sly comments and like attacks and different, trying to just put other people down, just kind of like disparaging people or their like where they are in their truth journey, you know, like trying to just constantly disparage or attack others rather than actually just respecting them for where they're at, and then you're where you're at, and then we can all actually build something.
Again, that's where the frustration comes in, where I don't feel that there's an honest attempt to try and understand something. Like let's say
Yeah, but do they need to
we'll
do
be
that
talking
for
about
you? Do they
we'll
need
talk
to
about the
understand
black
something for
swan.
you?
We'll talk about the black swan, and the black swan will go through and we'll discuss this, and then they'll come back with the same tired thing. Well, the geometric curve should be here, and therefore you should be able to see it. It's like, well, yes, but there's an atmosphere. Therefore, the whole hypothetical argument is wrong. Now, if you have to see that, at least I'm befuddled how you can't see that. So I'm assuming that you're being dishonest at the point when you start saying that, well, this modus tollens is correct when it's obviously absolutely 100% incorrect. And I'm giving you
Okay, so
credit
now
for
who are
being
you
able to
talking
understand
about?
that.
You're not talking to me?
Anybody who uses Black Swan as an
All right.
example.
I use it, but not for those reasons. I use it to show that you don't have an actual position on anything, and therefore you can't tell me how light's bending. Never got. It's beside the point. I don't use it in the classic way that they use the black swan.
Well, yeah, you actually accept that refraction exists. But like I said, I don't have any examples at the moment. I could go through our DMs to go and see where you're being pedantic and playing games. But like I said, I
Because I
have
don't do
addressed
that
with
shit,
you, and
bro.
just well, the fact that we've had this discussion before, you do it in my opinion, and we've had the discussion. You can't cite any times we've had the discussion.
Yeah, but
Obviously, you
Jimmy's
don't
his own
memorize
person, and
everything
he
that
can
happens.
right, but he can be his own person and be whatever he wants.
Of course.
So, yeah. So why try to disparage and attack him for something that, you know what I'm saying? Like if you have a different view of what the truth is, that's cool. You could share, you know, I'm open to hear it, whatever, but it seems like you're like demanding that he does things for you.
Brian, what are you doing? Oh, my bad, Joe.
Jesus, man. Well, I'm trying to have a discussion about truth, and it doesn't seem like we're getting a unbiased look at it from both participants.
Well, what's the truth? How do we get the weight of an object?
Well, what do you mean by the weight of it? I put it on a scale.
And then that gives us the weight.
Sure. If I need more precision, I do it in a vacuum.
And you believe W equals mg, right?
That seems to be evident.
So when you say get a scale and then go to a vacuum, you're talking about things pressing. When something's pressing down, we determine how much weight it has by how much it's pressing down, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I said, yep.
So we get in your vacuum. Hold on a second. You all right, kiddo?
It really depends on the precision that you're looking for. I mean, if you want to, you could also just use its weight in air and not worry about the fact that it's a gram lighter than it's supposed to be. Or you could take air into account and mathematically eliminate it, or you can put it in a vacuum. And doing the mathematical way and putting it in the vacuum answer very similar results. So I don't have to necessarily build a vacuum chamber in order to put my car in there to weigh it.
Yeah, weight is just measuring the pressure of something pressing on something. And if you use this, you can use a spring, you can use digitals, you can use a lot of different ways of doing it. Or even if you weigh something compared to something else, like on a scale, like on a balancing scale, then you have two pressures that are pressing down evenly or not evenly, depending on what you're, which way it's tipping.
I mean, if it's buoyant, I can even put it in water and just look at how much water it displaces and say, okay, I know the weight of it. There's lots of ways to measure things.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, Moyak, I mean, you are your final arbiter of what you understand truth to be. Would you agree or disagree?
Of course.
and you can't control someone else's truth process, right?
No, don't expect to. I would like to have an honest discussion about it where we don't end up on pedantic little arguments. That's. I would hope that at some point that my truth, if it's right, would go through, or if your truth is right, it would go through. But the biggest problem I have so far, as far as accepting anything from the flat Earth, is I haven't seen any of that truth push make progress in that arena to have supporting evidence. Like I just did that whole thing with the Lake Peloton thing. I just looked at that video again, and I'm just like so amazed at the fact that this is even cited by anybody after Sly's little video. Nobody came up and said Sly was wrong. Nobody came up and said he did things incorrectly. That nobody researched and said, okay, no, Sly, here's why you did this wrong. Not even the people who put out the video. Yet it's still cited as a reference that we can see a laser at 40 kilometers. No, we can't.
Okay, would you agree that this is what flat Earth?
Yeah, they're not the only ones that have done that, dude. Many people have done that. That's not just them. So I don't know how new you are to like looking into all this, but yeah, that's not new at all.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What?
Well, I'm just saying I don't know how new you are looking into all this, like in terms of if you've looked at all of them yet, or if you're aware of all the laser tests yet.
Well, I would say anything from FE Core using flat Earth skepticism, I would say would be suspect. Just the way that we dismiss all evidence from NASA because NASA's liars.
I mean, it's funny that we've been talking about FE Core lately because I was actually thinking when it got brought up like a week or two ago, I haven't even thought about FE Core in like 2 years, probably 2 or 3 years. So it's not really.
You're not really an evidence guy. I mean, you don't go in and say, "Well, we have this laser test." I don't hear you do that often. So yeah.
Oh, of course. Well, yeah, there are many laser tests.
I just saw somebody show how when I looked at his, let me see, I got an image here. Paste. Nope, that's the wrong image. Hold on. Do I still have it handy? Yes, I still have it handy. Let me go find it.
Dr. John D, have you looked into his? Dr. John D has done a lot of very good laser tests, very long distances, very well documented, lots of pictures, video, showing exactly everything he's done.
Well, Moyak's going to explain to you how refraction works, and that they know what's going on in the atmosphere in between the 2 points. Go ahead, Moyak.
Oh, you mean the fact that we have a standard? We use the standard of level at the origin, where we set up our scope, and now we have a horizontal line to compare things to. Now, whether it moves up or down with reference to that reference, that physical reference that we have, tells us which way things are moving. Now, can we differentiate why it's going down? That's possibly questionable, but then we have to apply other sciences like refraction. I guess that's optics, and determine what refraction can do. And we have overwhelmingly come up with that refraction under normal conditions raises things up and makes them look flatter or concave if it was flat.
There you go. That's why the laser test. That's why we see the laser, Gio.
Well, actually, that's what I was going to do with this FE Core one. Hang on.
Wow. Thank God that was explained to me. I didn't know that's what it was. I thought we were just seeing a laser over a plane of Earth.
That'd be interesting. Let's see. I just posted the image. This is from the Sly Sparkane video, but it is FE Core's evidence of seeing the laser at a distance. Now,
did Sly Sparkane just do something? What did he do?
No, I think he did this a while ago, but he went through and took Lake Peloton apart and absolutely crushed them as being absolute liars.
Yeah, I know you repeat that. You've said it a lot of times. This was brought up the other night. I haven't watched Sly's video enough to go through it for myself to be able to fully comment on it. there's several different pictures that were released and all that. I mean, like I said, I haven't even thought about FE core in years, other than when you guys brought them up. So it's not something that I hinge on. I'm interested in looking at the breadth of everything out there. So, I mean, I would say at least 60 to 70 laser tests, and FE core is only about 5 of them. So.
All right. Well, this FE core one, which is just what I find interesting, looking at Sly Sparkane's video. The image that I posted is not evidence of seeing a laser directly. What you're seeing is a laser hitting the horizon and reflecting off of it. And Earth is Life just put out a video showing how that works with a giant exercise ball, how the laser, even being far below the horizon of the exercise ball, actually shows over the laser if you hit the horizon with it. Now, the reason I say that this is not a direct, we're not seeing the source, is that you can see that the light is hazy and
There's a better way to do this, by the way.
whatever. This light is hazy, and if you look at it, you'll see that the one on the left, the 40-mile claim, which Sly found to be 7.8 miles, seems to be coming at a more oblique angle than the one from 18 kilometers, where the one from 18 kilometers looks like it's reflecting off the water, and then you can see it fan out as it goes up into the air. The one, the claimed 40 one, actually is probably closer to 7.8, which would put it just over the horizon. And so that laser actually is almost coming at you. After the incident angle, when it hits the horizon, it's much lower angle. So it just, to me, that is very indicative of Sly Sparkane's accuracy in what he had analyzed.
Do you want to hear the easier way?
Sure.
Yeah. So there's a video from Taboo Conspiracy, which is an observation from someone else, right? And it's the title is something like 16.4 miles laser test. All right. And in that video, you see the laser guy waving the laser from left to right. And when he waves it from left to right, you can see the path of the laser clearly going over the top of the camera. All right, clearly.
Right.
But when he points it straight at the camera, the guy goes, "Oh, we can see the source. We're looking straight at it, blah, blah, blah." And like, no, you're fucking not. It's going straight over your head. So you're clearly looking at scattered light rather than the source of the laser. That's the one I use anyway. But it's so clear.
Yeah, now the one that you were speaking of, Geo, I'd be interested in seeing that. I have not seen one yet that I felt was credible, but hey, you know, I'm always open. Dr. John D may have something new that the world hasn't seen before.
Dude, if we see a
We've
fucking laser,
seen it for years, dude. We've seen this for years. This is nothing new. No offense, but you're way behind the game at this point. If you're not aware of that.
Okay.
even if we do show you a laser that we can see from too far for the globe, what are you going to say? Earth's flat or Earth's refraction? Come on, bro.
It's refraction, right? Because we can demonstrate that it can bend with the fucking curvature of the Earth when it's close to the surface.
Well, what's the
We can
meaning of
demonstrate that.
refraction? What's the meaning of refraction, though, Ruhef?
Light bending.
Well, I don't think definitions are meaning. I think definitions are meaningless. So,
okay,
where do we go from here now?
Well, can we agree on what it means? When we say these words, can we agree what that means in reality?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then we literally cannot have a conversation. Literally cannot have a conversation unless we agree what these sounds that our mouths make, what they refer to in reality. Oh, fuck me.
I think he's doing a jab at me because I'm saying that he gets hyper pedantic over specific words that have no bearing on the conversation.
Yeah.
So he's saying that if we can
Oh, this is a jab at both of you because that what you just said of you, and he told me about 5 days ago that definitions are meaningless.
Definitions are not prescriptive. All right. If I
They're
showed you a
meaningless. Yeah, we
definition
know.
of Earth, if I showed you a definition of Earth that says it's a sphere in dictionary.com, do you accept it? Is Earth a sphere?
Well, why would you even go to a dictionary? You think definitions are meaningless. So what are you doing in dictionaries?
This is my point, you idiot. This is my point.
Can I interject?
If I give you a dictionary definition for something, do you have to accept it? Oh, fuck, I'm going the wrong way. Oops.
He's got a point, Jeremy. You gotta.
With the refraction,
it doesn't
we
really
all
matter.
know-
I was just gonna say, it doesn't really matter whether somebody accepts a definition or not. The question is, how are you defining it? And then how is
as long as we
how is the
agree.
other person defining it? But you're ultimately your own people that come to your own conclusions. I mean, who's to say that? Here's a wild idea. Who's to say that the dictionary is the final meaning of that word? It is one that we may all agree on, that we can Google and look up. And I like definitions. I think they're good. But I'm just saying that, like, at the end of the day, they're not the final arbiters of language either.
Many dictionaries available. There's not more than one dictionary. There's many dictionaries. I just want to interject and just say that with refraction, we can all agree that when we look at a fish in the water, it's at a different angle to where we expect it to be. So with refraction, there's only one angle, or there can be multiple angles. There is not a curve. It's just multiple angles. But the general term of refraction would just be one angle. When we see a fish at a different angle, when we see something through a glass of water at a different angle, that's just one angle change.
When you have a gradient, you get effectively infinite changes, which is a curve.
Yeah,
Every time it hits
gradients
a molecule, it changes.
But gradients
That's
are
one of that was one of the
gradients are
things I was talking
parallel.
about with. That's one of the things I was talking about with pedantic. Yes, when technically you may be talking about an infinite number of tiny, tiny little redirections. Who cares? In the end, it is curved. The path of light from start to finish, it produces a curved line. Not
You zoom out, it's a curve.
I'm just saying there should be only one angle. I'm saying that there shouldn't be.
You're ignoring a gradient. In a gradient, if you're in a gas gradient, right, every single molecule that hits will cause a deflection. And because there's more molecules below than there are above, the sort of stochastic result of that is that it will bend downwards.
Yeah, but they're also, like, if you see like nitrogen gas on top of something, you'll see that the air will curve. If you, whatever the content of it. Yes, and that is down to exactly the warping of the atmosphere as you're looking through it. I totally get that. Yes, but then we wouldn't call that refraction, would we? We would call that they would call that multiple refraction, because are we looking through lenses? We're not. We're looking through a density that is denser. So it's more the fact that the light has actually been slowed down. Yes, you could say in some circumstances, I see it curving down. But in other cases, you might have mountains all around you. You're not going to say, I see it curving down. So it also depends on your contour, and your gradients would come into that in a linear form.
I don't care whether you call it refraction or not. The light bends down.
I'm just saying.
That's what we need to agree.
Like, yes, but exactly. But the basic terms of refraction is one. But you would call it multiple refraction, then, wouldn't you?
No, I'll just call it refraction. But again, I don't care what people call things.
You're going through a dense
what
medium.
What they reference in reality is what matters.
Yeah, but you're going through a dense medium, so why would it refract? It's just been slowed down. You're increasing the density of water. If you put salt in water and then do the same test, then you'll start to get more curving. So it's the actual salt.
Yeah, you have a gradient.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the gradient that causes it, yeah.
The density.
No, the gradient.
Yeah, but the crystals of salt.
Not the density. The density by itself does not cause bending. If you have a saltwater tank or whatever, and it's all the same density, the light will slow down, but it won't bend, right? Because it's going through the same density. There has to be a gradient for it to curve.
As you get lower in the liquid, it'll bend down.
So Ruhif, let me ask you this: why would it, in your mind, Ruhif, why would it curve at 7.98 inches per mile squared?
The problem is the miles squared.
If the atmospheric conditions are strong enough, yeah, they will. Hang on,
The
I've got to find out where I am first. 1 sec.
That's
Hold on.
The x squared rule is more perspective. There should be the 2x rule, because that would actually give you realistic distances. But the x squared, it doesn't make sense. It's more a perspective thing that what you expect to see, and that's what you expect to see. But mathematically, it doesn't work. It should be 2x. Because what you can see so far, and as you go higher, you can see past that original point. So that's doubling the distance that you can see as the gradient goes higher. So it should be 2x. It shouldn't be x squared, because it doesn't work out. The numbers start reducing.
It's a polynomial function. Like it's 8 inches per mile squared is completely fine for any observation that we're likely to look at.
Observation, exactly. Yeah, observation,
But it's
definitely.
not
I
perfect.
100% would agree with that.
It's also
It's
not a
fucking the worst
refraction.
fuck ever.
That's
So you
also
get a
not
slope if
technically
you
a
don't. You get a slope if you don't square it, but.
Yeah, and
Right. So,
but
Rudolph, are you
it's
saying
not.
that sometimes it bends at 8 inches per mile squared, other times 9 inches,
Yes.
other times 6 inches?
Oh,
Is
well,
it your
it
claim?
can, yes. But a typical bending is something like about 1 inch per mile squared or something. Thereabouts.
So you're
So you're
saying,
8 inches per
you're
mile
saying it
squared.
does all of these different ones, but just on the ones that make the curve not on all of the ones that make the curve not there, you're just saying it's bending exactly what the curve of the Earth would be in your proposed model
Like
in theory.
Black Swan. Yeah, Black Swan. I can demonstrate that
The
Black Swan
shows
conditions
an
have been
extended
measured.
planar surface extending
Right?
out
It
beyond
looks
the
flat.
geometric horizon.
Yes, it looks flat.
It looks.
And
It
that will
is
happen.
what it is. Yeah, but I know you don't think it is. But yes, it looks like what it is. Yes.
Well, it
Black
looks
Swan.
flat because the light is bending at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth.
Right. So
That's
I
your
just
claim.
honestly,
That's a
if you want
baseless
to
assertion.
say that, if you want to say that, I just all I could say is it's a belief. It isn't interesting to me. If someone else wants to entertain it with you, I guess go for it. But I'm just saying because I could say the Earth is concave and it's concaving at some made up value and light's bending to that value.
Yeah.
So if you have that
But
belief,
you would be making shit up, right?
it's boring.
Yeah,
because
just like you just did with your baseless assertion of how the light's
No,
bending.
I can
Yeah,
I
it's
can
a
show
baseless
you that
assertion
these conditions
fallacy.
exist. I can
Would
show
think
you that these conditions exist.
would things like Faraday currents and Birkeland currents affect light propagation? Toroidal currents, that sort of
Magnetic
thing. There?
fields, absolutely. We already know magnetic
Yeah.
fields affect light bending.
Yeah,
By how
definitely.
much?
Yeah,
By how
well,
Do you
much?
have video of not Lemon, Jeremy? Do you have video of that light bending?
That's
I
your
want to know by
guys'
how much.
science. They've seen
no.
managed
We
to
just
slow light down in that manner.
this
Yeah,
is where
by how
we get
much?
lost. This is where we get lost. You know, we're just talking it through, guys. So it doesn't have to get into. I'll post this and show you some proof. Let's just talk it through. You know.
Oh, I was interested in seeing it because I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay.
They know light bends in a magnetic field and causes light to bend if it's in a medium, as we
In a
are in a
medium.
medium.
Yeah,
By
and when we
how much?
Very little bit. However, they only
Very
measured
little
it
bit.
over a
Thank you.
very short distance. Yes, they only measured it over very short distances.
All
Very
right.
little
So
bit
when
over
goes
a very
flying
short
through atmosphere?
distance. So if you're looking 3
Fly it
miles,
through our
it
atmosphere
might
and
be.
tell me how much it'll bend.
If you're looking 3 miles, it might be a little bit more than just a little tiny bit.
Okay, show me
I mean,
how much. Do it.
think of
Take the
concentric
day
circles.
off, Jeremy. Show me how to do it.
You can't prove. Listen, I can't prove that light's bending in the way that I think it is. Neither can you, though.
Yes, I can.
You act like you got one on me. You
Yes, I
don't.
can.
So let's see it. Let's see it.
I've posted it to
So,
you before, Jeremy. I'm about to get a
you know,
blood test in a sec.
The formula that
yeah,
you don't know
later.
what K stands for. The formula where you
Oh,
don't know what
for
K
fuck's
stands
sake.
for. That
Sure, champ. Oh,
yeah.
fuck.
So like
I know, Chief.
concentric circles, concentric
It's debated
circles in a wave going outwards, just like the atom, the hydrogen atom, the helium atom. The double helix meets the Ouroboros, vortex.
What are you talking about, dude? You seem to be just rattling off words.
I forgot what I was fucking saying in the first place. Sorry.
And place to get my blood
That's
test
all
is
good.
closed Friday to
I
Monday.
think, like Ruhu, if like what I would say is this, man. I absolutely don't think what you're saying is happening. So in terms of entire landscapes of Earth being somehow bent and warped up to display as a planar surface, I definitely don't think that's happening.
Yes.
I think we're just seeing the planar surface.
Okay, you don't think
if
it.
you believe
Why
it
don't-
is, fair enough. I guess if other people want to talk about it, I guess go for it. But I'm just saying for myself, like my understanding is that you just have a belief system. And so where
can
else
demonstrate it.
can be gone from that? Like you can't prove what you're saying. It's just a belief that you've plugged a radius value into.
No. I can demonstrate that these conditions exist that will bend at 8 inches per mile squared.
Conditions observable. It's
conditions.
no
Yes,
point.
measurable atmospheric conditions. That when you work out how much
And you-
refraction that will cause,
Right,
Every
and
8
you've
inches
made
per
it,
mile squared.
and you know that it's bending at 8 inches per mile squared. How you've measured it over the course of how far did you measure get its actual position on in the atmosphere?
I'd like to chime in a little bit on that. Yeah, the 8 inches. If you're talking about black swan, Ben, the light is refracting at 8 inches per mile squared. It's not. I don't understand why you would
There
even
you go.
say that. First off, the horizon, if you look at the photo closely, it does seem to be obscuring the second tower by a small amount.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
And therefore, since it's still doing it, there's still curve there. So it's not 8 inches per mile squared. It's somewhat less than 8 inches per mile squared.
That's that causeway, famous photograph with all the pylons going out to sea. If you look at it very closely, if you look at the light at the horizon and you look at the shape of the pylons after the horizon, you see that they change shape. So everyone's looking at the stuff close up saying, oh, we can blatantly see it curving down. But when you get further on in the picture, you can see it evening out and start to curve up slightly. But the light that you can see in there, you can see it straighten out.
I haven't seen that, but okay. Be interested in seeing it.
Yeah, you know, the famous causeway, it's like, it's a picture of someone on the beach.
Train,
Ruhith, for what you're doing, Ruhith, somebody could come along right next to you and say, hey, I think the Earth is curving at 10 inches per mile squared. Plug in a radius value into the calculations of what they claim refraction is, and then say the Earth is curving at 10 inches per mile squared. That's what you're doing. But what we observe is the extended planar geometry.
No, the actual amount of curvature is fixed, right? The definition of a nautical mile and a meter, right? 10,000 kilometers from the pole to the equator, and or is it 5,400 nautical miles from the pole to the equator? That's fixed. How much light bends can affect, how much you can see, over the edge. What are we doing here? Hold on.
Did they ever verify that was 1/10,000th? Did they ever, I looked into that, and it's fucking, they moved the prime meridian because they can fucking make the mass add up. So
who cares about the meridian?
The prime meridian.
No, they use the Paris meridian as their longitude. So they didn't have GMT when they did it. Huh?
Who cares about the longitude?
Longitude?
Latitude. Yeah, who cares about the longitude?
Because their prime meridian didn't match up with our north that we got today. That's the difference.
Okay.
So then... Okay, so the meter...
What does that matter?
So no one's verified 10,000 from the equator to the arbitrary North Pole.
That's what the meter definition is. That's they did do it through Paris, yes.
Yes, but they only went from Barcelona to Dunkirk. There was 1,079 kilometers and not 1,000 or 1,111. So there was a difference there. And that small difference there, number one, they never verified the 10,000 kilometers in the first place. And the second thing...
They knew it was a sphere. They're measuring how big it is, right? And defining a unit by it.
Yes, but no one measured any. No one stood on the equator. 8 people at 8 different points walked to the North Pole. Agree. We all shook hands at the same time. Do go to the south. No one's done that. No one. There's nothing.
You go to the North Pole. You look up. There's a star overhead.
Yeah,
and there's a center of rotation. Now I know where the north is. I know.
Yes, but you think that star. You think that star is above your head. But if the sun rises south of Australia, right, and it will set south of Australia, then surely that's telling you that the south is lensed and the north is lensed. Yeah, because you think
how many degrees? How many degrees does it have to bend by? Seriously.
I just did this. It has to bend by 120 degrees roughly.
Yeah.
No, there's
and right now it's setting at about it's rising at about 104, 105 degrees. Right? That's south of east.
Yes,
so
but visually, when you're in Australia, you're not seeing that east of you at a 105 or whatever you said. You're east, and then you go lower than that. You shouldn't be judging off the equator. Your east is your east, not tilted towards the equator. So when you're seeing your sun
east is my east, and the sun rises south of it, that can't happen on your AE Pizza bullshit.
No, but you don't know anything about me. So the other thing is that if the sun tropics go as far south as 23.5 degrees, you would have to be standing at 23.5 degrees latitude south for it to rise in your east. If it rises any south
On
of
the
your
equinox.
east, when it's further south, if that's called equinox.
Here's
And
here's
even
an
even on your
analysis. Here's an
even
analysis
on your
I did.
model, it doesn't rise east of
No,
equinox.
but
It will
I
always
don't have
rise
a
north.
model. You don't know anything
Of
about
course
me.
you don't.
I'm just
Of course you don't. We have to make one up for you.
no. You're sorry, mate. We don't know each other, so let's just be peaceful about this because you don't know me. But when you get
All right.
to know me, then you'll know what I'm about. So, assuming any model, we don't know what the model is yet. It's 2000, whatever. But then I get to Australia, discover Australia, and I see the sun rise not 23.5 degrees south, but more like 40 degrees south, right? Because I naturally, when I'm looking east, and I know where east is in parallel to the equator, the sun is blatantly rising south east
I'd
of
like to
my
discuss
east.
this. I did this analysis on this, and this has the numbers from the southern tip of Chile. Essentially, what I did is I took the north, which I think we can pretty much all agree on which way north is. I set up my compass on that, and then I show the places where the purple suns below are where we actually observe sunrise and sunset. And the yellow ones, if it was a 360-degree circuit that the sun was doing over the surface of the earth, that's where the sun would be in relationship to me. And so what you're talking about is 100, I forget, it's like 120 something degrees of difference between that. I should be able to look at sunrise and sunset with the same camera without moving it. And
But your pivot point is about Equatorial Guinea area. That's your pivot, north. So that's why you're seeing 120 degrees difference because you're 120 degrees west of GMT.
I don't know how that helps you.
But you're expecting you're expecting the sun to conjunction with the equator at Peru, but it doesn't. It conjunctions with the equator and measured at the Equatorial Guinea or St. Helena Islands.
Well, there's a person standing over these places and says it's high noon or whatever. It's at the time that I say it's sunset, that I'm observing sunset. They're saying it's over their head. So I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
sure.
sure. I
Was that?
believe the equinoctial line, which is the path of the sun, anything south of that line there will lens and distort more as the further south you get, and the same thing in the north. When I'm at 51 north, I see the sun and the moon rise further north than what I am, so like northwest of me, if I'm looking west. And I'm
Yeah,
not
well,
looking equatorial west, I'm looking my west.
it seems to
So
follow the Tropic of Capricorn at southern summer, which is the time that I'm doing here. So the Tropic of Capricorn is a place that is pretty uniform, and people know they live there, right?
mm,
And it's not in a speculative location. So, and that is by all accounts north of my position in Chile. So I don't understand how where you're getting to your reflection, whatever. And do you have any mechanism for it even? Like at least we have a mechanism for what we say, for refraction, which seems to move things up and down. You've got it moving left and right 120 degrees.
Who does? What are we on here? I'm lost in whatever this is.
Direction of sunrise and sunset.
yeah.
The expected direction on a flat Earth, and this doesn't even matter. You could take the map off of here; it'd be really irrelevant. As long as I had the tropics and my location with reference to the outer ring. So any circular flat Earth with a ring around it, this observation would still be true. And I'm at a loss how I could get the sun from that where the yellow suns are to where the purple suns are, where I actually observe sunsets.
Mm.
And
Do you think?
by all refraction things I've seen, refraction doesn't seem to move things appreciably left or right, only up and down.
Yeah, it doesn't. There's
Well,
no
you
the
know,
gradient.
well, let me
The
ask you
gradient
this,
required.
Moyak, with that thought, what are you? How are you assuming the sky is working to come to your negative conclusion, as it were? Because you're clearly assuming something about the sky and then claiming that it's not working on something on the ground, right? So what is your assumption about the sky? Because if that's wrong, then that means that your assumption about the ground is also wrong.
My assumption is that things generally appear in the direction that they are.
So
And that
what
we
is
have a vertical density
the sun
gradient,
is
not
a
a
physical
horizontal one.
object, first of all?
What's
It
that?
doesn't matter, Gio.
Well, I'm saying you're assuming what the sky is. Well, I don't even want to repeat it if I have to, but
Oh no. I mean,
what
I'm
are
not
you
assuming
assuming
what
the
the sky is.
sky
I'm
is? That's
assuming
what I'm
what
asking.
we observe is the direction we observe it.
This is such a bullshit cop out, Gio. You know it is. You absolutely know it is. Like, I don't know what the sun is, therefore angles don't matter.
No, dude. In order to know where how much refraction, what's
Jeremy,
going
I'm just
on.
gonna fucking mute you, Jeremy.
Well,
Fine.
I didn't create the server to have that kind of treatment here, so I guess if that's
You can kick me out then.
All right.
No, we're not just. No, well, I'm just saying. In order to know what's going on with the refraction, how the light's bending, you need to know the actual position of the object over a long distance in the atmosphere. You guys
Oh, we
can't
know
get
the
an
physical.
actual positions unless you use optics to do it, or something
assume-
that's subject. My bad. Go ahead.
And what I said that you were so rude about, Ruif, what all I said is that it sounds like Moyak is assuming something about the sky, and then about how the sky works, and then using that assumption to say this doesn't work on the ground. So I was just asking him. All I really did was ask him, what is he assuming about the sky? It was actually just a question, and then Ruif came in with some random.
Yeah, and assumptions aren't bad
Not even
things.
related to anything, because he's clearly assuming how the sky works and then assuming something about a model that he is saying that doesn't work.
Yeah, and assumptions are not bad things.
I list my assumptions in yellow, and I can add to that I assume that objects appear generally in the direction I'm looking. I can even assume a little bit of refraction here and there because we know refraction exists. Now, this refraction left to right, I have no examples of in nature. So I'm at a loss to see how I'm getting 120-degree error in the position that I observe. That sun has to be on the far side of the Earth at some point if it's circling around north of me.
Okay, so maybe your answer would be to my question that you're using an AE map type layout with a physical ball above it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know that it's a physical ball above it?
Do we know anything?
Well, just walk with me. Do you know that it is?
I'm asking you, do we know anything? From that
Because
perspective,
your
I'm
answer to
saying
that is
no, we
no,
don't know
which
any.
means you're
We
assuming
don't know
it.
anything with absolute assurity.
Okay, I don't agree with that philosophy, so I guess we'd have to.
Tell me one thing that's absolute, that's not in your own body.
Water exists.
Oh,
Water exists is absolute.
many things.
Yeah. How about the existence of water? Would you say that's not absolute?
All right. Sim.
That's fine. In our reality, water exists. We're only talking about in
exist.
our reality, right? We're only talking about in our reality, right? We're talking about something else.
Don't know. Simulation would mean that water doesn't exist in reality. We are just
No, but in our reality, there's still water still exists. Even if we're in a sim, even if you're in a brain in a vat, water still exists. We can go touch it. We can manipulate. We can do stuff with it.
It's all in your head.
That's fine. But in the reality that we're all sharing right now, even if this is all in my head, there's still water.
No, if it's only in your head, then it doesn't exist.
Even though we can go touch it and I can splash a little on your
That's
face.
debatable.
You know that happens.
That's debatable. You kind of have to define what existence means if you're gonna kind of, Well, I would say existence exists in some semblance of how we think we're experiencing it. And I would say that it really is, if you're just bits and bytes in a program, that's all you are, is bits and bytes in a program.
Who's playing
So,
pedantic
and we
games
could, we
now?
could make the argument. I mean, it's a ridiculous argument. I agree. I don't believe in Sims, but when you get to the realm of saying, do you absolutely 100% know that there's hydrogen monoxide, dihydrogen monoxide, made up of atoms in front of me? I don't know. I can't prove that with absolute assurity. I can do it to the highest level of confidence.
I guess the only thing you can really assure is your experience. That's that.
Yes.
Yeah, we talked about this before. I mean, maybe not you and me, but
Well,
like
this is a whole sidetrack into kind of what resonates to me as a bit sophistry, because we were just originally talking about the actual sun, and then you just jumped to, can we know anything? So what the process I was trying to walk us through is that the way you're saying that it quote unquote doesn't work on a flat Earth is that the Earth is the sun is a glowing ball above the Earth, and I was just saying, if you don't know that, then that is by definition an assumption.
What are you asserting it is other than that? I mean, right
So
now,
the best you have is a theory. You don't have proof of anything.
Well, no, we have proof, but that's beside the point. Right now, going with, we're going to ignore all space, all science, all evidence. Yeah, I can't at that point say with a surety that it's a ball. I'm assuming a ball because that's the model that I've been given for the flat Earth, that there's a sun circling over the surface of the Earth.
Well, let's turn the argument back on them. So they're saying that, we don't really know like why the sun would be mirrored essentially across the sky, because like they're saying, well, they're not saying it is, but we would expect the sun, I guess from that picture, that it should be in one location, but it's in a totally different location in the sky. And so they're saying, well, we don't really know the light source, we don't know how the sky works. Well, let's use that argument against them, right? What if?
Well, that wasn't an argument. That's not an argument. That was just me pointing out what he's saying is that it doesn't work is not accurate. The best he could say is that he has a theory. That's all I was pointing out.
Okay. Well, let's still use that idea, that concept of not knowing how the sky works. Let's use that, right? With I don't know, the black swan or any thing where things don't line up. We don't really know, like maybe we just don't know the math, you know what I'm saying? And it can cause the oil rigs to rise up and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're claiming things could be in different
you can use an
locations.
actual response, right? The actual response is you don't know how light works. That's the true rebuttal, not just a sort of hypothetical one.
So so we can kind of flip this argument back around and kind of just say, we don't know how light works. And so the black swan argument, you really can't say, oh well, just because the globe narrative doesn't check out, that's no longer a globe. No, it could just be that they're either lying or they don't know how light works, and it could still, like, you know what I'm saying, we could still use.
I'll explain it for you. Let's just go with the sun's a ball above an Earth. Let's just go with that. So can you see the model I'm sharing?
Yeah, this is the person.
Oh yeah, can you see it?
Yeah.
The thing is that what's essential in these geometries is that you're in a local region, your field of view. We could call that like a personal sphere, personal atmospheric dome, personal hemisphere, etc. That then creates a spherical geometry. Then you have the larger system in which that is embedded. And let's say that that's a planar flat Earth with the sun above. Let's just say the sun is a ball above the Earth. I'm showing here on this animation that these two systems interlock. They interplay with each other. So as this sun is coming around the bend, as it were, it's going to appear in this observer in his local region because of the size he is and the size that the Earth is and the size the sun is above him. He's going to see that. That's what that right here, that little sun rising. See, in his environment, there's the sun rising right there. That is aligned with this sun up here. And then as it goes up in his sky, just like we see it, we can point with our finger. See, now it's here. So now that would be like his morning type thing. and then there it is getting to his noon. It's coming around the bend there in his personal sphere, and then as it starts going off to the right, literally like over the, if it's circling like we were saying above an AE map, but it's just moving away. But again, he's just viewing it there. So then over here it's setting. So you see that little yellow thing in his region, and then boom, it sets. And in this case, yeah. So
This is Walter Bissell.
each person has their own unique,
Personal
viewpoint
dome.
of
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
but this is Walter Bissell's thing, right? He literally puts a dome over each person. Literally puts a dome over each person and then just refracts to whatever it needs to point to where it actually is. Like, it's so absurd. I can't believe you're actually showing this.
Have you ever tried to triangulate a reflection?
I don't know. Possibly.
If I can go look in the mirror at the grocery store, and I can tell you exactly where the man is standing in that store.
You could probably triangulate the mirror. Yeah.
See, look, if I
Right,
change
if
the
you
day
check.
of the year, see, watch, if I go all the way down, like, see, it actually shows like on the tropics. So look, if I go into like Australia, you go into, or wherever I am, South America, this would be like their winter. And look at how the sun is like lower on declination. See how on their own personal little field of view sphere, hemisphere thing, it's like lower on the horizon versus higher. So yeah, I mean, this fits. I mean,
understand that he's
my
put an
understanding
actual
of an
dome
AE,
over
my understanding of
everyone.
an AE map type system with the spokes and the continents all coming out with this system works with perfect geometry.
Yeah.
Okay,
But you understand that he's literally put a physical dome over everyone that just happens to refract it for each individual person. Exactly what it needs to refract.
Refraction. What I'm referring to, maybe you're not looking at my screen. You should look at the screen. I'm showing. Yes, it shows a personal atmospheric dome, personal hemisphere. I was field of view. There's a lot of words for it. But if we're a human standing on a huge planar Earth, we're going to only see, I mean, we only see a little region. And we see a larger region of the sky, of course, because where the ground meets the sky, sometimes that's pretty close because you can't even see very far. Other times, if you're on the ocean, you see further. But yeah, you're going to see this is what I'm describing. And there's two geometries that are inset within each other. There is spherical geometry because you're in your own hemispherical region. And then there is the larger Earth system, which whether the dome above us is a sphere or not, doesn't even really matter for this because it may as well not be, because if it is, it's got to be such a massive dome. It's beyond comprehension to where a model like this that I'm showing, essentially it's the sun just circling above a planar surface. And so what
If you accept this model, you are accepting that each person has a physical dome above their head. Individual physical dome.
Right. I am telling you that is not what I'm saying. I am telling you that the field of view range at which you can see is hemispherical.
That's
okay.
Yep. No.
I never said there's a physical dome then refracting, none of that. It's just your field of view experience, your hemispherical field of view within a larger system.
Yep. We all agree on that. Hopefully.
But there's no mechanism. I mean, the thing that cracks me about this is absolutely no reasonable, rational mechanism for this to work. I mean, yeah, okay, you can, if you specifically do a coordinate transform, you can make this happen. There's absolutely no reason to think that that's what's happening. So I want.
Well, I would say there's thousands of reasons to think, because this is what we observe, measure on every level water. And so this, of course, makes sense. It's also with the cosmology that humans have had since the beginning of time. Literally, this is it. So
what would that person do to an airplane flying?
This
away?
has worked since the beginning of time.
Isn't that like circular reasoning though? You're saying the flat Earth works because we see it in reality. Like it's not. That's kind of cheating, man. You can't just say because we see in reality, the flat Earth like it works on a flat Earth. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, you guys are saying something doesn't work that literally has worked since the beginning of time. That's what I'm saying. And humans have modeled the cosmos this way since the dawn of time.
Yeah, but now you're saying it works on a flat Earth. Now, I mean that's
yeah. It's a clockwork. It's a clockwork sky above the layout of the lands, which are like spokes of a wheel coming out from the center. That's the cosmology that has been universal since the dawn of time. And understanding how the sun circles, that's why it's called a sunset, and everything under the sun. All those phrases are based in all of that.
So with your personal dome here, do we have distances also that have to be met, which is the distance from South America to Africa to Australia, and for some reason those also coincidentally seem to match a spherical Earth, or at least not this map. So now we have a personal dome that bends the sky, and then we have a personal dome that bends distances.
No, I never said bend the sky. You and Ruhif have tried to insert something about bending the
has
sky
to,
or
though.
refracting. That's not what I'm referring to.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
referring to the actual field of view in your position. See, because your field of view, I guess imagine, yeah, well, there's a couple ways to do it. One would be like let's say you had a large tennis court, and on the tennis court you put a bunch of little cups and you fill them halfway with water and you put them all around. If you put an ant in on top of the water or whatever, looking up and out, you're only going to see that part of the sky, that section of the sky. And of course, if you have mountains around you, then yeah, your horizon will be created by the ground, whatever's going on at the ground. But the sky, you're going to see that section of the sky. Whatever is moving above that sky is going to come into your zone and out of your zone. And if you see in a hemispherical region, which we do, then that is how it's going to be seen by you in that region as the larger sky clock is moving above you.
I think that's a faulty.
So everything
analogy,
enters
though,
your
because-
zone and leaves your zone by declination and by its position. And that's all viewed within your hemispherical region.
Well, that only okay. So with the cups, right? The only reason why they only see a part of the sky is because the cup, if I'm picturing this correctly, the cup goes high enough to where, yeah, it cuts out a lot of the sky. But I feel like that's kind of cheating because once again, I mean, we don't have that in reality. We don't have a cup around us to cut off the sky. You know what I'm saying? We just have the sky around us. I mean, it's kind of. I feel like you're kind of cheating with this little analogy.
Well, no, the analogy works. It just depends on, like, let's say you fill the cups with sand instead, so you could put an ant on it. I mean, some ants, like if you were in like a canyon somewhere, like at the base of the Andes Mountains.
Canyon.
If you're at the base of the Andes Mountains, then you're not going to, I mean, all you're going to see is mountains. But if you're by the ocean, then obviously that would be like filling the sand up near the top. But the thing is but you can still only see a limited distance on the ground because of all the atmospheric occlusion that's at the ground level. Whereas the sky, you're always going to see more. So
why can't we fill the cup up all the way to the top, the very tippy top? Because if we did that, then we would have all the sky to see. And
yeah,
then, I'm just saying, I feel like you're kind of cheating with this, just.
And the other thing is this
no, it's
personal dome that you're
it's
speaking
the
of,
proportions of it. You would never see the whole sky. So that's the other part of it, is that you're never going to be able to see you're like swapping proportions and then making assumptions on it. The analogy I was saying is that we all putting the cups around the tennis court like that, however high you would fill the sand in it, that would depend on your ground level, in that way of the analogy. But my original point is that that region of the sky that you see, because you have to do the proportions right. Like we're only a human, like we literally are just a human with mammal eyes and mammal bodies on. I mean, the Earth is massive, so of course we're only going to see that local region. So that's what I'm referring to.
Well, we see as okay. So if you fill the cup all the way to the top, then the ant gets 180 degrees of sky. But of course, if you don't fill up to the top, you have a lot of the cup covering that. All right. So I feel like that it just doesn't check out because we always, when we're on the surface of Earth, we get 180 degrees. All right, of sky. I mean, there's no, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're really, doing angles and, the actual proper math, we would always get 180 if we're on the surface. But with your ant example, we're not getting 180 because we're literally getting obstruction from the cup. That's why I just don't.
Dude. I mean,
I get what you're getting.
I don't know where you live right now. Like, I could plot where I am in California, and I personally have mountains all around. I mean, I'm literally only seeing, like, in terms of the ground, it would be like literally like the walls of a cup. Like I was saying. I mean,
that's fine, yeah. But I mean, but then once again, like if you're out, in the sea or whatever, or even at the beach or whatever, where there's just like a bunch of water and shit, then we should have access to everything, like visibly. We should be able to see everything because at that point there is no mountains, there's no land, that's, obstructing, everything, Like,
can you bring it back to Chile?
Yeah, so someone also jump in if they want, because I mean,
just quickly, could you bring it back to Chile? I just wanted to see something because it was interesting. You notice the dark spot actually gets smaller when you're down by Chile, and it changes the shape of the actual darkness. the people over in those other areas are experiencing actual sunlight and heat and warmth. If it was actually dark over there, then why are they seeing sunlight, or vice versa?
I'm not. I don't know if I'm
Are
fully.
you saying that the sun is illuminating the whole Earth all the time, and just this personal dome hides it from you? I mean, because your position is changing where that dot lies, where that circle that you have right now. Now move it way north. Move your oh.
What do you want to look at?
Go back to Chile, which is down the southern tip of where you are.
Oh, the southern part. Yeah, the tip.
Yeah, so I mean, as the sun, like, see, if it's all the way over there in your region, see where it pops up on this little mini sphere here?
Stop. I'm trying to talk about multiple observations right now. I think this model's broken. So scroll down to Chile with him, bring him all the way down to the south tip of South America.
Yeah, the personal. Bring it down. Bring the personal dome down to the tip of the Wait, which one controls the location?
I think it's I thought it was one of the black ones you moved up there.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, so that one. Okay, now move it north. No, same slider. Bring it way north. Bring it way north.
Oh, way north. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. I thought I saw something earlier when you were moving it that I thought was breaking the model. So okay, that's cool. I thought it was moving the lit area of the surface of the Earth, and if it was moving the lit surface of the Earth, then you got a real problem.
Oh, well, I don't think that this I mean, it's obviously a gradient. I don't think, whether this lighting is correct or not. And I'm not even saying this model is 100% correct at all, by the way. I just think I do think it just shows the base geometry, because it's definitely not completely correct. But yeah, I mean, it would be like this. I mean, if the sun's coming around, like right now, it's like over like South Africa, so it'd be their high noon. And by that time, somebody over here in South America, in their region, like, I mean, in terms of how much of the ground they're going to see, it's probably only a teeny little section. If you're by the ocean, yeah, maybe you're going to see, we know what visibility is on the ocean. I mean, depends on the weather, 5 miles, 10 miles, so not very much. But when you look up in the sky, that's going to, so as this is coming around, there it is rising in this guy's hemispherical region. It's coming around the bend, as it were, on the larger scale of the Earth. And now it's right above high noon. So it's going to look high noon for him. And it's very hot, and it's bringing all the light. And then as it's moving away here, it's in his sky, in his little hemispherical region, it is setting in his area. But in reality, or in this idea, in the larger system, the sun is just moving away, and then it sets due to him. And they can still see the sun. Like this would be around at his sunset probably, because it's showing he just went into the dark. So I'm assuming. So right now the sun is, above Hawaii or wherever it is. This is not a very good model. I mean, this could be done with a better AE map and everything, but wherever the sun is. So he'll still see the sun. Like right now he would see, well, actually a little bit before this, at this point right here, he would see the sun right at his horizon, even though it's actually above him over wherever it is. And then it's going to look like it's setting, and then the light leaves him, and then it just keeps going around.
All right. So
again,
okay, you first. Or me?
No, you go.
Okay, so yeah, let me just real fast try to clear things up just in case, because I noticed earlier, yeah, you guys were kind of arguing and about this and whatnot. So let me just clear things up real fast. So I believe what Gio is saying is that this effect, this personal dome thing, isn't a refraction issue. This is just a perspective issue, like he said with the cups and whatnot. This is just what happens with perspective and everything. This is how the sun appears to set and rise just because of perspective. With that being said,
yeah,
though,
I'm not bringing in any wild bending or warping or any of that stuff, or refraction.
Yeah, with that being said, though, yeah, no, this model you would need refraction. Though. I know, a lot of flat earthers like Lemon or you or just a bunch of flat earthers, they believe perspective can cause things to have objects disappear bottom up and whatnot and all that other stuff. No, I mean this model you need some kind of light bending. I know that's not what you believe, for this model, but that's what you actually need. You do need light bending. And it's just
he's even got this. It even shows the 24-hour sun idea in Antarctica. See how the light, when it's all the way out, bends around like that coffee cup caustic. It's actually caustic mathematics is what creates this. This can be done in a coffee cup. this can be recreated to where the light is warping around. So yeah, it even shows that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. But I just wanted to kind of clear that up though, because I know you're saying there is no light bending, but we're saying that you do this model, the model that you're showing us right now does need light bending. There's just no way to explain it without the light bending.
Where do you
does
need
anyone-
bendy light for this?
Well, the personal dome just doesn't check out with how perspective and how straight lines work. If we had straight lines, just that you wouldn't get that personal dome in this little whatever. So you have to assume bendy light. A lot of it. In fact.
I don't agree.
Well,
like right at this point in where I have the animation, this shows the sun. This would be like roughly sunrise for this person. Right at this point.
No,
okay, I just wanted to change it from that because it was still in the crazy other season. Okay, so like right now, like it would just be getting light for this person in South America, even though the sun is just leaving to be over Africa, and then it's always going to rise due to its declination and its position.